Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Okay, very good. Introduction of government bills. Is Mr. Lametti online? Virtual. Okay, very good. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Vandal, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Lametti moves, seconded by Mr. Vandal, that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président, il y a de ces moments.
Mr. Speaker, there are moments which we all wish we could go back in history and change. We all wish that the 6th of December, 1989, had just been another normal day at the École Polytechnique in Montreal for these 14 brilliant young women who violently lost their lives, and for the other victims of this cowardly and odious act that we remember today. Well, for them, we have held them in our thoughts for 31 years this Sunday. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Dagnou, Anne-Marie Édouard, Maude Aviernick, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Kluchnik. Sadly, it is impossible to change the past, but we can still change the future. It is our duty to never forget the misogynistic, anti-feminist nature of this attack that struck Montreal, Quebec, and the entire country, that struck us at the very heart of our values. These women and girls in Canada and everywhere in the world, should never have to fear succeeding, being ambitious, or fighting for a better future. Gender equality is non-negotiable, today and forever.
Mourn the loss of a daughter as they did 31 years ago in Montreal. No family should have to hold each other in grief as they did in Port-au-Pic last April. Mr. Speaker, the gun lobby doesn't like it when we use the term assault weapon. They say it's a meaningless term. Well, let me tell you what is not meaningless. The lives of the people we have lost to these weapons. Canadians know that there is no place in our country for weapons designed to kill the largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. They know that these weapons were not designed to hunt deer. That's why, in May, we announced a ban on 1,500 models of assault-style weapons, including the Ruger Mini 14 used by the killer in Montreal on December 6, 1989. It is now against the law to buy or sell these weapons in Canada. Furthermore, we will be moving forward very soon with legislation to implement the rest of our commitments to protect Canadians from gun violence. We need to address violence, no matter where it happens, in public or at home. Women, girls, and people of diverse gender identities deserve to be safe and to feel safe. During the pandemic, Canadians have been asked to stay home wherever possible, to protect themselves and others. It's been difficult for everyone. So imagine how much harder it has been for those who don't feel safe at home, but don't feel like they have anywhere else to go. It's a simple fact. Gender-based violence has been made worse by this pandemic. That is unacceptable. In the past months, we've accelerated investments in shelters and transition housing as we continue to advance on a national action plan on gender-based violence. We've made important progress, but there's always more to be done. And we're ready to do that hard work alongside advocates, volunteers, and all those who are fighting for change. Monsieur le Président, au mois de mai,
Mr. Speaker, in May, we banned 1,500 assault weapon models, including the Mini 14 Ruger used in 1989 at the Polytechnique. These weapons are designed to kill people, and they have no place in our society. Moreover, we will soon introduce a piece of legislation to continue to deliver on our commitments in this area. As we continue to work to reduce the presence of these weapons, we also need to attack the very root of violence. We have a duty to be vigilant. We need to fight misogyny, discrimination, and hate everywhere, whether online, at school, in the workplace, or anywhere else in the course of our lives. We need to end the unacceptable violence and racism suffered by Indigenous women and girls. We need to create a safe environment with equal opportunities for everyone.
Today, the percentage of women studying engineering in many schools all over the country is higher than ever before. That's great, but I know we can do even better. It's important that we continue to take concrete steps to encourage women and girls to pursue careers in STEM fields. And it's important that we never forget why this is something to stand up for. We owe it to the victims at École Polytechnique, and we owe it to all Canadians. Notre engagement envers la sécurité de
Our commitment to the safety of our communities and our commitment to equality must remain strong. We must stand with women and girls, minorities, survivors, and allies who are fighting against every form of violence. Mr. Speaker, life is very fragile. And we've been reminded of that too often over the last few years with tragedies like the Polytechnique tragedy. Life is fragile, and that is why we must ensure that our values, at the very least, remain strong. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, je me lève en cette chambre au nom.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House on behalf of the entire Conservative Party to honor the memory of the women who fell victim to the massacre at École Polytechnique in Montreal on the 6th of December 1989. A misogynistic murderer filled with odious hate destroyed the dreams of these young women who had their whole lives before them. We must call things as they are. That day, Canada fell victim to a terrorist attack and anti-feminist murders. This man was a terrorist. But though he tried to punish our country for its attachment to the value of gender equality, although he wished to take his revenge on the women's equality movement, although he wished to punish us for our most cherished values, His terrible crime did not succeed in this. The Polytechnique massacre showed our entire country how fragile our progress has been. The attack showed us that the progress we make can be undermined. But our country has never given way to terror. These women who died tragically on that day live on today in all the little girls who have big dreams and are hoping for a good life. These values live on in each woman who receives her engineer's ring. These dreams live on in the female MPs in this House, Mr. Speaker. And these dreams live on in the hearts of families who, in their case as well, have lost someone dear to them in such circumstances. So, as we approach the 6th of December once again, I rise to say clearly that we will never forget their names. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Hevernick, Barbara Klushnik-Vidayevich, Maryse Lagagnière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. These names are engraved into the memory of our nation. These names are symbols of the freedoms that we cherish and hold dear. 31 years later, these names still live on in our country, so we may remember the sacrifices and suffering and the tragedies that women have experienced to defend opportunity and gender equality. What may seem obvious to us today is actually the result of many brave women who together changed the history of our country. The Polytechnique victims are among those women. Our country is currently facing a health crisis. And during this difficult time, it is more important than ever to take care of our loved ones and to stand there, to be there for those living alone. During this time of pandemic, we need to remember the other crisis. The crisis of the increase in gender-based violence. Too many women are still suffering domestic and conjugal violence. Too many, and we must do everything in our power to ensure that another massacre like Polytechnique never happens again. The memory of these victims must guide us and remind us that we can never let our guard down. I remember you. All of Canada remembers you.
31 years ago, 14 young women were struck down in a horrible massacre at Polytechnique in Montreal. And as we remember them today, we can also tell Canadians that they live on every time a young woman receives her iron ring as an engineer. Every time we cross a threshold, like we did last week, of 100 women in this chamber, every time their friends and communities remember them, they live on. And 31 years later, our resolute defense of our values that were attacked that day stands strong, as does our commitment to fight even harder for equality, for opportunity, to live up to the values our country holds dear. So, Mr. Speaker, on somber days like this, when we remember the victims, let us recommit to ending violence towards women and to those vulnerable in our society. And in a pandemic, when worry and mental health is touching every corner of our country and every family within the Canadian family, let's make sure that no one is isolated, no one is forgotten, and that there is a zero tolerance towards violence in our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, I rise in my turn to underscore this tragic anniversary of the Polytechnique massacre. Year after year, the memory of these young women becomes more distant. These young women today would be mothers, perhaps. These young women would be helping move Quebec forward. With time, memories fade, Mr. Speaker. So I would invite all of our colleagues in this House and on Zoom as well to follow me for a moment and close their eyes so together we can make these memories come alive again. Let's all close our eyes.
Imagine.
Now, let's imagine that we are at the École Polytechnique in Montreal on the 6th of December, 1989. 5:05 in the afternoon. The day is almost over. The sky is already dark. Imagine that we're there, in the corridors of the school. Together, we enter a classroom on the second floor. Several dozen students are listening to one of their peers talk about mechanical engineering. Of course, most of the class is composed of men, but there are also 9 young women. The young man continues to speak. It's 5:09 p.m. Keep your eyes closed. Imagine that you're listening to a young man talk about mechanical engineering. You can imagine that you're sitting there, you're a student. Oh, I wish this speech were over. I wish I could just get back home. And then suddenly, someone enters the classroom. Suddenly, loudly, there's a wave of stress in the room. He goes up to the student who's giving his presentation and silences him. "Stop talking," he yells. You hear him. You understand that something bad is happening. The guy stops talking. He doesn't have a choice. Guys on one side, girls on the other side, against the wall. In the classroom, there is a nervous laugh. No one moves. It must be a joke. Are your eyes still closed? Pow! The sound of a weapon being fired. It's hellish. It's not a joke. Something bad is happening. Imagine it. The women separated from the men. The men are asked to leave. They leave the room, almost relieved. They feel guilty. Imagine being one of those young men. You'd be uncomfortable, no? But you also feel relieved. You think, I'm going to go get some help. But you don't know what's happening in that classroom.
In the classroom, there's him. And he's talking to 9 young women. You know why you're here? He asks. One of the young women says no. And he says, I'm fighting feminism. And one of the young women responds. And when she responds, you can feel her fear, her will to make it all stop. And she answers, look, we're just women studying engineering, not necessarily feminists ready to walk the streets shouting that we're against men. We're just students looking for a normal life. It was useless. He had already decided everything. and he said, "You are women. You are going to become engineers. You're all just a bunch of feminists. I hate feminists." And he shoots from left to right, just like when you're reading. And they fall from left to right, just like when you're reading. And he leaves the classroom. Keep your eyes closed. It's better to keep your eyes closed because he keeps going. And if you open your eyes, all you see is blood, despair, and fear. And he goes to the cafeteria on the first floor and continues his carnage. And then he leaves again and goes to the third floor in another classroom. Everywhere along the way, from the mechanical engineering class to his very last class where he decides to end it all, he leaves blood, despair, and fear. 13 people are injured. 14 women are murdered because their killer hated feminists. Let's close our eyes one last time. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Avernick, Barbara Klusnik-Vidarjevic, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. And now, let's open our eyes. The women of Polytechnique must not be forgotten. We must continue to carry their memory, to make them survive a little by remembering them. Yes, let us open our eyes and continue our fight against violence, against women, against misogyny, and for better gun control. Mr. Speaker, I remember Polytechnique. Thank you.
One second, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It will be 31 years since 14 women were killed at the École Polytechnique because they were women. They were victims of misogyny. They were victims of men's violence against women. It is important to recognize that it was hatred of women. In the days after the massacre, there were many debates about why these women were killed. Even though the gunman was clear, saying that he, quote, hated feminists, many wanted to portray his actions as those of a madman. But these killings were planned. They were calculated to terrorize women. Dans les mois qui ont suivi,
In the months following, calls to action were launched in order to recognize another pandemic, the pandemic of violence against women. This is a pandemic that continues today. Through COVID-19, women had to face an additional threat, the threat of violence at home. It is more difficult to receive assistance,
to have lost their jobs and income during the pandemic, many making it even harder for them to leave violence. Lack of affordable housing keeps women in dangerous situations because there are no safe options. We know that Indigenous women and girls are more likely to face violence and more likely to be killed. Yet the calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls were delivered 18 months ago today. And action on those calls for justice have been too slow in coming. Transgendered women, especially if they're racialized, also face terrible levels of violence and abuse. They are often victimized again by justice and healthcare systems that too often question their identity. Women and girls with disabilities are far more at risk for violence and abuse. As many as 60% will experience violence in their lifetime. That's a staggering figure. And many will never tell anyone or reach out for help. La perte de 14 femmes il y a...
The loss of these 14 women 31 years ago is not only a loss of these women for the families who remember them. We all lost women who were destined to a brilliant career. Today, they would be leaders in their field. They could have taught a new generation of engineers.
Girls are told to protect themselves from violence. Ask any woman, and you know. She will give you a list of ways she tries to stay safe from men. Women shoulder this burden because men still have not taken up our responsibility to end it. It is not up to women to protect themselves from men by worrying about what they wear, where they walk, who they date. It is up to men to stop hurting women. Almost 40 years ago, Margaret Mitchell, the NDP MP for Vancouver East, stood in the House of Commons to ask a question about violence against women. The response from other parties at the time was laughter and heckles. In that moment, she brought an issue that remained hidden into the spotlight. Laughter didn't stop her from fighting for the help that women need. In fear of what others might think, shouldn't stop men from fighting sexism and misogyny wherever we find it. Ce week-end alors que nous nous souvenons de cette...
As we remember that horrible night, I ask men to commit to fighting violence from men against women. We need to put out sexism and misogyny every time we witness it. We need to fight racism and transphobia that fuel violence. We need to honor the memory of these 14 young women by building a world that will be safe for all. Thank you.
Pardon? Point of order. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe the member for Fredericton was seeking unanimous consent or was already on the orders for the day to be responding to the Prime Minister's statement.
We need unanimous consent to have the member from Fredericton to be allowed to make a statement. We do have unanimous consent. Therefore, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleagues for allowing me to speak today. The first words I spoke in this House were on December 6, 2019, in remembrance of the massacre at École Polytechnique. Today, I think of the victims and the families of those lost. And indeed, I think about Canada and what this day means for us as a nation. I reflected then, as I do now, on the frame of mind of the individual who carried out the heinous act, and what could have possibly motivated a person to tear down the pillars of a community, to snuff out bright lights. Then and now, I will say the words anti-feminism, misogyny, violence against women, and to us LGBTQIA+ peoples continues to steal from us as a society. We lose aunties and sisters, friends, teachers, students. These words we share are important. Our remembrance is essential, and our actions must be immediate. Since last December, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and exacerbated the realities for women at risk, particularly marginalized women, including trans women, girls, femme-identified and non-binary people, racialized women and women of color, Indigenous women and immigrant women. We see article after article about record numbers of calls to women's shelters for those fleeing violence. Survey after survey describing the increasing severity and frequency of the violence and torment women are facing in their own homes during lockdowns. And we see the oozing growth of online vitriol and hatred. In April, we saw another terrible massacre in Nova Scotia, which began with intimate partner violence. 22 people lost their lives that day, 13 of them women. I am also haunted by Chantel Moore's story. This young Indigenous woman was shot by municipal police in my home province in June, in her home alone without an explanation. 2 weeks ago, the final report on the implementation of the Merlot-Davidson Settlement Agreement shocked many of us with revelations of systemic and horrific misogyny and violence within the ranks of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The Honourable Michelle Bastarac, independent assessor, describes Canada's National Police Force as having a toxic culture and recommends nothing short of an independent external review to reform policing in Canada. We absolutely must undertake this work immediately. When Indigenous women disappear from their communities, their families cannot trust that their lives will be valued. As long as our policing institutions are fraught with misogyny and racism, police cannot possibly hold citizens accountable for their gender-based hate and violence. Today, we remember the women whose lives were taken on December 6, 1989, at l'École Polytechnique by a man who hated the women that dared to study. We must also remember Chantel Moore and those lost in Nova Scotia. As each week passes, we lose more. In 2018, there were nearly 100,000 victims of intimate partner violence. 4 of every 5 were women. That year, 87 people were murdered by their intimate partner. Amid this pandemic, we have come together in the name of health. 2020 has proven that when we are united with a common goal, when we tackle a societal crisis with intensity, albeit desperation, we can move mountains. We know change is hard, but we have seen progress. Bill C-3 is a testament to moving the needle, legislating training on sexual assault for judges. So, I challenge my colleagues in this House, and I challenge Canadians. What will it take for us to come together and to recognize gender-based violence as the crisis that it is? We need to move this mountain. May we always remember this day. Thank you.
Statements by ministers. Reports. Oh, sorry. Y a-t-il un autre? I'm sorry, following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence. J'invite les députés à se...
I now invite the House to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 31 years ago at École Polytechnique in Montreal.
Merci. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Duval, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Replacement Workers. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is my honor to introduce a private member's bill which will protect workers in the event of a strike or lockout. And I would sincerely like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for seconding this bill. This bill will offer workers the protection the Liberals have been promising for years but have failed to deliver. When employers hire scab replacement workers during a strike or lockout, it's unfair to the workers and undermines their right to collective bargaining. This bill will cover federally regulated employees, which allow the government to implement the same kind of provisions that already exist in provinces like Quebec and in British Columbia, and show leadership at the federal level. It's time to protect Canadian workers and the right to bargain collectively. Thank you.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Oh, sorry, I forgot a little piece here. Oh, Mr. Duval, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Sorry about that. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Duval, seconded by Mr. Green, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, and the Pension Benefit Standards Act, 1985, Pensions Plans and Group Insurance Programs. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is adopted. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor to introduce a private member's bill which will protect the pensions and benefits already earned by Canadian workers and retirees. I would sincerely like to thank my colleague from Hamilton Centre for seconding this bill. Pensions and benefits earned by workers are deferred wages, plain and simple. Anything that denies workers what they have earned should be illegal. Under current legislation, employers are using Canada's inadequate bankruptcy laws to take money meant for workers' pensions and divert them to pay off their secured creditors. This bill will stop that practice and ensure workers get what they have worked hard to earn. The Liberals have promised for years to change the laws, but have failed to follow through. It's time for this government to stand up for Canadian workers and their families. Thank you.
Mr. Duval, seconded by Mr. Green, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill
first
be
reading
read
of
a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Oh, excuse.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of the bill.
At a second time at the next sitting of the House. Sorry about that. We'll get it yet. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege today to rise and call on to support petitioners from my riding, calling on the government to work with the province of BC, coastal First Nations, and the fish farm industry to develop a strategy to transition open net pen salmon farms out of BC waters by 2025, which would include the following measures: legislation like my bill C-257, which are aimed at immediately stopping the transfer of PRV infected smolts into open net pen fish farms, also completing the transition of open net fish farms to closed containment by 2025, and dedicated funding and financing for training of fish farm workers, transitioning workers out of the aquaculture industry in regions that have no land-based closed containment, and also support for remote First Nations communities currently dependent on revenues from the fish farm industry. So they're calling on the government to legislate the removal of open net fish farms by BC waters by 2025 to help protect wild Pacific salmon.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition this morning from petitioners who are concerned with federal dollars being spent in the purchase and then expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, also known as the Kinder Morgan Pipeline. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to halt plans to continue to support the expansion, particularly in spending upwards of $12 billion on expanding the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux d'études on the status update on COVID-19 vaccines in the name of Mr. O'Toole.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 32 minutes. Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Ms. Rempel-Garner, moves that given that a vaccine represents an opportunity to turn the corner of the COVID-19 pandemic and that the successful deployment of a vaccine is essential to the health, safety and economic security of every Canadian, the House call upon the government to table electronically, pursuant to Standing Order 32-1, by Wednesday, December 16, 2020, a status update on la façon dont chaque type
on how each type of vaccine will be safely delivered to Canada, stored and distributed to Canadians. B, the dates on which each vaccine type will first be deployed in Canada and the rate of vaccinations anticipated by month.
Guidance with respect to the deployment of the vaccine by priority groups such as frontline health workers and seniors, and D, the plan for distribution of the vaccine to Indigenous communities, members of Canadian Armed Forces and veterans.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be dividing my time with the very passionate and capable Member of Parliament from Calgary, Nose Hill, who's been helping make sure Canada gets a better response throughout this pandemic. Madam Speaker, after 11 months, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Through painstaking work and collaboration, Western pharmaceutical companies have managed to produce safe and effective vaccines in record time. Access to vaccines will help jumpstart our economy and will ensure that Main Street can finally start breathing a sign of relief. We'll round the corner of COVID-19, Madam Speaker, after a very difficult year. Plusieurs pays voient enfin.
Several countries are finally seeing the end of the tunnel, light at the end of the tunnel. A vaccine has been developed in record time. Many have prepared a vaccination plan.
Of 100 million people vaccinated by the end of February, and its entire population vaccinated by June. The United Kingdom is starting vaccinations next week, and France is rolling out a national vaccine plan to vaccinate the country by June. But Canada is nowhere to be seen. Just this past week, the Prime Minister and two of his senior ministers were proud to announce vaccine deployment dates. The problem? They were each confidently talking about different dates. These mixed signals, Madam Speaker, from the very top of the federal government have real-world implications, both for the rollout of the vaccine and for the well-being of Canadians. Let me be clear. We know the end game. While our neighbours to the south will be revving up their economy again, Canadians will be told to remain in lockdown or limited economies. While restaurants across Europe spring back to life, Canadian business owners will be told to wait and get on the CERB or bust. And while seniors in the United Kingdom will be free to see their grandchildren again, Canadian families will be forced to continue to see loved ones on FaceTime, by Zoom, or through Windows. The government has set September as a possible vaccination objective. Think about that, Madam Speaker. 10 months. 10 more months of business closures or limitations, rising mental health issues, domestic violence, drug abuse. We all have learned the tragic costs of a shuttered economy. All Canadians want their lives back, Madam Speaker. Alors que des pays...
While entire countries will be getting out of lockdown, Canadians will be looking at them with incomprehension. Why are we lagging behind? There's uncertainty in Canada. Our economy will continue to suffer, whereas our neighbors will be going on strong. And particularly, Canadians will have to continue assisting their families in hospitals and continue fearing for their health. This is seriously unfair, Madam Speaker.
Why are we so late? What happened? Simply put, this government dithered. After all we know about communist China, after our intelligence officials exposed the lies we were fed about false COVID numbers, after seeing the PPE market cornered in a concerted Chinese state-led effort, our Liberal government still decided to partner with China on developing a vaccine. This despite the fact they were imprisoning our citizens and attacking our exports. In the spring, when journalists and opposition MPs challenged the Liberals on China's data, they accused us of spreading misinformation. All of our issues were factual and all have been confirmed. It's this government's incompetence that is alarming, Madam Speaker. As was to be expected, Chinese officials likely benefited from early Canadian advances in vaccine research. And when the time came to ship samples to Canada, China broke off relations. After months of this government putting all of our eggs in the China basket, the government was left out to dry. And even then, after the catastrophe, the government still took its time. When their joint venture with China fell apart, they were already too late to get rapid access to vaccines.
This government has been naive, and all Canadians are today paying the price. The Prime Minister insisted on working with China, whereas we all know that that country does not want anything good for us. The result is that you and your families will not have a vaccine until 10 months have gone by. Without vaccines, businesses will not have the confidence to reinvest in the economy. And the border with the United States may remain closed because of the incompetence of the Liberals.
Itself delayed, behind most of our G7 and G20 countries, behind countries with a total population of 2.7 billion people. Will all of these people receive vaccines before Canadians do? We don't know because of this government's secrecy, lack of clarity, and incompetence. In the G20, Canada seems to be the only country not to be putting out a detailed plan on vaccine distribution. Without a concrete timeline for vaccines, businesses won't have the confidence to reinvest in their operation, to rehire Canadians that were laid off over the last 11 months. Without a concrete timeline for vaccines, businesses are left out to dry. Provinces have the impossible task of establishing complex supply chains with no lead time, no details, and no delivery dates. The Canadian Armed Forces is told to stand ready, and as we see today, they say to the government, we need details. The same details, Madam Speaker, we've been asking for months. The military should not be used as photo op props. They should be used for what they do well. Give them the details and let them execute. Simply put, Canada still has no plan for receiving, storing, and distributing a vaccine. And without a plan for vaccines, Madam Speaker, there is no plan for the economy. This is why today the Conservative opposition is putting forward a motion that Canadians deserve. Clarity, certainty, and competence that we're pushing for on a vaccine plan. Notre parti présent une
Our party is tabling a motion which will be requesting clarity and a plan from this government. It is time to protect Canadians.
the health and safety of Canadians first and start sharing when each type of vaccine will be safely delivered to Canada, how each vaccine will be stored, the plans for distribution. We're not just asking for this. The Canadian Armed Forces, General Vance is asking for this. The provinces are asking for this. Why the secrecy? Canadians also deserve to know the date on which each vaccine type will first be deployed in Canada and the rate the government expects vaccines and vaccinations to be done by. How many per month? Every other country in the G20, Madam Speaker, is releasing this information. Why not the Liberal government? And as for a plan, provinces and health partners across this country need to know any intended federal guidance in terms of prioritization of groups, frontline health workers, the military, our vulnerable seniors, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister talks about these things in press conferences, but refuses to detail a plan amidst the worst health crisis in over a century. Canadians deserve to come into Christmas knowing there's a plan to provide them with certainty. Families are struggling. They want their lives back. The government also needs to indicate the plan for Indigenous communities, many of them remote, Canadian Armed Forces families, at home and abroad, veterans, 3 areas of exclusive federal health responsibility. They deserve a plan too. This motion is common sense and it's presented in good faith. This detail is being asked for by the military, so we're asking the government to table it before Christmas. Before Christmas. Let's show that this country will be ready. We may be late and later than some countries, and when it gets here, let's show them we're more ready. I hope the government can finally step up after being late on the border, late on rapid tests, now late with vaccine deliveries, at least have a plan to show Canadians that 2021 will be a better year for our country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the motion today. And on the one hand, I'm really pleased to see that the opposition seems to believe in vaccines and seems to care about the health and safety of Canadians. And certainly on this side of the House, the health and safety of Canadians is our top priority, which is why we trust the world-class global regulators that we have here in Health Canada to ensure a vaccine is safe for Canadians. And so I'm just wondering what the Leader of the Opposition is doing when members of his own caucus are supporting conspiracy theories and suggesting that a vaccine is unsafe, and I believe using the word human experiment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for the question. You know, it should trouble Canadians that when the opposition asks some reasonable questions, whether it's with respect to spending during the WE scandal, rapid test deployment, why Canada's always late behind every other country in the world, rather than answer those reasonable questions, Madam Speaker, even ministers of the Crown engage in, quite frankly, ridiculous smokescreen tactics. Yeah. Rather than say, what date will we have the Pfizer vaccine? Do we have enough freezer capacity to store that vaccine? I think I'd rather see a plan, Madam Speaker. So I challenge her. A lot of Canadians have concern about the 5 months wasted with China. She has a seat at the cabinet table. Push for better. We want real action, not political games. The minister can do better than that.
Questions and comments? The member for Beauport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, recently, the Quebec government complained about lack of information from Ottawa, particularly when it comes to possibilities of receiving extra doses than what was promised for 2021. The Quebec province and other provinces will be the ones distributing the vaccine. So I would like to hear what my colleague will say considering the concerns of Canadian provinces?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. That's a good question. Who will be distributing the vaccine? That question was asked 3 months ago, Madam Speaker, and that is why we proposed this motion today. Quebecers deserve a plan. The same thing for all provinces, Madam Speaker. Canadians deserve better. After 11 months, with a government that was there at every stage, with the border, with the emergency programs, with rapid testing, and now with the vaccine, Madam Speaker. In the midst of a pandemic, Canadians need information, certainty. Why is it a secret to know the date of the vaccine, Madam Speaker? Provinces, including the National Assembly of Quebec, deserve an answer, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians need certainty on how we're getting out of the COVID-19 crisis, and we haven't received that certainty from the government. We've received scandal, the We Charity scandal. We've received political games, obfuscation, and frankly, panic from this government. So the Leader of the Opposition has been advocating for 3 things. He's been advocating for better information, for rapid testing and vaccines. Could he tell the Canadian public about his plan to deliver certainty for Canadians?
Brief answer from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill for her tireless efforts. In fact, we've heard from stakeholders, we've heard from private sector thanking us for pushing this government for a faster response. She's been a key part of those efforts. We're tired of Canada being late. We're a G7 leading bioscience country, Madam Speaker. Why did this Prime Minister partner with China after being told for several years that CanSino was actually a national security risk? So, as the member knows, tests, vaccines are tools, so is information. So our goal with this motion today, give Canadians the certainty of information before Christmas so that we have a better and successful year with vaccines in 2021.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has ably outlined the necessity of this motion in terms of what it means to deliver a plan for Canadians, for us to see a way out of the COVID-19 crisis. What I want to do with my time is talk for a minute about why it's so important to support this motion. The Leader has outlined, the Opposition has outlined the gaps in the government's response, the panic that we've seen in the government, and the need for certainty. He's done a wonderful job of that. But I need to explain to members of the government what's happening. There's a story today that came out. There's a quote from a man named Doug Manuel, and he is a physician epidemiologist at the Ottawa Hospital. Here in Ottawa, we're actually seeing lower numbers of COVID-19, and credit to public health officials and to people. But Doug Manuel says that this is because of the high number of government employees who can afford to work from home. And what I worry about is that here in Ottawa, there are a lot of people making decisions and a lot of people who are scrambling around who might not feel the urgency that's being felt in other parts of this country. Because there are millions of Canadians right now who had stable income, who had businesses, who had hope 11 months ago, who do not have that hope now. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with public sector employees. I thank them for their work. But the reality is that there are people suffering. So when the Prime Minister comes out of his cottage and says businesses will be better off with extended lockdowns, that is a comment from somebody who is so privileged that he can't understand the stress that millions of Canadians have been going through this year because of the lockdowns, because of the lack of certainty, because of the flailing that we've seen from this government. And this is why this motion is in front of the House today. It is compelling the government in good faith to give Canadians a way out, to give them a plan, to give them certainty. I asked Canadians about a week ago to send me stories of their experience. This is one stack. Hundreds, thousands of stories have poured into my office. And I want to read one email. I returned to my full-time job from maternity leave at the end of March, during a time when I had no access to consistent childcare and had 3 children at home, 2 requiring online schooling. My family struggled until our childcare reopened. Life has not stopped because of COVID-19, and all of the challenges that families usually face have only become more difficult to juggle. In addition to raising 3 children and working a demanding full-time job remotely from home and navigating the never-ending shifting messages and restrictions and reopenings and closings that came between spring and fall this year, I also got the additional hit of having to navigate a legal custody battle in a confusing virtual setting with through all the checks and the balances of the old system out the window, which have led to a massive increase in my stress and anxiety for my family. I can say with certainty that my health and well-being and that of my family has been impacted by government lockdowns. And here's a quick summary of how we've been affected. She continues. Loss of childcare, loss of income from companies making staff forced to take pay cuts due to the energy sector downturn and COVID, massive increase in anxiety related to school reopening, guidelines changing literally by the day, causing stress and anxiety for my children, loss of charter rights, freedom of association, limits placed on visitors in our own homes, loss of freedom of peaceable assembly, limits placed on gathering, freedom of mobility, loss of travel plans, and cancellation of much-needed trips and meetings, increase in stress and anxiety, inability to see friends and family who need my help and are isolated due to travel restrictions, loss of ability to participate in our faith community. This is what's actually happening. This is what's at stake here. Not to mention the fact that we've seen thousands of Canadians die from COVID. We're seeing dire situations in our nursing homes. Like, that's what's at stake here when the government can't tell us basic information about how we're moving forward. But then, at the same time, when these Canadians are writing to my office, they're seeing the United States deliver their vaccines. People are going to be getting the vaccine in New York State within hours, days. In the United Kingdom, they've been deploying it today, right? Where's our plan? This government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars, has shuttered Parliament, has abrogated our democratic institutions, all under the guise of stopping the spread of COVID, but they haven't stopped the spread of COVID. It's worse than it was when we started. We can't stay on this course. We can't. Person after person has written to me with medical conditions that they haven't been able to get treatment before because of lockdown, because of, people have written to me with severe mental health issues. Like, people are desperate. Like, we sit in here fiddling while Rome burns. The fiscal economic statement, the quasi-budget that the government put forward last week, it had no plan. It was a bunch of guesswork and just, we're going to spend our way out of a virus. We need to have a plan on things like basic public health information for the public, rapid testing, and vaccines. And that's why this motion is here in front of the House today. Why does it take the opposition party to push the government to do what's right? Frankly, I think it's an issue of competence at this point in time. The flailing that we've seen from the health minister on masks, on closing the border, on, it doesn't transmit person to person, then maybe it does. Oh, but we shut down our early warning system for the pandemic, but don't worry, we've got the data. Oh, but we're not sure if it's 3-ply or 2-ply masks, or come on, enough. People can't get their kids to school. They can't access mental health support. They're separated from their families. You know what? I sit here in a position of privilege, pushing for these things. I haven't seen my kids in over 6 months. Do you know what that's like? Do you know what it's like to go home to an empty condo every day, knowing that you can't see your kids? And I sit in a position of privilege. I've got a paycheck. I want to know these things. On behalf of millions of Canadians, when can I see my mother-in-law who has stage 4 breast cancer? Come on! And my story is not unique. I'm privileged. You know, this government, like when they stand up and they're like, maybe it's September, maybe it's January. Oh, and the government opposition's playing games. They're playing games. Enough. Come on. All we're asking for today is some basic information.
Yep.
When can we possibly hope to receive this vaccine? How many days between receipt? Is it going to be deployed into the provinces? How are the provinces going? What is the federal government doing to deploy it? And you know, this government needs to be held to account. They have failed. They have failed. So, this motion today is very simple. It compels the government to give Canadians a plan with clear direction before Christmas. Given that countries around the world have already done what's in here, they've been working on this for months. This is not asking for something that's unreasonable. This is asking for something that is vital to the lives of every single Canadian. Millions from coast to coast, across party lines. They've got to get it together, and we're going to make it happen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can say that all members in this House share the concern, share the desire for certainty, and hear from our constituents on how they are suffering every single day. And it is why, when she talks about the fall economic statement and we haven't done anything, I question myself because we've sent billions of dollars in direct support to individuals and businesses to bridge them through the worst health crisis in over a century. But when it comes to vaccines, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the honourable member if she believes in science and she believes that we should allow our public servants, who she commented on and said she supported, to do the vital work to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
For people who are watching this today, and I know there are thousands on my live feed right now, what you just heard was an answer from the Minister of the Crown. So this is somebody that the government, the Prime Minister has tasked to come up with the plan to get people who are listening out of this. You didn't hear anything from her on information on when that vaccine is coming out. You didn't hear, all you heard was no plan, right? At all. It has taken our party, the Conservative Party, to push them on the need for vaccines, on rapid tests. Every step of the way, the only thing that the government has done is because of the action of the people on this side of the House. The people on this side of the House are on the side of Canadians across opposition party, NDP, Bloc, Conservatives.
Absolutely.
This is what you see, Madam Speaker. It's that political gamesmanship at a time when we need leadership, and we won't stand for it.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver-Kingsway.
And say it's a real privilege to work with her on the Health Committee. I'd like to ask her opinion on where Canada sits in relation to other countries. I mean, we know that Brazil has released its contract with AstraZeneca pretty much totally unredacted. We know that Australia has published a 12-page detailed plan laying out how they plan to vaccinate. We see the United States established November 15th as a vaccine readiness day, and they've received Pfizer vaccinations pending FDA approval where Canada has refused. And of course, we've seen many countries of the world who negotiated the right to produce vaccines in their country, accelerating receipt of vaccinations by their population, as the Prime Minister even acknowledged last week. And of course, Canada did not negotiate that right. Where would she place Canada in terms of our global allies, in terms of our response to preparing for vaccinating Canadians against COVID?
Our member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I think what should encourage Canadians is the fact that opposition parties are working together to push the government for a response. I want to take this moment in the House to put partisanship aside and thank my colleague. He has been excellent to work with on the Health Committee. He is pushing for the same answers because this shouldn't be a partisan issue. With regard to his question, and he sees it in the Health Committee, we've seen it every day. This government has provided Canadians at a time when they need stability and certainty, chaos and incompetence. If the government is so confident in their plans, Madam Speaker, then they should be able to comply with this simple motion.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis.
The honourable member for l'Avignon, la Métis, Matane Matapédia. A brief question. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The government has already announced that it will be giving the vaccine to priority groups first. Seniors, Indigenous people, first-line workers, and so on. Dr. Tam has already said that that may be too many people for the amount of vaccines we will have. So, I wonder what my colleague thinks about the list of priority groups receiving the vaccine.
No,
The reality is we don't know who's getting the vaccines and in what order. The government talks about some interim guidelines, but given that other countries are already deploying the vaccine, why don't we have more detail? As little as a week ago, provincial governments were decrying the lack of direction or certainty from the federal government, and provinces like Quebec should have that information. They should have a clear partner with the federal government, but what we've seen is ministers of the Crown basically guessing on national television, like vaccine distribution date bingo. And that's not how we should be deploying a vaccine. That's not how we should be choosing who gets it in what order. And that's why this motion needs to pass.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today to speak to the Government of Canada's work to ensure that Canadians have timely access to a safe and effective vaccine for COVID-19. There are now more than 200 COVID-19 candidate vaccines in various stages of development around the world, with dozens in different stages and phases of clinical trials. Cette semaine, le vaccin de l'entreprise Pfizer.
This week, the Pfizer vaccine became the first one to be approved in the UK. Several other manufacturers will be shortly submitting their final data to regulatory agencies in Canada, the US, the UK, and the European Union.
Now, we expect vaccines to become available in Canada in early 2021. And after a long and very difficult year, this is welcome news and news that we've been preparing for many months. Canada's vaccination programs and regulatory approval systems are amongst the best in the world. We have well-established systems to deliver vaccines to Canadians, and we have a long history of delivering vaccines for diseases like influenza, measles, and polio. We will benefit from this experience, as well as the infrastructure that we have built up over many decades. Over the past several months, there has been a lot going on behind the scenes to ensure that Canada is well positioned to obtain and deliver a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine to Canadians in 2021. From the earliest days of the pandemic, we knew that we had to start to lay the groundwork for success. So we acted quickly to put the mechanisms in place to ensure that when a vaccine is ready, Canada is ready. Now, one of those mechanisms is procurement. Compte tenu des recommandations de groupe de travail.
Given the recommendations of the working group on the COVID-19 vaccine, Canada has already signed agreements with 7 different manufacturers in order to receive vaccine doses. We do not yet know which vaccine will be the most effective in preventing transmission of the disease. And that is why we have pre-ordered the most promising candidate vaccines, with the option to increase the number of ordered doses in order to have enough for the entire population.
The government has committed $220 million to the COVAX facility. And I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of International Development, for that work. The COVAX facility and its advanced market commitment is designed to guarantee rapid, fair, and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines for every country in the world to slow the pandemic.
This agreement includes the option of acquiring doses for 20% of Canadians and a commitment to invest $220 million
to provide vaccines to countries that are developing. With these purchase agreements in place, the next step is to ensure that the new vaccines are safe and effective. Vaccine development is highly complex and it's a long process. Now, in normal times, it can take years to carry out extensive research needed to produce safe and effective product. But these are not normal times, and we're fighting a pandemic, and human lives are hanging in the balance. The clock is ticking, and scientists and researchers have leapt to the challenge. They've been working all around the world to accelerate development of a vaccine. And this includes collaborating and taking advantage of the latest innovations. Santé Canada est l'organisme de
Health Canada is the Canadian regulatory agency that will be reviewing new vaccines in order to ensure that they are safe and effective. These reviews generally take place after the end of all clinical trials, once all results have been communicated.
Of COVID-19, we recognize the need for flexibility early to expedite this process without compromising safety, quality, and efficacy. And that's why this fall I signed an interim order to import, sell, and advertise drugs during COVID-19. This interim order allows us to accept rolling submissions for drugs and vaccines, and this means that manufacturers can submit data as it becomes available. Once an authorized vaccine is in use, Canada continues to monitor its safety through post-market surveillance, and this system allows public health authorities to respond quickly to changing trends or unusual adverse events. So far, Health Canada has received submissions for authorizations of vaccine for COVID-19 from 4 companies: AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Moderna, and most recently Janssen. As these submissions are carefully reviewed, we are preparing for a successful rollout and distribution of the vaccine to Canadians. And this will be an ambitious and complex program. Vaccines are typically sent directly from the manufacturer to provinces and territories. However, with certain COVID-19 vaccines, a different approach is required. And due to their novel nature, they will have different sets of logistical considerations. For example, ultra-low temperature vaccines need to be kept at very cold temperatures, up to -80 degrees Celsius. And these will need to be delivered directly from the manufacturer to the point of use, and transport will be controlled by the manufacturer. Other frozen vaccines will be transported by a federally contracted logistics service provider from the manufacturer to the point of delivery, as identified by the provinces and territories. And of course, this requires deep collaboration with provinces and territories, and the Government of Canada is working closely with all of them, as well as other public health partners, to ensure the process is timely, fair, and well coordinated. Comme je l'ai mentionné plus tôt,
as I mentioned earlier, we expect the vaccine to become available at the beginning of 2021. Initial vaccine stocks will be limited, and only 3 million Canadians will be able to access them. Since the number of vaccine doses will be initially limited, we will need to make strategic decisions about who will be first to be vaccinated.
Most vulnerable amongst us. And that's why the Government of Canada is working with external advisors to identify the high priority groups who will benefit most from being vaccinated. Now, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization is a standing body, an external advisory body that provides the Public Health Agency of Canada with independent, ongoing, and timely medical, scientific, and public health advice in response to questions from the agency relating to immunization. On November 3rd, the committee released its preliminary guidance on key populations for early COVID-19 vaccination and outlined a targeted vaccination program. The committee identified several key populations, including those who are at high risk of severe illness and death from COVID-19, such as the elderly and others with high-risk conditions, those who are most likely to transmit COVID-19 to those at high risk of severe illness and death from COVID-19, and workers essential to maintaining the COVID-19 response, such as healthcare workers and caregivers in long-term care facilities, and people whose living or working conditions put them at an elevated risk of infection or where infection could have disproportionate consequences, including Indigenous communities. Ces recommandations aideront.
These recommendations will help the provincial, territorial, and federal people responsible how to deliver the vaccines. We will need to collaborate with Indigenous organizations in order to determine how to deliver vaccines in Indigenous communities in respect.
Will be limited. I want to be clear that there will ultimately be enough vaccine for every Canadian who wishes to be vaccinated. We do, however, in our country, as geographically large as ours, will face some logistical challenges. The need for ultra-cold storage, reaching remote communities, and coordinating between levels of government, to name a few. Face à de tels défis, personne n'est plus.
Nobody is more experienced in reacting quickly than the Canadian Armed Forces. From the beginning of the pandemic, the Canadian Armed Forces have been fully cooperating with the government's intervention.
Was named Vice President of Logistics and Operations at the Public Health Agency of Canada, and he is overseeing logistical planning. And he joins the 27 Canadian Armed Forces personnel that are already seconded to the agency, including logistics, experts, operational planners, pharmacists, healthcare administrators, engineers, and information technology experts. And we thank the Canadian Armed Forces for their assistance and their expertise. In addition, the Public Health Agency is also taking action to prepare for the rollout of the vaccine. The stockpile has sites all across the country and has already started sharing necessary supplies with provinces and territories. This includes millions of needles, syringes, alcohol swabs, as well as freezers for vaccine storage. It's important to note that each provincial and territorial government is responsible for deciding how to deploy COVID-19 vaccines within their jurisdiction, as well as who will get vaccinated first. The Government of Canada is working closely with provincial and territorial and First Nations, Inuit and Métis partners to help them get ready. This includes making sure they have the necessary supplies and equipment, as vaccines need to be managed safely and securely while ensuring rapid and efficient delivery. I know Canadians are encouraged by the progress that we've made. Vaccines are on the horizon, and they're almost within reach. We are about to embark on a future that is safer, healthier, and indeed more secure for all of us. Dans l'intervalle, nous ne pouvons pas baisser.
We need to remain vigilant. We need to continue our efforts. We need to continue to wash our hands, respect physical distancing, and wear a mask. This is even more important now because the cold is making us stay inside and the holidays are fast approaching.
For a vaccine to be ready. We need to support our seniors. We need to support our neighbors with high-risk conditions. We owe it to our healthcare providers and our essential workers. They are counting on us to protect them. I know people have been trying really hard. We need to keep trying for the next several months. The government is taking every step necessary to authorize safe and effective vaccines quickly and to distribute them to everyone who wants them. We will be ready. But until then, we have to stay focused and steadfast in our public health measures because together we will see a brighter future, one where everyone is protected from COVID-19. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for
questions and comments.
Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A failure to plan is a plan to fail, and time is of the essence. The Minister has clearly stated that the logistics, distribution, storage, approval of this vaccine is highly complicated, and the speed and effectiveness of Canada's plan will be measured in deaths prevented and livelihoods saved. So the question, Madam Speaker, is, will the Minister share with all Canadians as quickly as possible by next week the national COVID vaccine distribution plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, we've been working with provinces and territories since May to ensure that they are well situated to deliver on vaccinating Canadians. And I'd like to remind the member opposite that in fact provinces and territories are not new to this work. What's new and complicated is the distribution of these ultra-cold temperature Track 1 vaccines. But having said that, Madam Speaker, we have been transparent with Canadians. Each week we're providing a tech briefing to the media so that we can get that information out to Canadians. In fact, today at noon there will be more information from Dr. New and General Fortin. These, I think, are going to be an update on the work that's been happening with provinces and territories to ensure that they are ready to embark on this immunization program.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Yes. I would like to thank the Minister of Health for her speech. We can understand that the vaccine will arrive gradually and certain groups will be targeted to receive the vaccine first, for example, the elderly. But let's say that we have lots of vaccines available, for example, January 15th. What is the system's capacity? How many people could be vaccinated per week or per month as soon as we have all the vaccines that we need?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the question, and I thank the member for his interest in obviously the province's work to plan how to vaccinate Canadians. Because in fact, as I mentioned in my remarks, it won't be the Government of Canada vaccinating Canadians, except for the populations, federal populations that we have responsibility for. But it will be provinces and territories that will be doing the vaccination. And that is the plan that they are working out right now. And of course, the federal government is there to support them in the logistics of getting the vaccine to the deployment sites, making sure that the vaccine is stored in a way that can retain its integrity, making sure that the provinces and territories have the supplies they need, like the syringes and the swabs and the other medical equipment that will be necessary. And that is the work that has been ongoing since May.
Comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Health Minister for her remarks. Given that Canada has the lawful authority to receive promising vaccines on Canadian soil pending Health Canada approval, and we've seen in the United States that they've done exactly that. The U.S. has received Pfizer vaccines even though the FDA has not yet approved it. Can the Minister explain why Canada has not taken possession of promising vaccines like the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine on Canadian soil pending Health Canada approval as the law allows, and in light of the fact that that would easily speed up the delivery of vaccination if and once those vaccines are approved? Why is that?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much. And the member opposite is right. The interim order does allow, if possible, early placement of vaccines that have not been approved by Health Canada. Usually vaccines or any other medical product that is not approved by Health Canada is stopped from entry into Canada. But in this case, companies can apply for an exemption to that rule and place it early. I want to thank the Minister of Procurement for doing the incredible yeoman's work of ensuring that we have such a diverse portfolio and such good relationships on top of that with the manufacturers of 7 promising candidates, including Pfizer, including Moderna, including AstraZeneca and Janssen, and all of the others that are in the queue. And what's really promising is that 4 of those companies have applied for regulatory approval. In fact, we were one of the first countries to receive all 4 to apply to Canada. It's an indication of just how positive that relationship is between the Minister, our government, and these manufacturing companies.
Comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the Minister is this. Given the economic ravage that the travel, tourism and hospitality industry has faced as a result of the border closures and the economic shutdown globally, and given the fact that countries who would have people getting vaccinated like the UK and the United States, those people who receive an approved vaccine, that Canada would be in the approach of getting that vaccine as well. My question to the Minister is this. If somebody has been vaccinated in the UK or the US or another country and that vaccine is approved in Canada, what will her response be at the Cabinet table in encouraging people to be able to travel across the border safely and get our economy back on track for those, especially in the travel, tourism and hospitality industry?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Of course, vaccines are not 100% certain as of yet. In fact, we're talking about a 90, potentially 95% effectiveness rate. Obviously, at the border, Canadians expect us to do our absolute best to protect importation of the virus. That's why the study with Alberta is so important in terms of looking at importation of cases, looking at how long a quarantine has to be, whether we can shorten the length of quarantine and combine it with tests. And that evidence is gathering, not just from the Alberta study, but also the study on the West Coast, but and on the East Coast with McMaster University. Madam Speaker, this is something all countries around the world are trying to figure out, and I know that we're working with our international community as well to understand the implication of vaccines and whether that might add another tool at the border to protect from importation.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to recognize that the Minister, Prime Minister often talk about the portfolio of vaccines and why that is so important in terms of ensuring that Canadians are going to be covered when the time is right, that we're not just dependent on one vaccine. If she can just kind of expand why that's so important for us.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an incredibly important question, and the shorter answer is because we're not sure, especially in the early days when we were purchasing these vaccines, which ones would be successful. In fact, on top of that, we don't know if a particular vaccine is going to be indicated for use in a particular population. And so early on, we knew that we would need guidance as a federal government to place our bets, if you will, on promising vaccines. And that's why we struck the Vaccine Task Force. This is comprised of experts in virology, experts in pharmaceutical companies, experts in vaccine development, and they have ably advised us in terms of the diversity of our portfolio, which situates Canada in a very ideal spot.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find this debate when we talk about vaccines as if they're sort of off the shelf and we've been late getting them. And I go and look at science journals and realize that we still don't have a vaccine for SARS. This is complicated stuff. Certainly, we wouldn't have been able to predict that one vaccine in the pipeline would need minus 70 degrees refrigeration. I just wonder if, in response to opposition parties' demands, and I certainly support that we get as much information out to Canadians as fast as possible, I object to politicizing this. Is the Government of Canada still considering at all the use of the Emergencies Act, which I think would deal with the expectations of people who want to know why we're not coordinating better, why we're not moving faster? In a federation like Canada, would we move faster if the government went to the Emergencies Act as a way of moving forward?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to the member opposite for acknowledging that vaccine technology is complicated and that Canadians expect that whatever we approve here in Canada, that whatever we distribute here in Canada will go through the utmost rigor in assessing for its safety and its effectiveness. And I also want to thank the member opposite for acknowledging that, in fact, this is a novel technology, these ultra-cold vaccines. So it's especially new, and it's especially important that we understand its safety and its effectiveness. In the terms of the Emergencies Act to distribute vaccines in that context, I don't think that we at this point need to use the Emergencies Act. We're having incredible collaboration with provinces and territories. In fact, I reject the opposition's assertion that we haven't been talking to the provinces and territories. Just this week, we conducted a tabletop exercise with provinces and territories to go through a dry run of what the delivery would look like and assess any kinds of complications. In provinces and territories at all levels, technical tables, medical tables, political tables, have been meeting to talk about vaccine deployment for months, and we're very thrilled that we're as far along as we are. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois will be voting in favour of the motion tabled by the Leader of the Official Opposition because we believe that accountability is necessary. We believe that Quebec and the provinces that will have to deploy and manage vaccines need more specific information. The minister cannot claim that all this information is already clear because the people responsible for this in Quebec are complaining on a daily basis about the lack of information. The government has a tendency towards denial. When we ask questions of the government regarding health transfers, the Prime Minister seems to refuse to respond. He says that he's helping the provinces, but that's not what the provinces are saying. The provinces, civil societies, the National Assembly of Quebec, here in this parliament yesterday, everyone is saying that health transfers are an important issue, but the Prime Minister continues to say that everything is going well, but there is no constructive work. When we talk about the French language in federal institutions, he stands and claims that he loves the French language, but in fact, his behavior shows that he refuses to support the French language. And now that we're talking about the vaccine, there's always an explanation which doesn't make sense. And people should be able to decide whether or not the response is good enough. The media should be able to decide. The official opposition or the bloc should be able to ask such questions as well, because it is what we are supposed to do. We hear stakeholders, people who will have to deploy these vaccines, tell us that they don't have the necessary information. Before publicly improving a situation and saying we'll do better, there should be a certain admission from the government. They should say, yes, we wanted to have it at the same time as everyone else. We were unable to do so. This is why we were not able to have it at the same time as everyone else, but here is what we are going to do to get it as quickly as possible. There is something important in this admission, because this is not simple partisanship. This is a process that will bring us out of an unprecedented health crisis, which is taking lives daily and which is affecting thousands of people on a daily basis. We can't take such an issue lightly. So, starting by admitting faults is a start. I believe that the populations of Quebec and Canada would not react poorly to this. They'll say, well, that's unfortunate. You could have done better, but what will you do now? They'd be reacting better than they will react when, in the coming days, they will see people in the UK and in the US, and shortly after that in Germany and in India, when Canadians and Quebecers will see people elsewhere receiving vaccines, when they will hear on a daily basis the number of cases, what you won't be able to do for Christmas, and the number of deaths. The government will not be able to talk about their success. We will be able to see that it was an obvious failure, and they could have admitted to this failure much sooner. The longer that this is dragged out, if it is dragged out until the end of next week, well, there won't be any accountability to the end until the end of January. We need to hope that they hope that the wrongdoings will not be noticed. And so, in Quebec, we're talking between 1,000 and 1,500 new cases a day and multiple losses of life. We need to admit fault in order to do better. Madam Speaker, perhaps the government is negotiating without saying it publicly. It might be negotiating with vaccine manufacturers in order to decrease these delays.
That is what has to be done. We are not being told. But something surprising was said. They don't want to say how much was paid for the vaccines we've purchased so far, because this could compromise our negotiations towards purchasing others. This is disturbing. Why not say how much we paid? How could this undermine future negotiations? Unless we pay too much. If indeed we paid too much because we had no negotiating power, certainly the future supplier would say, you paid this to X, so you should pay the same thing. So this could be a negotiation parameter that may undermine the government's negotiations. Things like this are things we may not know. There are a number of actions that the government could take. not to control the result, absolutely, because everyone throughout the world was expecting, but rather to improve the probability of the expected result. And we do not know exactly what was done. Of course, it is our obligation to fill the voids and to answer questions being asked, and journalists are obliged to do the same thing. The government had options. The government had the option to manufacture vaccines at home. There are other variables, yes, but that option was there. We understand that they wanted to set up a research center, and that production center had to be improved. It would have cost $40 million, and deadlines have gone by, and we wouldn't have it in summer. So a center for producing such vaccines require new technologies, and this takes us to July. Would the government have been able to start sooner, manage these manufacturing factories otherwise? Accreditation of licenses. These are things that we negotiate with those who own the licenses, with intellectual property. We have the right to produce, reproduce, or copy a technology. It's true. This is what happens in industries and elsewhere. There are administrations in the world that were able to obtain licenses for their production capacity. Canada did not do that. If that had been done, it might have been able to speed up the process. They might have been able to produce 100 licenses. Well, we could say, well, that may be difficult. That was in the Emergency Act that was adopted in March, that expired at the end of September. And the government did not mind saying that is going to be extended. We will preserve the state's right to produce what we need to protect lives. And we would make other arrangements with those who have the intellectual property. It gave itself that right. Once it waived that right, that could be one factor. It could be one factor for many reasons, notably because it would give it negotiating power. When the government negotiated with various manufacturers, it could have said, listen, if we don't come up with an agreement that I agree, we would go ahead and produce a vaccine. That's a theory that we could anticipate. Well, we don't have answers for now, but our duty is to come up with those theories. If the government had told the various manufacturers, we shall do it, irrespective, the manufacturers may have given more information about the delivery dates, but the government did not use that lever. It waived its right end of September. It could have standardized its certification process with those of the countries where the vaccines are produced. I know that Canada has jurisdiction over some things when it comes to the safety of products on our territory. And this is a rather long process. Sometimes it's too long. In the present case, because we have an unprecedented emergency, could the government not say we can make an exception and standardize our certification process with what is done elsewhere, so that when it comes to authorization, at least we will be able to start at the same time as the others? None of these measures are a certainty whatsoever. None of these measures give us any absolute results, but each of these measures improve the probability of rapidly delivering the vaccine. And this is the responsibility, the fundamental responsibility of the state. So when the government talks about 400 million doses, we understand this is a purely political speech. We understand that the number of doses we shall receive that will start being placed during the first quarter of 2021, which appears to be insufficient to cover our base, which is those who are the most at risk of dying and those most at risk of spreading the disease. Maybe the current doses will not be able to cover all that. I assume that there may be other negotiations underway to speed up distribution and maybe obtain more doses. I also understand that pharmaceutical companies in Canada were not very favorable when it came to the idea that the government could start producing a vaccine produced by competitors. I understand that. But does that explain the delays in the treatment of Quebecers and Canadians when we are faced with a very deadly disease? I don't think so. But these businesses are saying we want to keep our installations for us because we also believe that we will successfully develop a vaccine. Is the government showing proof of complacency? That's a pertinent question. Has the government been complacent towards businesses in Quebec and Canada who did not want to provide their premises to be used for the production of competitors? Now we know that we could not have successfully done it because we did not even start the process. They claim that they did well. That doesn't hold anymore because people will see others being vaccinated and people here will not be vaccinated. Just like for health transfers, there's also a significant economic impact. The provinces and Quebec need a leeway to be able to contribute to their own economic recovery. Hundreds of millions, for example, in health transfers. This is what Quebec could use to invest in economic recovery. In this case, it's the workers. Tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of workers who may go back to the hotel industry, the restaurant industry, industries. Of course, this has an impact on teaching, mental health. It has an impact on many things which directly or indirectly affects the economy. Let's remember that each worker who is not working depends on the state. Each time we take an employee and allow him to go back to work, he becomes a tax income for the state. That is why what I referred to yesterday as a 4-point gain. This person moves from the expenditure side to the other side. But the 6-week, 8-week, or 12-week delay in obtaining the vaccine will create delays when it comes to people who return to work. And this is a consequence, even worse, because we have a government telling us that we are increasing expenditure. And this is just the beginning, because, of course, the budget for the distribution after the elections will be important. There's something irresponsible in the fact that the government is voluntarily ignoring economic problems. I think the Prime Minister is in denial, and I think this is harmful. As was the case for health transfers, everyone understood. The National Assembly of Quebec, all premiers throughout Canada, the Premier of Quebec, the Minister of Finance of Quebec, the civil society, even surveys have shown that even the public. And he continues saying that he's working hand in hand with other people, and people are looking at their hands and they don't see the collaboration. Denial. In the same way, when we talk about French, as I said a while ago, he declares the love his government has for French, something that we could dispute. I would rather see the head of the official opposition who has already voted against the implementation of the French language charter. And he's saying, I will change my mind. I like that. That is right. But someone who, to a certain extent, looks at us and says, I love you, but I take actions that are against love. There's denial of that. And then with the delays with the vaccine, this is also denial, and this is harmful to the health of Canadians. His answers are deplorable. Once again, like for health transfers, we need to keep the pressure on. This should not become exclusively a partisan game. But if the Parliament, if the other parliaments, if civil society puts enough pressure on the government, they will realize that this will hurt them. it would hurt its political position during an election. We all have the power to exercise pressure using clear arguments so that the Prime Minister and his government understand that they have to do better. They have to be accountable to the actions of their government. The Prime Minister has to come up with very clear actions to reduce the vaccine delivery deadlines. There should be predictability for patients, people afraid for their lives, families, those who want to go back to school, those who want to go back to work. They need to know what is coming, and they need to feel safe. So denial may be demonstrated later on. Madam Speaker, sincerely, there's an offer of collaboration, and I'm calling on the government to show proof of transparency, clarity, and compassion. In this context, after voting for the Conservative motion, in this context, we could all make progress towards resolving this crisis. Thank you. Questions and comments? Member for Chassé-Devi. I want to support our colleague, and the intention is to do right for Canadians and the importance of the need for a vaccine. I have a question, two questions for my colleague. He says that the Liberals are putting all their eggs in the same basket. My second question is, still with vaccines, he explained the impact between the fact that a worker who may not go to work because he's staying at home has an impact. What is the impact on public finances because there are delays with the vaccines? Of course, public finances are in a state of disaster because of the management of the government. The member for Belleuil-le-Chambly. To your first question, I will say it's normal that faced with a significant challenge, the government anticipates lots of solutions. It was not necessary to exclude the Chinese theory, but it was dangerous to give them a lot of credibility and power. The government will say, yes, we bought 400 million doses from 7 suppliers. I think that when he says that, he's hiding another stake or issue, and I would like us to get to the heart of the matter. I'm not making an accusation because I don't want to do that. Businesses in Canada, do they have a right to join the effort to fight against the pandemic because they wanted to be part of the race in finding the vaccine? And if they don't find the vaccine within a given time, the capacity for production and innovation in Canada, would that not have helped us overcome the crisis when it was time maybe to copy and produce a vaccine? I think that was a serious error made by the government. When it comes to expenditure, I think it's normal for the expenditures to have been important or huge. Most Western countries spent a lot, and in most cases, almost in all cases, it's the central banks that bought state bonds. It was like printing money without creating any harm because the competition between the various administrations remains balanced. But it doesn't mean we should spend just anyhow. Sometimes it's symbolic. I would like to see the Conservatives refund the wage subsidies, for example. And I hope the Green and the others will continue obtaining money that goes to businesses. Parliamentary Secretary for the government leader in the House.
Virtually from day one, the government has recognized the necessity of vaccination. In fact, you had experts, civil servants, and others engaged on the issue. And today, we have a very wide spectrum of ways in which we're going to be able to provide the vaccination, which is providing a great deal of hope for Canadians. Now, I was here during the summertime, Madam Speaker, and I'm trying to get an understanding out of the hundreds and hundreds of questions that I sat during the summer inside the chamber listening to opposition parties. I'm trying to recall when it is that they started to talk about the vaccination issue here on the floor of the House during the summertime. can the leader of the Bloc Party indicate when his party was first aware, in particular, when they started to talk about the issue of vaccination here on the floor of the House?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chamblay. I find it very interesting that my esteemed colleague says you should have watched out for us. You should have started with questions a lot faster. We knew that we were already on the field. Not asking the question because we thought, well, many people were talking about vaccines in March. That was not an exploit. The other problem is that it's not about $400 million or 7 different sources. The issue is when. How many days shall we go on counting days of people and people falling ill with COVID and people dying because of choices that were poor? And that's the essence of the Conservative Party motion. Questions and comments?
Comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the leader of the NDP called for the creation of a Crown Corporation that would produce vaccines and essential medications in Canada. And of course, I think all Canadians were greatly disappointed to see that the Prime Minister acknowledged in November that we don't have the capacity in this country to produce vaccines here in this country, leading us to be vulnerable to seeing other countries produce vaccines and drugs in their countries, accelerating access to the vaccines first for their citizens as opposed to Canadians. Does my honourable colleague agree that Canada should cure this defect and ensure that we have the domestic capacity to produce life-saving vaccines and essential medication here in Canada for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chamblay. I have nothing against the outcome. Making sure that on the Canadian territory, in Quebec, we be able to produce vaccines. Already, there are installations. The government has invested in other installations that would increase the vaccine production capacity. Should it be a Crown Corporation? I'm kind of not too sure about centralized institutions. The industry has developed a lot over the past decades. Right now, they are counting on innovations that come from independent laboratories and university institutions that are creating the innovation. And pharmaceutical industries now purchase rights and move on to production. And this requires that the states support them, not substitute them. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I have a question for him. I'm a Conservative, he is from the Bloc Québécois, but we have something in common. We are both from Quebec. And we have both seen the impact on the government of Quebec from COVID. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what does he think of the fact that the Prime Minister says that opposition parties are fear-mongering? What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chamblay. Well, Quebecers know that fear is a political tool that has been used against them many times. I could mention 2 or 3 very important dates in that regard. The best weapon that we have is information. If the government offers clear and concrete information, if the media does the same, then fear will no longer be an argument. It will be replaced by information and science, and that's how you get out of a crisis like this one. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was very surprised when I heard the parliamentary secretary say that we hadn't asked questions on vaccination when throughout the summer we kept asking questions about Medicago. The government didn't seem to want to support this company in the search for a vaccine. So I'd like to ask my colleague for a description of the advances made in the case of Medicago. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly, a bit more than a minute. It's very difficult for me to take that little time, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll just say that I've met with the people at Medicago. But in relation to the previous question, I would say that it's key to note how much innovation is being done. Entrepreneurs, researchers, people with an excellent educational pedigree and who go into research in order to offer products on the market. Medicago is an excellent example of that. Now, will Medicago come up with a vaccine during the crisis? Not necessarily, but they are trying to do that because they have done a great deal of work and they finally obtained funding. Their work deserves respect. It's ultimately becoming a remarkable example of Quebec's pharma industry. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by talking about the situation that we find ourselves in right now. On est dans un temps difficile, c'est tellement clair.
This is a difficult time. It's clear. People are worried, and it's understandable. We're in the middle of a raging pandemic where the Liberal government has totally missed the boat on creating a plan. And the fear here is caused by the fact that liberal and conservative governments have always made women pay the price. Cutting into services. That's what we've seen with both parties. And the other thing is that these two parties are both far too close to large companies, and in this case, pharma companies. Mr. Trudeau and the Liberals have given $1 billion in contracts to big pharma companies. But they didn't actually make sure that the vaccines needed to protect people from COVID-19 would actually be produced here in Canada. Because of these Liberals, people are going to have to wait longer to get a vaccine. And this is going to let more people get sick. And more people will die from COVID-19. In the UK and the US, vaccines will be available starting next week. But in Canada, the only confirmed information is that we will receive 6 million doses in March. That is only enough for 3 million Canadians. And that's not even enough to vaccinate everyone over 70. But in Canada, we have 4.5 million people who are over 70. And that's without even talking about people at higher risk, like frontline workers, essential workers, and Indigenous people. The government must ensure that Canada has the capacity to produce vaccines in Canada, as well as other essential drugs. This shows that Canada should not depend on other countries in emergencies. Because of this government's lack of preparation, Canadians will be forced to wait even longer to get a COVID-19 vaccine. In the past, conservative and liberal governments have privatized vaccine development centers and laboratories, which is preventing Canadians from accessing essential products. Despite decades in power, the Liberals did not restore this capacity to produce vaccines in Canada that had been taken away by the Conservatives.
Layout is the fact that this Liberal government has completely failed to lay out a plan. They do not have a plan to address the major question of this pandemic, which was to roll out the vaccines. Now, this government's going to talk about the fact that they've got the best access to vaccines, they got some of the best plans. They have not published their plan. Madam Speaker, Australia, country very similarly resourced, similar size, has the entire plan for their vaccine rollout on their website. And then the Liberals might say, well, we don't know which vaccine will be successful. Australia factored that in. They've included all the potential scenarios. If one vaccine is successful, here's a plan. If another is successful, here's a plan. They talk about who will get it, when they will get it. That's what a government should do. This Liberal government has completely failed to lay out a clear plan. There's no question about it. And what is even worse is the most that we know about the plan that this Liberal government is proposing is that the first round of vaccines, possibly in March, the first round of vaccinations will only be enough to cover 3 million Canadians. When we know, based on the census of Canada, there are over 4.5 million Canadians, seniors, over the age of 70. So there's certainly not enough medication to cover all the seniors who are vulnerable, let alone all the frontline workers, the Indigenous communities that are at high risk. So what is the plan? This is a simple request that this government has failed to do. They have failed to roll out a clear plan of when everyone will get vaccinated, who will get vaccinated. These are the questions that people want to know. This will give hope to Canadians who are worried, who are wondering, what is going to happen? What does the future look like? The fact that this government couldn't lay out a clear plan with clear details is a failure of leadership. Now, another problem that has come to light, and we've seen this in the beginning of this pandemic, is that some of the most important essential equipment that we needed, we could not produce. It came to light that our protective equipment that we needed to provide to our frontline workers was in short supply, and we relied on a supply chain that was broken, and Canadians were not able to access the protective equipment. And people were outraged that the 10th largest economy in the world didn't have the ability to produce masks and gowns and sanitizers. And I'm very proud of the fact that Canadian companies mobilized and were able to turn that around and start producing here locally. But that is a clear failure in policy if a country is not able to produce the medical equipment they need. But what has become even more troubling is that we don't have the capacity as the 10th largest economy in the world to produce our own medication or vaccines. And here is where we have to be very clear about who is to blame. There is absolutely no question that the Conservative governments in the past privatized our public companies owned by us that produce vaccines in Canada. They also, their policies effectively eliminated all the production capacity to make vaccines in Canada. That is their responsibility. But at the same time, the Liberals were in power for decades. They failed to restore our capacity to manufacture and to produce vaccines and medication. But let me give you a really clear example, one that should startle people. One of the prides of Canada is the fact that in Canada, Connaught, publicly owned by us, owned by Canadians, was the site of where insulin was made. The medical breakthrough of insulin was made in Canada, and we owned it. We created it, and we owned the ability to produce it, and we produced it at an affordable rate. To give you an example, this isn't even a public and private example. This is strictly Canada versus US. For insulin, in Canada, made by the homolog version, one vial cost $32 in Canada and $300 in the US, a 10 times higher cost. People from the States come to Canada to get medication because it's so much more affordable. Well, we not only discovered, but we made insulin in Canada. The Conservatives privatized Connaught. Connaught was also responsible for being the key player in many vaccines that were discovered. In fact, the reason why Connaught was developed in the first place, and the irony I'm sure, Madam Speaker, is not going to be lost on you, is when there was a diphtheria outbreak. The diphtheria outbreak meant that people needed the vaccine to be able to handle this outbreak. Well, it was too expensive. Canada found that it was far too expensive to go out and buy it because private companies were charging too much, so we decided to make it here in Canada. Well, you know, history has a the habit of repeating itself. And we are now faced with a pandemic, and now we don't have the capacity to make the vaccine in our own country. So we need to make it in our own country. Final thing is, what we're proposing is that we need to be able to restore our capacity to make this here at home. We need to be able to make vaccines in Canada. So we're proposing to create a public crown corporation, a company owned by us, like we own electricity in many jurisdictions, like we own the roads. We should own the ability to make vaccines and medication here in our country. It's a question of sovereignty. It's a question of the ability to protect our citizens. We are the 10th largest economy in the world. We absolutely should be able to make medications, critical and vital medication and vaccines in our own country. That's our proposition. To undo the wrongs of the Conservatives and the Liberals, we need to move forward and restore our ability to make these manufacture these medications here in our own country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Where I agree with the member is that we do need to recognize the phenomenal effort of the industries in Canada that really stepped up, because he pointed out the area of things such as hand sanitizers and the masks, and it was truly amazing in terms of just to the degree in which industry in Canada actually turned it around and started to produce those very important products. And I just wanted to make mention of that. My question is more so related to the vaccination issue. And, shortly after we have been focused virtually since prior to June in regards to how it is that we're going to have to be able to ensure that Canadians would be vaccinated. And we need to recognize it's not just the national government, that in fact when it comes to the administration of it, it is the provinces and territories. So there needs to be a high sense of cooperation and collaboration between the national government and provinces and territories, and if he can provide his thoughts in regards to why that is so important.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, I anticipated a question like this, and that's why I gave the example of Australia. As the Honourable Member knows, Australia is a very similar setup where they have a national government as well as state governments. Very similar responsibilities of cooperating together. Despite that same challenge, the Australian government has laid out a clear plan. You can Google it right now and find out exactly what's going on. This government has failed. There's no other way to put it. They have failed. We knew that vaccine delivery, vaccine production would be vital questions for us to get out of this pandemic. The fact that we can right now not be able to find out what that plan is, that people do not know clearly what is the plan, what are the doses, which companies, who's going to get it, when are we going to get it, basic questions are not available. It is very clearly a failure of leadership on the part of the Liberal government.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague not only for an excellent speech, but also for his leadership in addressing what is, I think, a profound failure in public policy by successive Conservative and Liberal governments. As he pointed out, it was the Conservative government in 1986, the Mulroney government, that privatized Connaught Labs, that had performed such a valuable public health service in this country, producing essential vaccines and insulin for millions of Canadians. And of course, the Liberals had 18 years in government since then, 16 of those in majority, to reverse that policy, but instead both governments presided over a slide of Canada's pharmaceutical production capacity. Can you tell us in this House what impact will a Crown Corporation having a public drug manufacturer have for Canadians' public health going forward?
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I want to first off thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for the idea itself. We were having a discussion about what we can do forward, and the member is a big part of why we're making this announcement. This would be vital. Imagine the outrage that Canadians felt when we couldn't produce basic masks, gowns, protective equipment. Canadians feel that same outrage right now when they think about the fact that a country as wealthy and as advanced as Canada cannot make vaccines and medication for its own population. And the fact that since we don't have that capacity, we are going to have to wait until other countries produce and then we receive. The ability to make it here in Canada, to have our own company where we can make medication and vaccines in Canada, will be life-changing. It will open up the door to the ability for us to have a national universal pharmacare that's fully public. It would make it easier. It would make sure that millions of Canadians that are struggling with the cost of medication won't have to worry. And right now in this pandemic, it would have meant that we would have got through this easier.
A very quick question from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly agree entirely with the thrust of the remarks from the member for Burnaby South. My colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, has spoken frequently in the House about the Connaught Labs and the terrible mistake in privatizing it. I wonder if the honourable member has any thoughts as to what we can do now to ensure that the billions of dollars of public investments in developing a COVID vaccine do not immediately convert themselves into private profits for big pharma.
Member for Burnaby South, 10 seconds.
Oh, it's a very legitimate question. Much of the research that was done was publicly funded, but the outcomes are going to be private profits. That is wrong. This is one solution to ensure that we have a public manufacturer, but there are other ways to ensure that public research does not become privatized and is used for public good.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in this House today and speak to the, I think, important motion that has been introduced today from my colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill. I think I speak for all of us in this House when I say that 2020 has been an incredibly challenging year, not only, of course, from a profoundly health point of view, but also from an economic point of view. In fact, I think it's a fair comment to say that 2020 has been unprecedented, really 1 year in a century when it comes to the intersection of a public health crisis with a massive economic shock. On a personal level, there's been incredible suffering and sacrifice by Canadians in every community in our country. Families, over 12,000 of them, have lost a loved one. There's been incredible isolation with family members being separated and kept apart, parents from their aged parents, sometimes spouses and partners, sometimes grandparents from their children. Our seniors have been left alone, isolated, sometimes in long-term care centers, separated from their closest families, sometimes to die alone without the comfort of their family members around them. We've had incredible job loss and income challenges and displacement. And the economic devastation that many businesses have felt across this country are something that will be felt for years to come. But, Madam Speaker, there is hope. The global search for an effective vaccine is showing great promise. Along with a potential treatment, this is really the only way that we will restore Canada to some semblance of normalcy. And hopefully that's a new normalcy, one that is better than the one that it replaced. So Canadians across this country are waiting with excitement and anticipation and great optimism that they can get access to a vaccine. But of course, a vaccine has to be safe, it has to be effective, and it has to be delivered as broadly and as swiftly as possible. Now, to do this, Madam Speaker, not only parliamentarians but Canadians need transparency and we need information. In fact, the public is entitled to it. The public needs it. And of course, besides it just being a right of Canadians to have the most current, accurate information possible from their federal government, it's also critically important to allay fear, suspicion, and to build trust and confidence. Now, the NDP has worked throughout the COVID pandemic to be a positive, constructive, and evidence-based voice in Parliament and in our communities. We have one goal, and that is to help Canadians stay healthy and supported in the best way possible. Economically, the NDP has been responsible for a dozen improvements, at least, to support Canadians, everything ranging from increasing the CERB to $2,000 a month
to extending support to part-timers and seasonal workers, to increasing the wage subsidy for small businesses to 75%. And there are many other ways that we worked hard and productively with the government to improve those supports. But now to the health side of the equation and to vaccines. What do we know right now about this government's response? Well, we know that this Liberal government has refused to make a single vaccine contract public. And in fact, they voted against a motion in this House to disclose even redacted contracts. After promising Canadians in August that we would be able to manufacture vaccines in Canada, this Prime Minister admitted in November that we have no such capacity. Worse, he had to acknowledge that this meant Canadians would get vaccines later than citizens in countries would who are producing vaccines. Third, this Liberal government failed to negotiate in a single contract, in any one of the 7 contracts they signed with potential vaccine manufacturers, the right to produce a vaccine in Canada. Fourth, to this day, December 3rd, we have no detailed vaccination plan that reveals how vaccinations will be administered, by whom, and who will have priority. Fifth, this government failed to receive promising vaccines on Canadian soil pending Health Canada approval, as Canadian law specifically allows and as is being done in other countries like our neighbours to the south. Sixth, the best information that we have is that Canada has secured at most 6 million doses of vaccines by April, which is enough to vaccinate only 3 million Canadians, or about 8% of the population of our country. Now, as the leader of our party has pointed out, we have over 4 million Canadians over the age of 70. So that's not even enough to vaccinate even every senior over the age of 70 who's obviously in a vulnerable position. Seventh, to this day, we don't know when vaccines are expected to arrive, how they will be distributed, which province will get them and in what amounts. And eighth, we have no real date for herd immunity. We have a vague assurance by our Prime Minister that he hopes to immunize 50% of the population by September, but we have absolutely no evidence or data to suggest why that date has been chosen. Now, I know that vaccine science is complex. I acknowledge that there are things that are not yet known, and we agree that some plans must await Health Canada approval. However, let's compare how this government performs compared to other countries to see what is actually possible. In the United States, the Centre for Disease Control established a vaccine readiness date of November 15th with 24-hour rollout. They released a 75-page playbook detailing everything from vaccine provider recruitment, vaccine storage, and priority groups. The U.S. has received Pfizer vaccine to pre-position it pending FDA approval. Now pause there. FDA hasn't approved the Pfizer vaccine, just like Health Canada hasn't approved the Pfizer vaccine. It didn't stop the United States from receiving the Pfizer vaccine and having it stored so that if and when it's approved, they can roll it out immediately. Canada hasn't done that. The U.S. aims to vaccinate every American who wants it by June 1st, 2021. In fact, their plan is to vaccinate 20 million Americans in December and 30 million Americans every single month, meaning the U.S. will have vaccinated 110 million people, or 1/3 of their population, by the time we've done 8%. And finally, the Centre for Disease Control in the U.S. has signed agreements with major pharmacy chains like CVS and Walgreens to assist in the vaccinations in long-term care centres. Now, turn to the UK. They've already designated 1,250 local health clinics as vaccine sites with targets for the number of vaccinations each week. Their NHS has already started taking vaccine appointments, starting with long-term care residents, those over 80, and health and social workers. They approved AstraZeneca, and they're receiving 800,000 doses of vaccine this week. In Germany, the health minister has asked states to have vaccination centers ready by mid-December, and they had a national vaccination strategy ready by early November. In Australia, they have a 12-page vaccination plan released, and they're manufacturing 30 million AstraZeneca doses in that country. Brazil, India, Japan, Indonesia, China, Russia, Australia, Belgium, and many other countries are producing vaccines in their country, and Canada, our Prime Minister says we can't. So what do we need, Madam Speaker? We need action and transparency. We need a detailed strategy and timeline for vaccination. This does not need to be delayed until Health Canada approval. It can and must be decided and released now. Canadians deserve to know when the first doses will arrive, who will get vaccinated first, how vaccinations will be delivered, and when they'll be available to every Canadian. We would like this government to release at least basic details of our vaccine contracts. After all, Canadians paid for it. And finally, we want to establish a public drug and vaccine manufacturer, a Crown Corporation, to fix Canada's unacceptable vulnerability so that never again will Canada have to wait for China or the United States to deliver essential medical equipment, supplies, medicine, or vaccines in Canada. We support this bill. Let's get transparent information to Canadians so that they can know what's going to happen and we can get started with the process of vaccinations as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his presentation, and I've enjoyed a great deal working on the Health Committee with my colleague. And right now at Committee, we're actually studying the mental health impacts of the COVID pandemic. Now, I think both of us would agree that the vaccine is a more critical, timely issue. But listening to our constituents who are having issues with mental health and opioid addiction, I would just like to hear his comment on the impact of the unknowing for Canadians who want to see that there is a clear path to accessing vaccines, rapid testing, home-based testing, that this Liberal government refuses to provide Canadians. What impact on the mental health and opioid crisis is that having on Canadians just being left in the dark when it comes to a strategy to access vaccines?
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Foothills and also thank him for his wonderful contributions at the Health Committee and his very intelligent discussion and contributions to the Health Committee in all its matters. That's an excellent question. As I referred to in my speech, in order to gain public confidence and in order to allay fears and suspicion, that requires transparency and information from this federal government. I must say that other than the Liberals saying they've got the best portfolio in the world and just trust them, that they have been remarkably reluctant to release basic information. And frankly, I don't understand it. These are not state secrets. Nobody's asking for detailed commercial information. What we're asking for is basic information that is necessary for the Canadian public to have confidence that there's a way out of this crisis and that they will get access to a safe, effective vaccine. And I think, like, for instance, the disease of addiction, it's often said the sickness is in the secrets. When we have secrets and lack of transparency, it leads to anxiety, suspicion, false information that can't be good for the Canadian public. It can't be good for Canadians' mental health. And so that's why I think the Conservative motion today is very helpful in helping to allay those concerns.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member just said no one's asking for detailed information, yet in his speech he said we want to see the contracts. Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that the Government of Canada is not acting alone. There are experts, civil servants that on a vaccination committee that have done their homework, that have ensuring that Canadians will be well served with vaccination. 7 companies where there's contracts that have been leaded, leading companies. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I do believe that Canadians will, in fact, be well served by the work of these civil servants and the experts and the implementation, and by working with the different provinces and territories. And my question is that would the member not acknowledge that the administration, the units, it's not going to be Walmart and Walgreen. It's going to be provinces and territories doing what they have done well. Look at the flu season, 16 million vaccinations during a pandemic. Could the member provide his thoughts in terms of the role that the provinces and territories play?
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first to clarify for the member, what I said was we're not looking for detailed commercial and sensitive information from the contracts. We just want basic details that Canadians want to know. When will the vaccines come? How many vaccines will be administered in January, February, and March? Who's going to do the vaccinating? What is the priority groups? You know, to this day, on December 3rd, there is not a document from this federal government that says conclusively what is the priority order of target populations to be vaccinated. That is unacceptable on December 3rd if we're going to be starting to vaccinate in early January. Now, to speak to the other point too, Canada is not unique. The United States has a federal government and many states and many complex administrative relationships. Australia is a country very similar to Canada. It's a mid-sized country with a federated state, with a federal government and states just like Canada. And those countries are producing vaccines domestically. They are releasing detailed vaccination plans. They are telling the population what the details are. And, you know, what my honourable colleague basically says is, we have all these people working on all of these plans. I agree with that. What we're asking for is to tell Canadians what those details are. It's time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to mention that I will be sharing my time with the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. Madam Speaker, I am happy to rise today to talk about our motion. It's an important motion that wouldn't have been tabled if the Prime Minister and the government had answered questions from the opposition parties over the past weeks and months. Canadians are concerned. We are concerned. We are concerned by the virus, by the pandemic, but also by the way this government is managing the situation. We can give examples of mismanagement from the beginning of the pandemic. For example, the health minister who allowed us to close our economy only too late, rather. There was also a shortage of PPE. A month later, health professionals, first responders had to ration their PPE because we didn't have enough. There's also the border issue. From the beginning, I was part of the Health Committee, an emergency committee that was created in January, and even then we were talking about the importance of controlling the border and the arrival of people. But we were told, no, it's not a problem, it's fine. So, all of these matters, should we wear a mask, should we not wear a mask? The health minister at the time said that the risk is low. We're seeing that management was not done well. The opposition parties, all of the opposition parties in the different committees here in the House, we were presenting arguments. We were proposing solutions. We were not trying to confront the government. We were trying to protect Canadians. We were trying to stop the virus from having a serious impact on Canadians and the economy, but our proposals were rejected. We were told that we didn't know anything. But now we have very urgent questions, and we've been talking about this since this morning, of course. So, questions regarding this plan. When we're talking about a plan, it's not complicated. All we want to know, we know that we can't know a specific date. We know that in the media, people are asking questions. We don't know when exactly we'll be receiving this, but a specific date doesn't change anything to a plan. We can have a model that can be applied saying from day one, from the day that we receive authorization from Health Canada, here is how distribution is going to go. Here's who will have access first, where, how it's going to be deployed. These are simple questions that deserve answers from the government. In Germany, this week, I read about this in Radio-Canada. So, the Germans, as we know, are very specific. We always talk about German cars, German technology. They are very vigorous people, and they prepared a plan. They also don't have a date for when they will be receiving the vaccine, but they know what's going to happen. They can say that Germans will be vaccinated in under 2 minutes. That's how specific they can be. France, Great Britain, they're starting their vaccines. They announced to their citizens how things are going to be done. So I can't understand why here in Canada we receive vague answers saying we've signed the largest vaccine portfolio in the world. Other countries are jealous of us. Why did you order so many? The Prime Minister said we've ordered 10 doses per person. Madam Speaker, this was invented for them to try to get out of trouble because I can't remember the minister's department, but the former minister for the environment anyway, was filmed in a bar saying to people around her, you know, we learned in the House of Commons that when we repeat all the same things, people end up believing that it's true. And that's how you share this message with people. So the Minister of Health, the Prime Minister keeps saying that we have the largest vaccine portfolio in the world. We're the best in the world. That's what the government is trying to put into the minds of people. This is a type of psychological operation. This is something that is done in different countries to influence people. That's what the government wanted to do here in Canada in order to influence citizens. We were made aware of this, and the idea was abandoned. And this is serious. We're not here to play political games. We don't want to win political points. We're in a global pandemic. Economies are halted. Here or in Quebec, restaurants, gyms. We're asking people to stay home. People won't even be able to see their families come Christmas. There's nothing funny about that. We're not talking about political gains here. We're not trying to win votes here for the next election. We want to solve the problem. Our voters, people, are asking for answers regardless of their party. The premiers of the provinces have to manage things. And in Quebec, they have to put rules in place. People are upset, are exhausted, understandably, and the federal government has an important national responsibility to give the best known information possible. And if we don't have that information, or if the information is not right, well, they can say, we signed an agreement late for vaccines, we'll receive them in February. And we'll have something in place up until then. This is the kind of information that the government doesn't want to share because they don't want to face the political backlash of being told that they were too slow, that they didn't manage their contracts or their agreements well, and will have to suffer for longer here in Canada.
This reminds me of a speech I made a while ago talking about courage. At some point, the ministers, the government needs courage. They need to be able to say things the way they are. People are not foolish. The population is not foolish, Madam Speaker. People want to know. From the time they know, measures will be taken accordingly. When the people are left in ignorance, and that's where lots of theories come up, conspiracy theories and all sorts of theories. That's why it starts, when people do not have the information. Knowledge is something that the government does not want to share. And as I said before, they just want to keep repeating the same message about having the greatest number of vaccines. There are 38 million Canadians. We need about 70 million doses for everyone to be vaccinated. It's not any more complicated. When, specifically? Maybe we don't have the specific date, but I'm sure we should have a good idea with Pfizer or Moderna, knowing very well that the FDA in the US is about to confirm homologation. and that Health Canada has already said that they are working with FDA. So we know that in the next 2 weeks it's going to be done. But what we know is that the Americans have signed a contract on the 5th of August. And when they did that, they gave $1.9 billion to Pfizer. And they said, you reserve us the first 100 million doses that will be manufactured and will be distributed on American soil. And it's clear on the contract. And it will be you yourselves would distribute it on the American territory. And it's clear that these initial doses from Pfizer will go to the Americans. And that is why we are waiting. When we say that we're on the queue, it's because of things like this. So what I'm asking today is the 4th of December, or is it the 3rd? We need a clear plan. We want them to say it's going to start after the holidays, around towards the 15th of February, and so on. And then people may get ready. Of course, unfortunately, we have to wait, and the other things will be resolved later. Political assessments will be done later, but we need a plan to know what we are doing now, and that is what Canadians are expecting. That's what everyone is expecting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Since day one, this government has actually been focused on the coronavirus and minimizing the damages caused by the coronavirus. And the vaccination plays an absolutely critical role. And that's why, once again, the government has been focused on ensuring and providing accurate information to Canadians in the form of press conferences and other methods so that Canadians can feel confident that the government knows what it is doing and will be well serving constituents. The question I have from the member is a question that was put by a minister earlier to the leader. And it's interesting, this headline in the Toronto Star, anti-vaxxers find their champion in a Conservative member of Parliament. That's in a Toronto Star headline. Misinformation. The member makes reference to misinformation and how that plants fear. He said that in his own speech in terms of the importance of misinformation. My question is, why does the member believe when the leader of the official opposition had an opportunity earlier today to say that what was being stated or this petition, this addressed the headline? Why is the Conservative Party falling silent on the importance of sending a consistent message about the importance of having vaccines?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I understand my colleague well, what I can say is that for Conservatives, freedom of expression is a value. If my colleague wants to table a petition, that's his problem. My job and my stand is clear. I want a plan. I want to know when, how the vaccine will be distributed in Canada. If my colleague has a question that deals with my stand, I will answer. Honourable Member for Beauport-Lomalo. Madam Speaker, in the spring, we spent long hours helping people to be repatriated, and the message we generally received was that I don't have information, I feel I'm abandoned, I have the impression that I'm not being considered, whereas I'm Canadian. All I want to do is come back home. And amongst the people at risk, we have First Nations who usually live in remote, difficult-to-access areas. How does my colleague think that the First Nations people feel now without having access to information? Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Jean. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for her question. That's a very good question because right now the Parliamentary Secretary of the government said that there were technical briefings. Yes, we are listening to them. This week during the technical briefing by the Minister of Health, we were given categories of people who were a priority. Seniors, some cases of people with some diseases, and indigenous people were part of the list. So priority is being given to groups of citizens, and we are told that there will be 3 million of those people vaccinated before the 31st of March, but we don't know what these people constitute. amongst the 3 million who will be vaccinated. So for indigenous people, well, it looks good because the government said their priority, but we don't know if they're going to have access to the 300 million doses.
I recently just met with local firefighters, Madam Speaker, in Port Alberni, who are members of the International Association of Firefighters. They're concerned that with COVID-19, the pandemic threatening their key fire and emergency medical service response, that the risk of exposure is much higher for firefighters than the general population, since they provide emergency medical response as part of their duties. They're urging the government to ensure that firefighters as emergency healthcare providers should be included in a priority group among also healthcare workers for available COVID-19 vaccines, so that they can ensure that their firefighters are healthy and remain available for duty in order to protect Canadians. This didn't happen, Madam Speaker, during H1N1. Unfortunately, firefighters were not sequenced in the same group as healthcare workers and were categorized in the same tier as the general public. So there's a ton of anxiety right now. There's a lot of unknowns. They want to know that they're going to be protected. Can the member speak about the importance of getting this information out to those first responders putting their lives on the line, and the impact this could have on small fire departments like the city of Port Alberni?
Very short answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. That's one of the reasons why we want a specific plan. When we are asking for precision, as I mentioned before, I talked about Germany. It's all about precision, and that is what this government has not been doing. Yes, firefighters and policemen have reason to be concerned.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it is a pleasure to be able to rise today to talk about this very important issue. And I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing forward this motion today, trying to get some answers that Canadians desperately are wanting to know what's happening in the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines. And I have to really thank our Shadow Minister for Health, the member from Calgary Nose Hill, for her incredible advocacy on behalf of all Canadians in trying to find out exactly what the plan is that the government has for making sure that we get vaccines in our arms. Now, in my speech today, I want to talk about the involvement of the Canadian Armed Forces in all this and how they've been brought in at the very last minute. And really, the question is, this is a public health issue. It should be handled through Public Health Agency Canada, and because of the lack of leadership coming from this Liberal government, we now have in the final minutes a call in the Army scenario. There's no doubt, Madam Speaker, that the Canadian Armed Forces are an amazing organization with some of the best and brightest men and women in all the country. And we know that they have a motto that they pretty much live by, which is that failure is not an option. And so I can see why we are so attracted to make use of their expertise, their logistical capabilities, the kit and equipment that they have, and being able to move personnel and products and all sorts of different material across the country. But we also know that they have the greatest Canadians working for them. And so we say, first and foremost, salute them for their incredible service. But unfortunately, they are being brought in to clean up the Liberal government's mess. And how did we get to this point where the government couldn't figure out how to get vaccines rolled out across the country, to work with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure vaccines are in place in communities to make sure that we are getting treated and cured so we aren't going to be getting this virus any longer, and that we can get back to opening up our economy. You know, instead of having people locked down, we can actually get back to business and back to our jobs. And so that's what Canadians are asking for, and they're not seeing any leadership from this Prime Minister and from this Liberal government. Now, we just learned in the news this morning that there is a directive from the Chief of Defence Staff, and that this operation that the military is going to be doing on behalf of the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Liberal government is called Operation Vector. Now, the document in itself does bring to light a lot of the information that we have been asking for. One is it shows that there's only going to be 3 million doses of vaccine available in the first quarter of 2021. So only 3 million Canadians are going to be administered this vaccine. We also see through the planning here is that they don't expect all Canadians to be vaccinated till the end of the year of 2021, 12 months from now, actually 13 months from now, before we actually have every Canadian vaccinated. We also know that they're trying to plan to deal with all the challenges that the Canadian Armed Forces have to deal with. So how are they going to be out there deploying troops and equipment and making sure that we are moving these vaccines in a timely manner, because they are very sensitive, need to be in these super freezers and kept under 70 degrees centigrade? How are they going to manage that rollout of vaccine while dealing with Operation Laser, which is having Canadian Armed Forces backfill in personal care homes and long-term care institutions across this country to care for our loved ones, our seniors? How are they going to deal with, Operation Lentus, which is domestic operations by the Canadian Armed Forces and supporting, again, emergency measures at the provincial level of forest fires, floods, ice storms? Maybe they're, you never know if there's going to be an earthquake or a hurricane, but they are called in often to provide the backstop to the provinces when volunteers get tired and played out and frontline members of first responders can no longer keep up. We know that we have a number of international obligations. Operation Impact in Iraq, Operation Unifier in Ukraine, enhanced forward presence in Latvia, a NATO mission, NATO staffing on missions across the globe, including Maritime Task Force, where we always have at least 1 or 2 of our frigates in patrol in the Black Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Baltic Sea. So, there is personnel required to do those roles. And yet, the government decides to throw even more work at them and try to cover up their mistakes. So the other good part that came out of the CDS report is that they are going through the hard planning now. This has only started on November the 27th. And they will plan to be ready to start handling vaccines by the end of this month, December 31st. But they still have lots of questions, and they need answers from this government, just like us as the opposition have been asking the government. When are the vaccines going to show up? Who are going to be the suppliers? What are the logistic capabilities? Who is going to provide and procure or contract the private logistics team that are familiar enough and capable enough to deal with vaccines in this type of format? And we're still sitting here that we're expecting Canadian Armed Forces to come up with a plan, but they can't finish their plan until the government, that these Liberals, answer some questions. And that's what they keep refusing to do, and they've been dithering, delaying, and been completely undecided for months now. We've been dealing with this since March, that we've been in lockdown here in Canada. We knew about this virus back in December of 2019. And here we are 12 months later, and they still can't answer the critical questions we need to ensure that vaccines get into the arms of Canadians safely and timely. Now, the interesting thing is you keep hearing from the Liberals, well, we've been working with the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces for months planning this. Well, we had, government officials at both the Public Accounts Committee and the National Defence Committee only a matter of a couple of weeks ago. On November 19th, we had General Cadeau, who is the Director of Staff, of Strategic Joint Staff, and he, I asked, is there a named operation for rolling out vaccines? And he said there is not. It'll be happening under Operation Laser. Here we are, 2 weeks later, and we got a name, Operation Vector. He didn't know about it because this just got made up in the last few days. We asked, is National Defence procuring these super freezers so that they can help with the distribution? They are not. And the Deputy Minister, Jody Thomas, she said, we're looking at some storage capability, but that's for eternal Canadian Armed Forces use when we get to the point of vaccinating our own troops. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, again, They didn't know they were having to go out there and buy all these super freezers until just recently. And, you know, General Danny Fortin, who's now the commanding officer of Operation Vector, and he's in charge of it on behalf of the whole of government, and has great credentials, but, you know, same thing. In his comments to National Defense Committee, he said the CDS and Deputy Minister will give direction to the CAF and the Department of National Defense to adopt robust risk mitigation, protect the force, and stand ready to conduct operations in support of their nation. They're standing ready, but still no direction, and that was on November the 20th. And he says, if the requirement comes, public safety and the Minister of National Defense consider that they need to be prepared, then the Chief of Defense Staff will give his best advice possible. So again, no advice was given by November 20th. And then we discovered this morning the Chief of Defense Staff's strategic directive on Operation Vector, November 27th. So here it is that this just came out, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to just point out here, if you get a chance to read it, on page 3, this is what Canadian Armed Forces are expecting. The following national level decisions need to be made and communicated by Public Health Agency Canada no later than early December. Appointment of Track 1 vaccine doses by province, territory, and select Canadian populations living outside of Canada. Advice to the provinces and territories on priority populations that should receive the Track 1 vaccines. Designation of the points of delivery of the Track 1 vaccines. You know, they asked for public health, are they going to procure the logistics provider, service provider to get these vaccines delivered, you know, where they can, and then backfill that using Canadian Armed Forces heavy lift capabilities. So, again, you know, they're looking for some leadership, Madam Speaker. They need some answers if they're going to finish their plan, be ready by the end of December, and they get nothing but radio silence from this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would disagree with the member. Just listening in terms of what it is that the member is actually saying, it sounds as if the Canadian forces are a part of the plan. And I think at the end of the day, we can take a great sense of pride, whether it's our civil servants, or healthcare experts, our scientists, our members of the forces who have been involved for virtually since day one. Forces were brought into provinces to assist in healthcare. They have all sorts of logistical capabilities. We know in terms of how a chain of command works. I was a member of the forces only for a few years, but the point is very familiar with their capabilities and very confident, as Canadians are, that they will be very effective at doing what's being asked of them to do. And what the member cited, Madam Speaker, it seems to be somewhat reasonable, and I suspect that they will be getting the results that they're looking for.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, all of us are proud of our Canadian Armed Forces, and as I said in my speech, there are no better people on this planet to do the job that they're tasked with, and they will not allow this task to fail, because failure is not an option. So they will continue to move forward on this, but they need to get the support from the federal government, and we're not seeing that from the Liberals. Why are they here now, 12 months after this pandemic started? It was actually Canadian Forces Medical Intelligence that first raised the red flags about COVID-19 in Canada. And yet here is the government still not providing them with all the information that they need, Madam Chair, to build a plan to distribute vaccines across this country. So the question back to the member from Winnipeg North is, when is he going to force his health minister to finally provide the answers that not just Canadians need and want, but it is critical to the operations of Operation Vector under the Canadian Armed Forces? When will he do that and get some answers for Canadians finally?
Comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his questions and for his comments. They're very important and very meaningful. He will know that in the province of Alberta, my province, that we have the highest number of cases, active cases of COVID-19 in the country. We have more than much provinces that have much higher populations. And today we learned that, in fact, the provincial government has asked for field hospitals in our cities to help with the COVID-19 stresses in Alberta. Can he talk about what the federal government needs to do to make sure that Albertans are protected in the absence of their provincial government doing the job they need to do?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I can tell the member that, you know, Canadian Armed Forces have been preparing to provide assistance to civil authorities under the National Defence Act forever. And nobody was quite anticipating that we'd have a pandemic of this scale, and the need for field hospitals and the need to provide staff to backfill in our long-term care facilities is something that no one ever expected. But the Canadian Armed Forces stepped up every time that they've been tasked and did it with grace and honor and compassion, especially in our long-term care facilities. And my father's in long-term care. My wife is a nurse in long-term care facility. I know that her colleagues, all medical practitioners at all levels, from healthcare aides right up to the doctors, are working overtime and trying to make sure that we keep this virus out of our institutions so that we can keep our population safe. And the Canadian Armed Forces will always be there to stand with them shoulder to shoulder.
Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to Defence Committee and the study of COVID-19 on the military. What was his impression in the initial day of testimony, before we knew that they were going to be the entity rolling out the vaccine execution? What was his impression of the people who testified there? Did they have any knowledge whatsoever of the fact that there was a plan and they were going to be involved?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Chair, and I thank my friend from Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke. And I can tell you that her long tenure on our Defence Committee for almost 20 years now is been just an amazing contribution to making sure that us as parliamentarians are standing up for our troops. And part of the discussion that we're having around COVID-19 is how do we protect our troops? How do we support them in what they were doing in Operation Laser in supporting long-term care facilities in Quebec and Ontario, and now they're in Manitoba as well and elsewhere. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that they were prepared to continue on doing that role. They were thinking about potential work in vaccines, but mainly as it applied to the members of the Canadian Armed Forces here in Canada and around the world. I believe that what they just got tasked with by the government was completely out of the blue.
The Honourable Parliamentary, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Procurement.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente. Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can everyone hear me?
D'accord, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased and proud to share my time with my honourable colleague from Milton.
8 mois après le
8 months into Canada's response to COVID-19, we all feel the weight of the pandemic. That's as true in my riding of Gatineau, from where I'm speaking today, as anywhere in Canada. Canadians throughout the country have lost loved ones. We stand with them. Our hearts go out to them, and families have been separated by stringent but necessary restrictions. So many livelihoods are on the line. Most Canadians are doing their part to flatten the curve. And while we feel the fatigue brought on by ongoing restrictions, we must keep up our diligence on this front as we face down the second wave. Since day one, our government has taken swift action to help the most vulnerable Canadians, especially those who are struggling to make ends meet, and small businesses that are trying to stay afloat in this trying time. And we will continue to do so. As an MP, every day I hear from people who are struggling. Our government's supports for people and businesses mean that local officials don't have to choose between the health of Canadians and the economy, which is a choice that no one should have to make in this country.
Madam Speaker, we know the only way out of this pandemic is through a viable vaccine. And that is why we have made that pursuit our absolute top priority. Our approach to acquiring vaccines is deliberate, strategic, and comprehensive. And here I must pause to thank the men and the women of not only the department with which I have the honor of working, public services and procurement, but also those right across this government who I know, because I represent many of them, are working day and night to help Canada and Canadians get through this pandemic. Our goal is to ensure early access to diverse portfolios of vaccines so that Canada is well positioned to receive doses of safe and effective vaccines early. And Madam Speaker, that is precisely what we are doing. Our government has negotiated agreements with the manufacturers of 7 promising COVID-19 vaccine candidates. This work is complex and is taking place at rapid speed in a highly competitive global marketplace. Permettez-moi d'expliquer le processus.
Allow me to explain the procedure that will be used by procurement specialists. The COVID-19 vaccine task force will be directing the collection. This task force is composed of leading Canadian vaccine and immunology experts and industry leaders providing scientific and technical advice on the most promising vaccine candidates. In order to progress as quickly as possible, we began by putting agreements in principle in place with potential vaccine suppliers. As early as July, we began signing these agreements. This enabled us to secure doses from vaccine suppliers while the details were being negotiated for the final purchase agreement. Today, I can report that we have reached a final agreement with 6 of the 7 vaccine suppliers. And those 6 are Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Johnson, Sanofi GSK, and Medicago, which is a point of pride for Quebecers, of course. Negotiations toward a final agreement with Novavax are progressing well and moving toward a conclusion very soon. With these 7 agreements, Canadians will have access to no fewer than 194 million doses of a potential COVID-19 vaccine. These agreements will also provide us with options to purchase up to 220 million additional doses. When all is said and done, this means that we have the potential to access more than 400 million doses for Canadians, as well as up to 15 million additional doses through the international COVAX initiative. Madam Speaker, regardless of what we hear from the opposition, some of which are certainly more credible than others, we have signed a record number of agreements with potential vaccine producers. And now we have one of the very best vaccine portfolios of any country in the world. Of course, Madam Speaker, the opposition would also have you believe we are at the back of the line in the world when it comes to receiving vaccines. Nothing can be further from the truth. In fact, earlier this week, Noubar Afeyan, co-founder and chairman of Moderna, unequivocally stated that not only is Canada not at the back of the line, but that we were one of the first countries to pre-order the vaccine. And what's more important, he said that Canada is guaranteed to receive a portion of the company's initial batch of vaccine doses, pending all required approvals, of course. Madam Speaker,
the first deliveries of a number of COVID-19 vaccines are anticipated to start in the first quarter of 2021. That is what we've been saying for some time, and that's what remains the case. What we need to understand here is that timelines for delivery for each candidate are dependent on the company's clinical trials timeline, results, and of course, regulatory filings and regulatory approvals. Before it can be received, delivered, and administered to Canadians, any vaccine candidate must first receive Health Canada's authorization. It's a gold standard authorization, and I once again thank the professionals that have been working overtime at Health Canada. I would like to think, Madam Speaker, that all members of this House would agree that we must put the safety of Canadians first in all that we do. Of course, we've seen some promising news lately, and we anticipate approval of some of the more advanced vaccines such as Moderna, Pfizer, and AstraZeneca to happen shortly. And once they are approved, deliveries will start just as soon as possible. La distribution et l'administration constituent un autre.
Distribution and administration are also a challenge. On that front, our government is working to ensure that things like needles, syringes, and freezers are on hand and ready to go as soon as manufacturers are ready to ship vaccines. And we are making significant progress. I can report that we have received enough of these supplies to administer nearly 25 million doses of a vaccine, with more supply arriving every month. Our government is also procuring the services of a logistic provider to support the effective distribution of vaccines to Canadians, which includes transportation and storage. At the same time, we have purchased and received several freezers that can operate at extremely cold temperatures to store the vaccine. And, Madam Speaker, we have launched a competitive procurement process to purchase dry ice to support the distribution and storage of doses across the country. Now is the time for Canadians to come together, as they did at the beginning of the pandemic, to keep the curve flat. Effective immunization against COVID-19 will be one of the greatest achievements in this country's history, and while it will not happen overnight, we can now see a way out of this pandemic. Our government has laid the groundwork, Madam Speaker, and we understand that only through collaboration and mobilization of all of our resources that we will prevail. We are already working with provinces and territories to prepare for the distribution of vaccines across the country, and we will ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces will play a visible and important role in the distribution. Madam Speaker, we have put in the work, and we will be ready to vaccinate Canadians efficiently and effectively. All Canadians can be sure that we will immediately get to work and that a vaccine will be approved thanks to a solid vaccination strategy that all Canadians can be proud of. We have put in the work. We will be ready. We will vaccinate Canadians safely and effectively so that we can put this pandemic behind us once and for all. When a vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready. And we will get through this together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his comments. The question, particularly with regards to a riding like myself in Niagara Falls, is the impact that COVID is having on tourism. It's had a devastating impact on tourism. 40,000 people in my community work in that sector, 4,000 in the 2 casinos alone. Those employees have not been back to work since March. This talk from the government and failure to present a plan is impacting those people. For now, we're hearing about September as a possible date for vaccinations. If that's the case, are we putting at risk the tourism season for 2021? We need a plan, and we need it now.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I want to say is I share a region that has an important casino, which is an important tourism generator and employer in my riding. And of course, we are all recommitted, committed, and we recommit every day to the task of ending this pandemic. And you can be sure that I am no exception to that rule, and that the hundreds, thousands of employees of the Government of Canada who are working day and night on not just acquiring these vaccines, but approving them, distributing them, and making sure the provinces and territories are in a position to administer them to the population are doing just the same thing. So I want to assure my honourable colleague that the Government of Canada has this as an absolute top priority, and not only for our tourism operators, but for small business people everywhere. We want to make sure that we put this pandemic behind us.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We see a lot of good intentions here in this speech, but very little concrete information about what Canadians want to know when they will be vaccinated. We have heard from a public health official that with 70% of the population vaccinated, we'll be able to start thinking about removing health restrictions. That's what everyone's waiting for. The Prime Minister said that vaccination would be over by September. But how can it be that he can tell us when the vaccination will be done when he can't even tell us when it will start? I'm trying to understand. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would assure my honourable colleague that the confusion around this question has not been generated by the government. This government is offering simple and clear answers. In my speech, I enumerated the purchases, the procurement, and the measures that the Government of Canada is taking to not only acquire and procure vaccines, but also in order to distribute them and vaccinate the population. It will take time. This is a generational challenge. I believe that this will mean having all people and government in the country participate. All levels of government will be cooperating, and we will continue to do the work that we've been doing.
Madam Speaker, there is a tremendous amount of anxiety and concern about when and who's going to get the vaccine. I was just meeting with Port Alberni firefighters here in the city of Port Alberni, and they were citing that back during H1N1 in 2009, at the height of the pandemic, that they were excluded from being prioritized in terms of sequencing for, getting the vaccine. Healthcare workers were categorized ahead of them, and certainly they should be priority. They were categorized as tier 2, the same as the general public. Right now, they're on the front lines dealing with 65% of the calls in my city are dealing with first responder calls. And I want to make sure that we get information out and prioritize firefighters who are on the front lines, especially with the opioid crisis, and ensure that they are also sequenced with medical health officials and seen as priority essential workers on the front line of this pandemic.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague and join with him in honouring our first responders, and notably the firefighters in our communities who, of course, take extreme risks and protect us day and night. And I know that first responders will be high on anyone's list. Public health authorities will, of course, be driven by expert opinion on this, and I know that first responders will be high on everyone's list in terms of a priority to get vaccinated, because, of course, they are exposed to these multiple risks to multiple people through no choice of their own, and require that immunization so that not only they are protected, but that others are protected against spread. So I want to thank my honourable colleague for advocating for firefighters.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise in the House and speak to this government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of procuring safe and effective vaccines. As winter approaches and the numbers of COVID-19 cases reach record highs in most regions of the country, Canadians are becoming more and more concerned about how their families and communities will make it through the next few months while remaining safe, secure, and healthy. Our government has been focused on containing the spread of COVID-19 since the very beginning of this pandemic, and I'm sure that all members of this House can agree that this has been our most pressing mutual priority. Public Service and Procurement Canada has a role to play by procuring personal protective equipment, and our government is ensuring that this equipment is getting to our frontline healthcare workers and other essential workers. However, the long-term solution has been and remains having safe and effective vaccines and ensuring that all Canadians will have access to it. In that regard, as the Prime Minister said recently, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Much of that hope is based on the potential vaccines on the horizon, and Public Services and Procurement Canada, as the government's central purchaser, has been leading the process of securing access to vaccine candidates. Today, we have the most diverse portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world, with access to more doses per person than any other country. And this did not happen by accident, Madam Speaker. It took the hard work of public servants and science-based approaches to be in this enviable position. And this government is determined to continue this work as long as we need it, until this pandemic is finally over. Madam Speaker, as Canada formulated its process for securing vaccines, we have been guided by the COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force. The members of this task force include leading vaccine and immunology experts and industry leaders in Canada. These experts have been giving us the best scientific and technical advice available on major vaccine candidates, including which ones were the most advanced in their trials, and more importantly, which ones would be the safest and the most effective for Canadians. Our government took that advice and began engaging with the leading COVID-19 manufacturers in the summer. Right away, we began complex negotiations to secure access to vaccine candidates by signing agreements with these manufacturers. We had the first agreement with Moderna in place in July, and the others have followed. Through continued negotiation with manufacturers, the government has agreements in place with 7 manufacturers: Moderna, Sanofi, GSK, Pfizer, Medicago, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and Novavax. Madam Speaker, altogether, these 7 agreements will give Canada access to 194 million doses. These agreements also provide Canada with options to purchase up to 220 million additional doses. On top of this, we have access to 15 million additional doses through the International COVAX initiative. This means that we have the potential to access up to 429 million doses, and that will give us the flexibility to make future decisions once we know which vaccines will be the best options for Canadians. Madam Speaker, it's an affront to our hard-working public service workers to say that we did not work hard enough or fast enough to procure these vaccines. I can assure you that these procurement officers worked day and night to ensure that Canadians would have a vaccine as soon as possible. The Conservatives are clearly more concerned with their own narrative than they are of the health and safety of Canadians. Thankfully, our public service workers have Canadians' health top of mind when negotiating contracts with potential vaccine suppliers. Madam Speaker, I'm sure Canadians understand that such agreements come with complex terms and conditions because of the global growing demand and the limited supply for these vaccines. However, unlike what many members opposite have been putting forward in recent days, Canada is far from being last in line to receive vaccines. In fact, that was validated recently by the co-founder and chairman of Moderna that we are very close to the front of the line. But instead of providing support in this time of extraordinary need, the Conservatives would rather sow doubt and confusion. On this side of the House, we believe in working together and propping up our hard-working public service instead of putting them down. Members from the Conservative Party have been comparing the COVID-19 pandemic to the seasonal flu on the radio. Members of the Conservative Party have been shamelessly minimizing the number of COVID-19 related deaths in Alberta. And then just recently, Madam Speaker, a member of the Conservative Party sponsored an anti-vax petition signed by 22,000 people that don't believe in vaccines. The sponsoring member, when questioned, said that the petition raised some really good points. Madam Speaker, people in my riding rely on our elected representatives for good, timely, reliable information, not this misinformation and anti-science rhetoric that has been all too common coming from the Conservative caucus. Madam Speaker, as the House knows, a vaccine, effective vaccine, and is the path forward for Canada and the way out of this pandemic for the world over. Canada has laid the foundation for deployment of a vaccine from coast to coast to coast, and we have a thorough, diverse, and large portfolio of vaccines, and we're in a great position. Of course, any vaccine candidate must first receive Health Canada's authorization and be proven to be safe and effective before it can be administered to Canadians. And once those approvals are in place, we expect to have the first deliveries of COVID-19 vaccines arriving in the first quarter of 2021, which I note for the members opposite is essentially the same timeline as many other countries. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, once a vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready. As the deliveries of approved vaccines arrive, the Public Health Agency of Canada will be on hand to distribute them to provincial and territorial health authorities, and we look forward to the contribution of Major General Danny Fortin in leading the logistics of getting vaccines into the arms of Canadians ASAP. But it's not enough to just have vaccines delivered. I would like to remind the House that we do in fact have a plan for distribution and administration. PSPC has been working to ensure that access to these critical goods and services needed to administer vaccines are on hand as well, and ready to go as soon as manufacturers are ready to ship vaccines. In fact, this government began procuring supplies such as needles and syringes over this past summer. We now have enough of these supplies to administer nearly 25 million doses of the vaccine, and more supplies are arriving every month. As well, PSPC has been working with the Public Health Agency of Canada on a competitive process to engage logistics services to ensure that vaccines can be transported, stored, and effectively distributed to Canadians. Those contracts are set to be in place in the coming days. We are working to ensure that vaccines can be stored at the correct temperature so they can remain effective up until the time that they are administered. That is why we purchased 26 freezers with minus 80 degrees Celsius capability and 100 freezers that can operate at minus 20 degrees Celsius to store these vaccines. Some of those have already been delivered, and we'll also be purchasing additional freezers very soon. In addition, we plan to purchase dry ice for distributing and storing vaccine doses across the country. At each step, Madam Speaker, we will coordinate our efforts with the provinces and territories to bring safe and effective vaccines to all Canadians, and we will not cease in our efforts until we can assure that when a vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready. Madam Speaker, I will close by reiterating how important it is that we continue to do our hard work in ending this pandemic, just as we have asked all Canadians to do their part in slowing the spread of this coronavirus. Canadians have always been able to withstand our winters because we know that spring is just around the corner. This government wants to ensure that our fellow citizens can maintain that resolve and that hope. Through our efforts in negotiating and planning and keeping Canadians informed about the true progress we've been making, we will get ever closer to ending this pandemic. I ask all members in this House to be a part of this solution and the misinformation for the good of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find it rich that the member would talk about misinformation when all this motion today is about is simply asking a simple question. Common sense. What is the plan to ensure that all Canadians understand what their government is doing to ensure that they have access to these vaccines when they are available? I find it rich that the member seems that it's necessary to add the political spin about misinformation when it's them that's refusing to provide that information. Thank you, Madam.
About interpretation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My honourable colleague for the question, but the reason that I bring it up is because misinformation is actually incredibly damaging to the Canadian rhetoric. It's very, very dangerous. I had a call with a variety of seniors yesterday from my riding just last night, and they were really worried because they're listening to this anti-vaccine rhetoric and these notions that the numbers of deaths in Alberta have been inflated somehow. Misinformation is another pandemic, and we've got to be very mindful of what we put out there. People rely on us for good information. People rely on us for quality information and not to misinform them for political spin. That political spin, Madam Speaker, is coming from the Conservatives, and it's damaging the Canadian conversation around how we are approaching this pandemic, which has been exemplary and by all standards, according to the international media, the gold standard for vaccine procurement.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for... Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking about people's lives, and often we hear the government say, when the vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready. This means that there's a plan on distribution of the vaccine, but we don't know more. I understand that it can be difficult to set a specific date. There are certain questions that the government may not be able to respond to, but I think at this stage there are certain questions that they can respond to, and if they can't, why can't they not simply admit that they don't have the answers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I would like to thank you for that excellent question. I apologize for my French. I will respond in English.
Of the member opposite for deployment, early deployment and quicker deployment of this vaccine. And I would also love to see some dates, but the absolute first step in that line of questioning is Health Canada approval. These vaccines need to be approved by Health Canada, and that is a process that we must respect. Members of this House are politicians. By and large, we're not doctors, we're not vaccine experts or epidemiologists or immunologists or virologists. So let's rely on the expertise of Health Canada and the experts in Canada that have always ensured that we have access to great vaccines, whether that's for the influenza, the seasonal flu, which I am not comparing this horrible pandemic to, because it's not similar, despite some of the arguments and radio interviews of members from the Conservative Party. But I am just as eager as my friend and colleague across the way to have a better plan, and we're working on it. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to quote the Chief Scientific Officer to U.S. Operations Warp Speed. He says, "Our plan is to be able to ship vaccines to the immunization sites within 24 hours from approval. I expect maybe on day 2 after approval on December 11 or 12, the first people will be immunized across the U.S., across all states, in all areas where the state departments of health have told us to deliver the vaccine." And here in Canada, Dr. Carrie Bowman, a bioethicist at the University of Toronto, says, "So many of the people in Canada and the provinces, if they're going to be prepared for this, they do need dates and they do need numbers. How do you prepare without that? We really, really need to build trust with Canadians right now. Whether we vaccinate this month or that month that we get the vaccine is not irrelevant. It's highly relevant. People will die and other people's lives will continue to be ruined until we establish that." So to my honourable colleague, does he not agree that we should be doing what the U.S. is doing, pre-positioning Pfizer vaccine, telling Canadians when the vaccination dates are going to happen, giving Canadians the details? Does he not trust Canadians to handle that information?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for the question, and I appreciate the sentiment and the hard work from my honourable colleague. We're on a panel together last night, and the collaboration has been appreciated. I will, in fact, take our response to COVID-19 over the United States' any day of the week, Madam Speaker. I am proud of the response. I am proud of the plan, and I'm especially proud of our procurement abilities. Our reaction and strategy has been far and above one of the best in the world. I take the comment regarding the pre-procurement of the Pfizer vaccine, as did the Minister of Health earlier today. It's a good recommendation, and that's the type of collaboration that we rely on in this House to serve Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise to speak to this important issue today. And I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Battleford's, Lloydminster. Madam Speaker, pleased to rise after the member for Milton so I can correct the numerous amounts of misinformation that we just heard in his speech. Which was written by an expert, I'm sure, in the Prime Minister's office. But he talks about how this government has been so great at providing information and how they've led the world in their response. This is a government that has been wrong or late every single step of the way, and it has resulted in pain, suffering, and even death for Canadians, Madam Speaker. They were late to close the border, weeks behind other nations like Australia who saw the pandemic coming, who didn't rely on information coming out of other countries like China, but relied on their own experts, something that this government didn't have the opportunity to do because they had shut down the early pandemic warning system months before. They had destroyed PPE that we could have used. They shipped PPE off to China when we desperately needed it here at home, leaving us shorthanded. They gave bad advice on masks. They told us at the beginning, don't use a mask. It's more dangerous to use a mask than to wear one. The Minister of Health said, this doesn't spread person to person. If you want to close down the border, you're actually a racist. This was the rhetoric that was coming out of this government. So it's no surprise that Canadians have no confidence in what this government is putting forward now. And when they see the government now saying, just trust us, we have your best interests at heart. It's a little hard to take when every piece of advice that has been given for the last 10 months has been either wrong or late. They've been wrong on the border. They were late on rapid tests. They have been, quite frankly, incompetent during the period between the two waves. We are no further ahead now than we were back in March when we locked everything down. You get your chance. That member always does get a chance to speak, even though he wants to heckle when we're talking about something this important. So they want to be patted on the back when all that we have seen has been incompetence and failure. And that failure, quite frankly, has a grave impact on some of our most vulnerable citizens. We've been with 12 months ago. The military alerted the cabinet that this pandemic was occurring in China. 10 months ago, we had a major shutdown of our economy because we didn't really know much about COVID-19 and we needed to take that step at that time. But now we find ourselves 10 months later and people are still facing the same restrictions. And this is particularly acute in long-term care facilities, Madam Speaker. It is heartbreaking. It is tragic what is happening to our seniors in long-term care. We saw this early on, the devastating impact that COVID-19 had in long-term care. And they've tried to react to it by locking seniors away in their own bedrooms for months at a time. This has been the response, locking seniors away from their loved ones. And now we hear, this is why this is so critical when we talk about the importance of rolling out a vaccine now, when other peer countries to ours are doing it, it's because that will allow us access once again to our family members in long-term care who've been locked away, who've been suffering mental anguish, physical suffering as well, to be locked away and be told now that while people that they know in the United States, people that they know in Australia, Brazil, you go down the list, 2.7 billion people represented by countries who will have access to a vaccine before we do. Why does that matter? It matters that we're not getting it now and we're getting it months from now because a lot of these people don't have a lot of time left, Madam Speaker. That's the tragic reality here. And they're being locked away from their families and the people they love at a time when they need them the most. And that's why I'm upset about it, Madam Speaker. It's not because I'm looking to score political points here. It's because we're 10 months past the start of this and we're no further ahead. People are no closer to being able to go see their aged parents or grandparents. They're locked away, and then an outbreak comes to their long-term care facility, and maybe they die alone, or they can FaceTime their families instead of being able to hold their hand at the end. That's why every day matters. That's why this delay matters. That's why putting all of our eggs in one basket at the start of this matters. Because we are taking months and time away from people who don't have a lot of time left. And that's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. People can get money, and we've supported the supports that have been given to Canadians who've lost their income, who've lost business opportunity, who've had to shut down, again, who will have to shut down much longer because there's no viable vaccine here in Canada after other countries get it. But you can't give someone $2,000 a month and have it make up for lost time. You can't put a price on lost time. And that's what we're talking about here today. The government wants us to just believe them that we have a diverse portfolio of vaccines available, just not now, while other countries are rolling out their vaccine. And other countries are being very open on the dates that the vaccine will be available, how they will be deployed, who will get them first, how they will determine which people need it the most. And what we get from this government is just trust us. They were going to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. Well, they got an A for that announcement and an F for delivery. Time and time again, every Opposition Day motion that is brought in this House is a requirement for the government to share information with Canadians because they won't give it to us. It's hard to believe that this government is giving us good information when they're giving us no information. When the government of Australia has published their distribution plan on their website for all of their citizens to see. When even the Americans, this government loves to compare themselves to Donald Trump, as though that is some sort of bar that they're very proud to have beaten. Well, Madam Speaker, we want to be better than that. We should be looking to other countries who have done much better, who are in similar situations to us, who have responded, quite frankly, in a way that will allow their citizens, their senior citizens in long-term care facilities, to see their kids and grandkids, that will allow their families to be reunited, that will allow people of faith to once again gather together in corporate worship, something that is so important and so integral to who they are. All of this, as we delay month after month after month, by the government's own admission, the first quarter of this year will only see 3 million doses available. That doesn't even cover our over 70 population, let alone other vulnerable Canadians. So once again, we are asking for information so that Canadians can know when they can receive this vaccine if they want to get it. And the government apparently should have that information, although it seems like there's a bit of a back-of-a-napkin approach. We heard today that 2 weeks ago the military didn't know they'd be involved in this, and now they've stood up a rapid deployment force. That's fantastic. The military will always do what they're called upon to do, but this is something that, again, this government has been laid on because they made bad decisions at the outset, because instead of focusing like a laser on this issue, they were focused on getting money to Liberal-connected firms. They were focused on the WE charity scandal, getting money to people with connections to the Liberal Party. They've been focused the entire time on the wrong things and have given Canadians the wrong information. So I know they don't like to hear it, and they said, how is this helpful to have us reminded of that? It's helpful because this is how we got here, and this is why we aren't where some of the other countries that we would compare ourselves to, Commonwealth countries, are today. So we're behind the 8 ball. So what do we do now? We need to get the information to the provinces who will deploy this vaccine. when they know how many doses they're going to get, when they know who they're going to be giving this information or giving these vaccines to. And, Madam Speaker, for too long, this government has taken the wrong approach. It's time that they started to give the information to Canadians that they need so that we can get our lives back and get our families back together, something that we've been waiting for too long to do.
Questions and comments. The Honorable Ministre des Affaires du Nord.
Honorable Minister of Northern Affairs.
The member for his speech, but he seems not to realize that it's Health Canada who actually license the vaccines. There are no vaccines to distribute as I speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, excuse me. It's from the beginning. We have invested billions of dollars to individuals, to businesses, to make sure that they can cope through this very serious pandemic, Madam Speaker. We've provided testing, contact tracing, personal protective equipment to provinces and to territories. We are working very closely with Health Canada, and unlike the party opposite, we are not going to politicize this decision. We believe in science. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the member from Hastings-Lennox actually disputed the vaccine science. So my question to the member is that, does your party believe in science?
For Chilliwack Hope.
Of course we believe in science, Madam Speaker, and that's why I talked about this member saying that, the Minister of Health saying that COVID-19 didn't spread from person to person. Did she not believe in science when they said that the border should remain open and that anyone that wanted to close it was a racist? That was wrong advice. And that did they not believe in the science there? So we'll take no lessons from the Liberal government on believing in science. What we will say is that it's time to act. It's time to do so with data that is available to all Canadians. It's time to finally, for once, be open and transparent with Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note that the motion today essentially just calls for the government to provide an update to Canadians on December 16th of some very basic information. I want to just contrast that to what's happening in the UK, where the National Health Service has designated 1,250 local health clinics as vaccine sites, where staff will be on hand to administer the vaccine over 12-hour shifts 7 days a week. They specify that each clinic is expected to inoculate at least 975 people per week. They've already started booking vaccine appointments, designating blocks of priority groups. They've identified the priority groups, those in long-term care homes, those over 80 years of age, and healthcare and social care workers. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on that. Even though we don't have a vaccine approved here yet, is there any reason that he can see that the government couldn't at least tell Canadians where the vaccine sites will be, what the targets for vaccinations per week will be, and what the priority groups will be?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, I would agree with that member that the government has a responsibility to the provinces and to all Canadians to provide this information so that they can be aware of what the plan is. That's what we've been calling for months, and the government's plan is just trust us. We know what's best for you. Well, we've seen that they don't, Madam Speaker. They actually haven't had a very good track record since last March or before. And so we want to see the data, we want to see the information, we want to see a plan, and that's all we're asking for that's provoking such a visceral reaction from the government, because they don't like to share their information with Canadians because they just think that they know best.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In thinking about vaccines, I look to Canada's history, and I think about what happened with our experience with polio in particular. With the first child that passed away in 1910, we had a vaccine from Salk in 1955, and again from Sabin in 1962. It resulted in continuous waves until eventually it was brought under control in the 1970s. There are three things we can learn from this experience. Number one, how incredible it is to have domestic production of vaccines in Canada. Number two, that adoption of the vaccine was slow and uneven, so we do in fact need a plan, and we need to combat misinformation. And number three, the idea that we can call a vaccine a silver bullet, it needs to be combated, because long after we're given, even the initial waves to our most vulnerable, there will still be the need for increased health protection measures for some time to come. So I'd like to know what the member would say to these 3 points. Thank you.
For Chilliwack Hope.
I think they are excellent points from the member for Fredericton, and I think they show that with information, with truthful information, trusting Canadians, trusting the provinces to be able to interpret that data and act on it is something that we're asking the government to do. I think the members' points are well made, and I think if the government would be wise to listen and trust Canadians with the information that other countries around the world are providing to their citizens.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford's Westminster, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This year, Canadians have been faced with much adversity. Our seniors have been particularly hard hit, and today we are asking the Prime Minister and his government to give them confidence that their government has a plan. We are asking them to be honest and clear with them, to demonstrate that they have the competence to navigate them through this pandemic. They deserve as much, Madam Speaker. This week's fall economic statement was an opportunity to do just that. But it did not offer Canadians a clear plan on vaccines or even a clear plan for testing in the meantime. In fact, this government has had the opportunity to offer Canadians that assurance every time they are asked for a plan. Instead, Madam Speaker, every time they respond with the same non-answers. The Minister of Health was not pleased when I asked her if seniors would have to wait until September 2021 to see their grandchildren again. But the reality is that the government has not provided Canadians with that answer. There is no readily available plan on when all our vulnerable populations will have access to a vaccine. This Liberal government cannot expect us to offer them blind trust because, Madam Speaker, they certainly have not earned it. Not when the Health Minister allowed our pandemic early warning system to be shut down just months before the pandemic. Not when the Prime Minister sent hundreds of thousands of personal protective equipment from our reserves to China, only to leave our frontline healthcare workers without. Or when they refused to close our borders, allowing the virus to spread, when they flip-flopped on mask use, or when they were delayed on approving rapid tests. These failures have not earned them the trust of Canadians. So they should understand why we are asking them for a vaccine rollout plan. And still, without adequate access to rapid tests, Canadians are missing an important tool to help mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Testing is crucial to treating and isolating COVID. The government delayed approvals to rapid testing, and now they proudly stand up in this House to tell us that they have delivered rapid tests to the provinces. But those numbers are wholly inadequate, Madam Speaker. Those numbers are not anywhere in the vicinity of what is needed to be effective. Regular and mass testing would be a game changer for our seniors, our vulnerable populations, our frontline healthcare workers, our essential workers, and to all Canadians. It has the potential to significantly safeguard our long-term care homes who have been the hardest hit by this pandemic. The Canadian Institute for Health Information did a comparison in the spring of the impact of COVID-19 in long-term care homes in OECD countries. In that report, Canada had the highest proportion of deaths occurring in long-term care. Fatalities in long-term care accounted for around 81% of COVID deaths in Canada, compared to an OECD average of only 38%. Those numbers are shameful. We have to better protect our seniors in care. Now, well into the second wave, the majority of deaths in Canada continue to be in our long-term care homes, and outbreaks in care continue to be on the rise. It is absolutely shameful that we don't at least have adequate access to rapid tests in our tool belt. Rapid tests could help isolate COVID in these homes and even help prevent outbreaks in the first place. To do that effectively, though, Madam Speaker, we need rapid tests to be readily available, and we're just not there. Long-term care residents, their families, and the workers who care for them are deserved better. Supports for them are needed in the immediate term. Staff in long-term care need access to PPE and resources to do their jobs. And the staffing crisis in long-term care needs serious attention and not just a Band-Aid solution. Madam Speaker, we need a plan for family reunification. Some of our seniors have been physically and really socially isolated for months on end, separated from their loved ones, separated from their friends, and in some cases, separated from their neighbors down the hall. Last night, during the debate on the government's bill on medically assisted death, I talked about Nancy Russell, a senior who reportedly opted for medically assisted death instead of facing another lonely and isolated lockdown in her care home. Her story is truly heartbreaking. And I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that she's not the only Canadian to experience these feelings of loneliness in the face of COVID. We cannot expect our seniors and our vulnerable populations to endlessly isolate from their loved ones. They've already missed birthdays, holidays, and many important gatherings. We have to be aware of the serious mental health toll this pandemic is having on our seniors, our vulnerable populations, and in essence, all Canadians. We need to offer our seniors hope. All Canadians need hope. At the outset of this pandemic, the government talked about temporary restrictions and lockdowns to help buy time. Well, now, more than 11 months after we first heard about COVID, there has to be a better response. We know that mass testing is key to isolating COVID infections, and that the delivery of a safe and effective vaccine will be the real light at the end of the tunnel. We know that a safe and effective vaccine will also be vital to our economic recovery. It is certainly not unreasonable for us to expect the government to have a plan, to expect this government to tell Canadians who want a vaccine when they can expect to receive one that is safe and effective, or how many doses each province would be receiving, or to be clear on the details of negotiated contracts. We are hearing reports and details from other countries on their vaccine delivery plans and timelines. Other countries are starting to roll out on a vaccine in the coming weeks, and we still don't even have a clear plan, or haven't heard of a clear plan. The United States and Britain are talking about mass access to the vaccine in December and January. December's here, Madam Speaker. And now our Prime Minister is throwing around September. He needs to tell Canadians why this is and what the plan is between now and then. Madam Speaker, it's not just opposition members asking for clarity. Team Canada is asking. Canadians are asking. The provincial premiers who will be tasked with delivering a vaccine are asking for clarity. Premier Scott Moe from my home province of Saskatchewan has said that he's concerned and troubled to hear that Canada is at the back of the line when it comes to receiving a vaccine. The Premier has said that he has not received confirmation from the federal government on if a vaccine will be distributed on a per capita basis, nor has received clarity when it will be received by the provinces. And Madam Speaker, he's not the only Premier asking questions. Earlier this week, Premier Doug Ford of Ontario asked and said, I have to get answers. I've been asking the federal government. We need to know when we're getting it, how much we're getting, and when we're getting it. There's different vaccines out there, so to be perfectly frank, I'm not any more comfortable than I was last week. Premier Sandy Silver of the Yukon is asking for a national distribution strategy. Dr. Robert Strang, Nova Scotia's Chief Medical Officer, has said he is waiting on the federal guidance on issues ranging from priority groups to transportation and logistics. The provinces cannot move ahead with their planning without clarity from this government. And the more they protest against providing details, the more concerning it is. And it is even more concerning when we hear conflicting dates and timelines from those front benches. Canadians want their lives back, jobs, businesses, and more important than that, human life hangs in the balance of this government's response to this pandemic. We are now into December, and the Christmas holidays are fast approaching. Canadians don't need more empty promises. They're worried about their loved ones and their livelihoods. They need a real Team Canada approach. They need a timeline. They need a plan for distribution. They need to know who will get first access. They need answers. They need a clear path forward. And that's what Conservatives are asking for today, a clear path forward. We are asking that this Liberal government to give Canadians the certainty, the clarity, and the competence that they deserve from their government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, I do find it interesting in terms of the debate thus far, and I don't know to what degree the Conservatives are prepared to acknowledge that it is the provinces that administer health care. So when they're critical of personal care home facilities and the high rate of deaths that are taking place in our personal care homes, the members got to recognize that there are limitations that Ottawa has. Yes, we sent in the forces. Yes, we've sent in Canada Red Cross in order to assist in terms of those issues related to home care services. It's the same thing in terms of distribution, Madam Speaker. The federal government, by using science, experts, and civil servants, is getting this country ready. I'm wondering if the Conservatives truly understand the provincial role in this matter.
Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really don't need mansplaining from the member opposite. If he was listening to what I said, I absolutely understand, and we in these benches understand that healthcare is a provincial issue and it's distributed. But look, Premier Scott Moe, Premier Doug Ford, Premier Sandy Silver, Dr. Robert Strang, they're asking, they've been asking and asking and asking and not getting answers. They feel that this government is hiding them out of the plan and not keeping them informed. This government needs to do a better job.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank the member for her comments today. Like her, I'm very concerned about the care that our seniors are receiving across the country, and certainly would welcome national standards that ensured that all seniors across the country received the care that we know they deserve. But one of the things that I think would provide that hope that she so desperately would like our seniors to be able to have is that knowing going into another pandemic we wouldn't be in this situation. Would the member opposite agree that the federal government should establish a Crown corporation to manufacture vaccine medicines for Canadians for future pandemics that we know are coming?
The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think at this moment in time, what we need is transparency and accountability. We need this Liberal government to be transparent. We shouldn't have had prorogation for 6 weeks. We lost 6 valuable weeks knowing we were going into a second wave. We need them just to come forward. When they're asked for help from the provinces, they need to step up. And at very minimum, give a listening ear and listen to what they're saying and give the information. At minimum, the information that the premiers are asking for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her presentation. I want to focus on one part of her speech. A report from the Canadian Mental Health Association that came out this morning had stats that I would think all of us in this room would think are sobering, where more than 40% of Canadians surveyed have said their mental health has deteriorated since March. 18% of Canadians have felt they've had suicidal thoughts, and 13% of parents have said they're worried about domestic violence and abuse. These are frightening numbers. And a lot of that mental health deterioration is because Canadians don't have answers to important questions that they want to know. They want hope. And would my colleague not agree that having access and knowledge of the numbers and the dates when vaccines would be available would help in the mental health recovery of Canadians?
For Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague through you for that question. I think mental health is actually something that is definitely being overlooked. I mean, when you tell people that they need to stay in their house, I mean, I just talked about Nancy Russell, who wanted to die. She died. She followed through with her maid because she didn't want to be lonely. She didn't want to be locked alone in her long-term care facility, in her residence, with nobody. Humans were created for relationship, for interaction with other humans. If we are going to have governments, and this government did say we need everybody to lock down, hunker down so we can have time, we need to buy time, and then to see some 6 weeks be thrown away because there was a scandal that government was a part of was absolutely ridiculous. This government needs to be transparent with Canadians so they feel less anxious and have less anxiety. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake Cook. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we fight the pandemic, we have a responsibility as government to ensure that we are protecting the most vulnerable Canadians. That is why our government has set out measures to support our veterans in its fiscal economic statement. During the COVID pandemic, the Veterans Emergency Fund has been an indispensable source of support for those who are at high risk because of an emergency situation. The additional funding announced will allow us to continue to deliver financial assistance to cover essential elements such as food, rent, and mortgage payments. In addition, the economic statement contains additional investments in mental health, training, and to fight homelessness. We know that there's still a great deal left to do, but it's largely thanks to the contributions of our veterans that Canada is the wonderful country that it is today, and will be there to continue to support them today and in future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, it is with profound sadness that I rise in the House today to announce the passing of Judy Gordon. Judy was a devoted daughter, wife, mother, grandmother, mayor, MLA, and an incredible woman. She loved politics, and for more than 20 years, she dutifully served the people of central Alberta. She was passionate about her community and worked tirelessly to improve the lives of the people she served. Her accomplishments would take far longer than the 60 seconds I have today. Needless to say, they were many, they were vast, and they were impactful. But most of all, Judy loved, as we all do, the small victories, the opportunity to be a champion and get results for the people she represented. I had the privilege of serving with Mayor Gordon. She was tough but fair, and I will forever be grateful for her counsel and her friendship. According to her son Greg, it wasn't about the title. She just wanted to serve people and be in a position to help them. She was very proud of the work that she did. While Judy has left us here, the actions of her servant heart live on in her accomplishments, in the people she touched, and in her family. Rest in peace, Judy.
Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to recognize the recipients of the 4th Annual London North Centre Honour Roll. This initiative highlights individuals who inspire us to build a strong, supportive, and inclusive community. A remarkable amount of nominations were received from a wide variety of individuals, and our volunteer selection committee completed a comprehensive review. Many of our honorees helped fellow Londoners during the COVID-19 pandemic. Congratulations to the following individuals who make up this year's extraordinary class: Major Jay Hancock, Charles Knott, Emily Jackson, Bev Zeifman, Lieutenant Colonel retired John William Pattison Cook, Cheryl Miller, Susan Toth, Troy Leishman, Dr. Adam Duclos, Mesa Elsege, Leroy Hibbert, Father Michael Bayshard, Ken Suchand, and Nazi El Masri, Mario Cercelli, Constable Evan Harrison, Karen Perkin, Dan Flaherty, and Yola Ventresca. Congratulations again to them all, Mr. Speaker. They're an outstanding example of what Londoners can do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2020 is the 175th anniversary of the city of Saint-Eustache, which I proudly represent here in this House. The first French settlers arrived in 1739, and then in 1768, the parish of Saint-Eustache was officially established. The municipality was the site of major battles, for example, the Patriot Rebellion in 1837-38. The village was partially destroyed by this battle, led by Jean-Olivier Chénier against the British troops on December 14, 1837. The vestiges of this battle are still visible on the front of the Saint-Eustache Church, where a number of patriots took refuge and died there. We will never forget them. Today, over 45,000 people live in this beautiful city, a city that is rich in culture, history, and architectural heritage. I invite you very warmly to come and visit us when the situation will allow it. Thank you. Happy 175th anniversary, St. Eustache.
For Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the wonderful people of Etobicoke North who work in healthcare, essential services, and everyone who is doing their part to stop the spread of COVID-19. Thanks to the William Osler Health System and the Rexdale Community Health Center for their life-saving and life-changing work. The Rexdale Community Hub, Ernestine's Women's Shelter, and Youth Without Shelter. Our churches, Gurdwaras, Mandirs, and Moss, and our many community organizations for the caring they provide during these difficult times. We are a compassionate and kind community. Our neighbors help neighbors. We lift each other up, and we are generous with our time, skills, and volunteering. Let me wish everyone the joy of the holiday season, a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy Kwanzaa. And let us give thanks for everything that unites us. Much love, and here's to a brighter, happier, healthier, and more prosperous new year.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, December 3rd is recognized as the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Canadians living with disabilities know it's been over 7 years since I introduced Private Members Bill C-462, restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit. Canadians with disabilities should not have to pay huge fees to a third party to access the federal government program I'm proud to say Conservative members of Parliament provide for free. These fees can be as high as 40% of the tax credit. The Liberals have refused to enact my bill to protect those living with disabilities. The fact is, the Prime Minister, as an opposition MP on the We Charity Speaker Circuit, voted in support of my legislation, as did all members of Parliament. On the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, we're to better understand issues facing people living with disabilities. I call on the government to bring Bill C-462 into force and have their virtue signaling mean something.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, for over 20 years, communities across Canada and the United States have welcomed the CP Holiday Train. It's 1,000 feet long with every car and locomotive brightly decorated with seasonal symbols. The train has traveled across our two countries in bringing the holiday spirit and supporting local food banks. At every stop, people enjoy the train and its live music show on a specially designed rail car stage. They bring food and cash donations, and the railway presents a large check to the local food bank, over the years raising almost $18 million and 4.8 million pounds of food. The President and CEO, Keith Creel, promises the tradition will continue virtually this year with a holiday train concert online on December the 12th, and CP will donate $1.24 million to the 201 food banks along the route. When it's safe to do so, the train will get rolling again. Hamilton has proudly welcomed the train with huge crowds, and so many needy families have had a better Christmas. Thank you, CP Rail.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize an outstanding display of bravery and heroism that occurred at the Coca-Cola bottling facility in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. After a team member suffered a serious heart attack, rendering him unconscious and unable to breathe, 4 of his colleagues bravely jumped to his aid. They jumped into the situation without hesitation, administering CPR to the individual and stabilizing him before the first responders arrived on the scene. Without the courageous actions of these employees, this man would not be alive today. I want to recognize these brave individuals and thank them for their heroics. Ernest Ashwood, David Murray, Inoma Noma, and Shirlene Petty. On behalf of this House, the people of Humber River Black Creek, and myself, thank you for your courage and for your life-saving actions. You are truly heroes. I also want to give my best wishes to the family of the patient and offer my prayers for his speedy recovery. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They provide communities with the goods and services we need in good times and bad. I recently hosted a roundtable with business owners from across the North Okanagan Shuswap and heard how this government has failed small business and hurting small business owners. One business operator shared how she spent more than 3 hours on the phone with CRA but still cannot access the CEBA program. And she is not the only one. Small businesses don't need this government's "please hold" messages or the mounting debt. They need programs and services that they can actually access. We know this government listens to Bay Street, but it's time they started listening to Main Street. During this giving season, and indeed all year long, we can give back to our local small businesses by choosing to shop local. I hope all Canadians will make that choice to support their local small businesses now and throughout the year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Sunday will mark the 31st anniversary of the tragic events that occurred at the École Polytechnique in Montreal. Although the events then sounded a wake-up call in Canada, violence against women remains a challenge that still remains to be overcome, and education must continue every day, and the support of our allies is still just as valuable in this struggle. In Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, like across Canada, and despite the difficult circumstances of this pandemic, a number of organizations continue to serve as havens and refuges for so many women who are seeking to flee the nightmare of daily violence. I commend the important work done by these organizations because as a former social worker with victims of violence, I recognize how much they sacrifice and the salvation that they bring to these women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Are defined as having fewer than 100 employees. 98% of all businesses in Canada are small businesses. Again, 98% of all businesses in Canada are small businesses. They're responsible for the majority, or 57%, of net employment growth in the private sector. They employ 70% of the total private labor force in Canada. These are incredible statistics that show the tremendous contribution to our country. It's clear that small businesses are the engine and the heart of our economy. Hopefully, all governments across this country remember these statistics as they make policy decisions that impact small businesses, especially now during the pandemic. Let's help them get through this pandemic, not close them while multi-billion-dollar chains stay open. Because at the end of the day, the success of small businesses is clearly vital to Canada's prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it's all about fairness.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to underscore the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Unfortunately, we still live in a society that has too many barriers. Today, like every day, we must be aware of their reality and improve infrastructure to meet their needs. I'd like to take a moment to commend all organizations who help persons with disabilities for their work, and especially allow me to thank the Person with Disabilities Association of Portneuf, which offers invaluable support. Thank you so much. I would also like to commend the perseverance of William Alain, a young man from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. William had an accident in 2015 and is now a quadriplegic. Despite his physical limitations, he has always pursued his passion, which is hunting. Mr. Speaker, I have great news. William recently hunted his first deer. This is a dream come true for him. Continue to believe in yourselves, and I can assure you that we'll always be there for you. Thank you.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, while the pandemic has hit so many Canadians really hard, there are some who have done quite well. Consider that while Winnipeg food banks have seen a 30% increase in demand since the pandemic began, Galen Weston of Loblaws has seen his personal wealth increase by $1.6 billion. Why does this matter? Because we need to make sure that Canada's recovery lifts everyone up. That means investing in healthcare, in housing, and a green economy. Working Canadians shouldn't have to foot the bill for that, while billionaires and big corporations that saw record profits during the pandemic get off the hook. We've already seen that some governments, like the Conservatives in Manitoba, are chomping at the bit to use the pandemic as cover to shut down important services like the Community IV Clinic in Transcona and the cancer care site at Concordia Hospital. We can stop those cuts by establishing a wealth tax for millionaires, shutting down tax havens, and taxing the extra pandemic profits of big corporations. That's the way we'll help working Canadians get their lives back instead of helping the people at the top protect their fortunes.
The honourable member for Repentigny. On December 12th will be the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, which is historic. I was there in 2015, Mr. Speaker, and there was a great deal of hope, but also a great deal of prudence. Canada said that it was back, and countries were committed to having climate warming and not go beyond 2 degrees Celsius or even 1.5. But that was long ago. The transition that we were hoping for has not yet occurred. Countries must review their commitments, and the current medical crisis must not divert our efforts. In fact, we must focus even more on robust solutions because small steps aren't enough. We have to make a great leap, and that is something that Canada must do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Monsieur le Président, chaque année à la...
Mr. Speaker, every year with the advent of Christmas, we remember the tragic events of December 6, 1989. 14 young women were shot down simply because they were women. 14 young women who were brilliant with their entire lives before them. And that was a great tragedy for Canada.
Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Avernick, Barbara Kluzik-Vidavich, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richaud, Annie Certanon, Annie Turcotte.
We have the duty to remember these names, not only today, but every day, every time that hate is expressed, that violent gestures are made against women. We must remember these women and speak out so that this type of tragedy never occurs again. That is our duty for all of us. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to join this House as the Member of Parliament for York Centre. Especially during a pandemic, I could not have done it without the support of the incredible community volunteers who stepped up despite the circumstances. I'm committed to returning their hard work and determination by serving the diverse community of York Centre. My riding is home to a large and active seniors community and rooted in small businesses who have all been hit hard by the pandemic. As I called and knocked on doors, listening to constituents, the message was clear. People need our support. I will always work alongside this government to work and make sure that their support is there. What's become clear during this pandemic is our ability to help one another and be there for each other. Whether it's organizations like UJA's Community Food Share Program, supporting the most vulnerable, or the REMA Foundation empowering seniors and newcomers to adapt to today's realities, that is the strength of our communities. To the residents of York Centre, thank you. As your neighbour and member of your community, I'm honoured to serve as your MP.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, leaked military documents reveal that only a small number of Canadians will be vaccinated by March. It's no wonder the Prime Minister is hiding this information because 100 million Americans will be vaccinated over the same period. The secrecy of this government is adding to the uncertainty and stress on families. So I'm asking a simple question. How many Canadians is this government planning to have vaccinated by the end of March?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians can be assured by the fact that Canada has been aggressive in putting together the most comprehensive vaccine portfolio in the world, with the most doses per capita in the world. And Mr. Speaker, four of those manufacturers have submitted to Health Canada for regulatory approval. We are reviewing those as quickly as possible using a rolling approach, and Canadians can be sure that when we approve a vaccine for use in Canada, it will be safe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Aggressive, Mr. Speaker. The American program is called Warp Speed. The best this could be called would be Impulse Power, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the health minister multiple times said the provinces are able to handle the vaccines. The same military report said that the provinces and Indigenous communities are not prepared with the infrastructure required for vaccinations. Premiers and First Nation leaders have been asking this government for a plan so that they can prepare. Why is this government waiting to the very last minute to provide a plan for provinces and First Nations across this country?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for months now, we've been working hand in glove with provinces and territories to prepare for vaccination for Canadians. In fact, as the member opposite notes, 2 of the 7 vaccinations that potentially will be available here in Canada require significant logistical support, and we're so grateful to the military for providing that support. Rather than being a prop, as the member opposite mentioned in his news conference this morning, instead they are being an incredibly integral part of distributing vaccines to provinces and territories, ensuring through dry runs that provinces and territories are ready to receive them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, an integral part for 6 days now. The military's own documents say they don't have the information we've been asking for, and it also says that vaccinations could end in the U.S. and France 6 months ahead of Canada. The Prime Minister has said repeatedly it's not about when things start, it's about when they end. We now know that Canadians could face 6 extra months of lockdown, 6 extra months of seniors in isolation, 6 extra months before life can get back to normal. Does this government not realize if you don't have a plan to vaccine, you don't have an economic plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's this government that has known that actually health and economy are deeply intertwined, and that's why we've been so aggressive to support people and businesses and communities through this pandemic so that they can take the decisions to protect each other, so that they can protect their communities, they can protect the economy of Canada. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we've worked also so aggressively on ensuring that we do have the most robust vaccine portfolio with options, Mr. Speaker, in case one vaccine is not successful or another one is indicated for different populations. Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the work we've done because Canadians can be assured they're well situated to get a vaccine.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised vaccines would be coming but didn't give us a date. The Minister of Health has given us potential dates. When the vaccines will arrive is uncertain because we don't know when they'll arrive, how they'll be distributed, and who will receive them first. When will the Prime Minister decide to tell Canadians the truth in order to reassure them? The Honourable Minister.
Member opposite had an opportunity to watch the tech brief today that happened for all Canadians, where we actually provided even more details on the planning and the preparation that's underway with provinces and territories to deploy vaccines when they become available. On Health Canada's side, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Sharma, who is the head of our regulatory body, said that they will be in a good position to provide a decision within 8 to 10 days or so. These are all good, promising signs, Mr. Speaker, that vaccination is on the way. I just want to thank Canadians for their optimism and their courage during this difficult time.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we have 2 official languages, which are the foundation of linguistic duality in our country. French is on the decline, and this has sounded the alarm for Quebec and for Francophone minorities outside Quebec across the country. We want to have an answer on the modernization of the Official Languages Act and the application of Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses. When will the Prime Minister protect the French language? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to tell the Leader of the Opposition that we have 2 official languages, and I'd like to clarify something. We are going to protect French. That's one of our priorities. But we're not just talking, we're taking action. What have we done over the past 5 years to protect both official languages? We have invested significant amounts into organizations across the country. We saved Radio-Canada CBC. We doubled the contribution to the Council of Arts. And we have appointed judges, bilingual judges, to the Supreme Court, something the Harper government always refused to do. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the unanimous assembly is unanimous. The government of Quebec is as well, and I think the majority of members in this House agree. The Charter of the French language should apply to businesses under federal jurisdiction in Quebec. Today, Quebec's civil society has added its voice. What doesn't the government understand? Everyone agrees. Everyone understands. What will it take for the government to wake up? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying that we will protect the French language in Quebec and across the country. It goes without saying that we also acknowledge Bill 101. I live in Cartierville. I see it when I talk to children from across the world and who are in our elementary schools, secondary schools. Having said that, we are holding discussions with the Quebec government. Recently, I spoke to my
Speaker. Of order, the Honourable Member for Steveston, please.
Yes, if you don't mind, please remind the honourable member that when she speaks in French, please switch to the French channel so that the interpretation would not be overlapping with her speech, because it's awfully difficult to hear the interpretation. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to remind members, when you speak in a language, make sure that you're on that channel in the system. I'll allow the Minister to continue. Please continue, Minister. Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we are here to protect the French FAC in Quebec and across the country. We are in discussion with the Quebec government. We are looking at their legislation to review the Charter of the French language. The Honourable Member. No action, no tangible action. The Mayor of Quebec, the Mayor of Gatineau, Lévis, Laval, the Mayor of Montreal, the Mayor of Longueuil, union leaders, the Union of Artists, agriculture producers, MPs, former ministers. Everyone is asking for it. There's a united front, to use the expression from a Montreal newspaper. Saying no at this point means saying no to the entire province. Will the government finally stop harming the French language in Quebec and apply Bill 101 to federally regulated companies? That's what we're asking for. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are an ally for Francophones, and since the start of our mandate, we have shown that. We have taken steps beyond words, be it by saving Radio-Canada CBC from cuts, Radio-Canada, which helps in Quebec. We have helped our artists to produce content. We doubled the budget for the Conseil des Arts. We saved the Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu Military College for training in French. That's what we've done. We will continue to support Francophones. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we need to establish the priority list for COVID-19. And that was said because the Liberal government missed the boat. We don't have enough vaccines to vaccinate our most vulnerable people, seniors, people above the age of 70. Will the Prime Minister admit that he did not do what he should have, he failed to do so, and why is he not protecting the most vulnerable? The Honourable Minister of Health.
As I've said repeatedly in this House, in fact, quite the opposite. We've aggressively purchased vaccines, Mr. Speaker. 7 of the most promising candidates in our portfolio, the best portfolio in the world, more doses per capita than any other country, Mr. Speaker. He talks about prioritization. That work has been done at the national level. Of course, provinces and territories will further refine their prioritization. And, Mr. Speaker, we are confident that when a vaccine is approved for use in Canada, we will be able to deploy.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It would give Canadians more confidence if you would accept if the government would accept the facts. Dr. Tam has said that she has to refine the list, the priority list for those who receive the COVID-19 vaccine. The reason why she said that is very clear. We do not have enough vaccine to cover everyone who needs it most. We certainly don't have enough vaccine in the first round to cover all seniors over the age of 70. So will the Prime Minister admit that he did not do his job to ensure there was enough vaccine in the first round for people who need it most?
Honourable Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, we have been aggressive in our purchasing of vaccines. In fact, we've been noted around the world for having most doses per capita in Canada expected here. And as the member opposite knows, we are working with partners, provincial and territorial, to ensure that people get vaccinated with the goal of stopping the spread and saving lives. That's what's happening, Mr. Speaker. It's happening through planning. It's happening through practice runs. As of yesterday, provinces and territories participated in a dry run. Mr. Speaker, when a vaccine is approved here in Canada, we'll be ready to go.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, on November 19th at Public Accounts Committee, government officials denied the existence of a named operation for COVID vaccine distribution. They told the committee that the armed forces had not been tasked with doing any vaccine rollout at all. But now, leaked documents show the government finally tasked our military with exactly that rollout, but only on November the 27th under Operation Vector. Why did this government wait till the final hours before calling in the military to clean up their mess?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe if my word isn't good enough, he would take Major Fortin's word, who cleared that up today at the media conference and indicated that, in fact, the military has been integrated in our response from the very beginning. In fact, Major Fortin pointed to the integration of military personnel in PHAC for months. And in fact, we're very grateful for the Canadian Armed Forces, not just in the vaccine deployment, but certainly for the support in long-term care homes in the spring.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has known for months vaccines were coming, but they failed to make any plans to roll them out. And now the military is being sent in to pick up the pieces at the very last minute. But the armed forces still need more information from the Liberals, but all they get is radio silence. Basically, the military is being asked by our government to build a plane while flying it. Will the Defence Minister provide more resources to our Canadian Armed Forces and guarantee they can roll out vaccines without compromising core operations?
The Honourable Minister.
And Mr. Speaker, I have confidence in General Vance and the many people leading the Canadian Armed Forces that they can manage their responsibilities appropriately. That is not for me to say, Mr. Speaker, but I am grateful for the Canadian Armed Forces, not just now, but certainly during the spring when they leapt into action to protect seniors' lives in long-term care homes. They are logisticians by trade, Mr. Speaker. They are helpful in helping plan with provinces and territories how best to get, especially these fragile vaccines, in place and ready to deploy. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be grateful and confident that the Canadian military is helping in this important task.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when we ask questions here in the House, the answer we get is listen to the technical briefings. But we've listened to the technical briefings, and what we know is that less than 10% of Canadians will be vaccinated by the end of March. Now, there have also been designated priority groups. I'd like to know from the Minister, how many people are in those groups, and will there be enough vaccines to vaccinate all of them? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've worked with provinces and territories to make sure that we can deploy vaccines successfully. In fact, yesterday there was a dry run held with provinces and territories to identify gaps in the plan and strengthen them before the vaccine is approved and arrives on Canadian soil. I can tell Canadians with confidence that when a vaccine is approved for safety here in Canada, we'll be ready to deploy.
L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, we always get the same answer. There is no answer. Now, we've asked several times why our allies would have the vaccines faster than Canada, that Canada would only get them or by the end of March. We haven't gotten any answers. I believe that the Prime Minister doesn't know where he's going, or perhaps he doesn't want to answer. But this is an issue that is a federal issue, not the provinces. Can the Prime Minister tell us? Can he share with us his plan for the distribution of vaccines to Indigenous communities and to members of the Canadian Armed Forces?
Mr. Speaker, let me read General Vance's quote. He said, "We are as well poised as any country, and when the vaccines arrive, we'll be able to support the federal, provincial, territorial rollout plans. The actual logistics of rolling it out, we're in the same positions that our allies are in." And what that says, Mr. Speaker, is that the military has been working with Public Health Agency of Canada. He's been working with our teams. He's been working with Canadians, with provinces and territories. Let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. Canadians can be confident, they can be optimistic that Canada's at the front of the line, and we'll make sure as soon as a vaccine is safe that we can deploy it.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So at today's technical briefing that was supposed to give Canadians some clarity on vaccine rollout, one of Canada's top public health officials said the following: "I think we shouldn't be so obsessed with the delivery of the vaccines themselves, the dates, and so on." Really? Does the minister think that families with family members in long-term care facilities shouldn't be so obsessed with, the details of the delivery of the vaccine?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we have utmost confidence in the public health experts, the scientists, the researchers, the logisticians that are helping not only to deploy vaccines, but to get us through this pandemic every step of the way. Unlike the opposition party, we have confidence in public health officials. We have confidence in public health guidance, and we certainly have confidence in vaccination. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to be there for Canadians with optimism, with courage, and with planning. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be confident that when a vaccine is safe for use in Canada, we can deploy.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So yesterday, the Premier of Alberta said that they would be receiving vaccines on January the 4th. But today, the same public health official that I just quoted refused to confirm that, and in fact said, "I think we shouldn't be so obsessed with the delivery of vaccines." I can't believe this. It's ridiculous. We are seeing other countries around the world deliver these vaccines today. And yet we have no details about this. And the government's like, "Oh, just be optimistic. Just trust us." When are Canadians who are obsessed with getting this information going to be able to get a vaccine?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, Canadians expect that whatever we deploy in terms of vaccines in Canada will be safe for Canadian use, and that's why I am so proud of our gold standard regulators. In fact, Mr. Speaker, around the world, countries look to Canada for approval of vaccines, of drugs, of medical equipment, because you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because of the integrity of our system. So Canadians can be confident when a vaccine is approved for use here in Canada, A, it's safe, and B, we're ready to deploy.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Assembly is unanimous. The government of Quebec is asking for it, the provinces are asking for it, and yesterday the House voted in favour of it, even the Minister of Agriculture. Health transfers must be increased significantly and sustainably before the end of 2020, and yet the government still refuses. It's no longer a question of stubbornness, it's hindering action. Will it listen to the will of the House as expressed clearly yesterday and increase health transfers?
Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that we are working closely with all provinces, and of course that includes Quebec. We are collaborating with them on many levels and have been since before the pandemic, and we will continue to work with them. On December 10th, there will be a meeting that will be held, and a number of issues will be discussed. The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, health transfers mean more money for our long-term care facilities. Health transfers mean the ability of Quebec and the provinces to hire healthcare workers. Now we're talking about doctors, nurses, orderlies, specialists, ambulance attendants, paramedics. Transfers are about sending a signal to the world that we want people to have good care. What's the problem with that? What's the Liberals' problem with that? Beats me, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister.
Provinces and territories since the beginning of this pandemic with historic amounts of funding, including $24 billion in transfers for things like personal protective equipment, testing, contact tracing, data, long-term care, mental health supports. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to be there for Quebec. We'll work with the provinces every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the government wants to impose pan-Canadian standards on long-term care facilities that are under Quebec's jurisdiction. Well, it opposes them on federal long-term care facilities, but there aren't any. How? Well, maybe it's not federal standards that provinces need. What they need are transfers to help deal with the crisis. The parties have understood that here, except for the Liberals. Why are they refusing to transfer the money that everybody's asking for to support our long-term care facilities? What's the problem? The Honourable Leader of the Government. Well, our seniors are not a matter of jurisdiction. It's not a line in the Constitution. It's not a paragraph. These are people who, Mr. Speaker, since the start of the pandemic have needed our help. They are trying to pick a fight, the Bloc Québécois. Why don't we look at how we can work together instead of, alongside the Bloc Québécois? Why don't we look at how we can help seniors across the country? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have recognized that French is fragile and needs to be supported. And that one of the first things our leader said was that Bill 101 has to apply to federally regulated companies. The mayors of the 6 largest cities in Quebec agree with that position. Everyone agrees, except the Liberal government. Why is the Liberal government afraid of applying Bill 101 to federally regulated corporations? The Honourable Minister. Well, when I listen to my colleague, I see his good faith, but in reality, the Conservative government never recognized the importance of French for the government when it was in power. When we look at the cuts to Radio-Canada, when we look at the fact at what they've done in other areas, so many cuts for organizations that defended French across the country, well, we really must wonder what we have questions about their good faith. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Quebecers are speaking with one voice, the official opposition, the National Assembly, the low government, the mayors of all the major cities, agriculture and labour organizations. They're all calling for the application of Bill 101 to companies under federal jurisdiction. The Prime Minister is more and more isolated. He talks a lot, but he refuses to take action. My question for the Prime Minister, and I'm quoting a letter in the newspaper this morning, does he agree that, quote, Quebecers must be able to work in their own language, French, and that Quebec legislation must apply to the entire territory of Quebec? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Conservatives. I'd like to congratulate the Conservatives for their newfound interest in protecting and promoting French. For the first time, now they've talked about the importance of supporting French in Quebec. This is historic, Mr. Speaker. All members, not just from Quebec, all members of the Liberal Party agree to strengthen French in Quebec through our institutions, through everything that we can, with the help of the minister, so that French is in a stronger position today, tomorrow, and in the future. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I didn't hear them admit that they were going to be applying Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses, or that they were going to modernize the Official Languages Act before Christmas. In addition, they can't even enforce the Official Languages Act with the message that's being sent to Quebec today. How can the Prime Minister explain that the President of the Treasury Board sends out messages in English, that Zooms are in English, Zoom meetings, and that there is no linguistic analysis of the We Charity file? I ask the Prime Minister again, will he call to order the President of the Treasury Board and apply Bill 101 to its own department? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague, for whom I have a great respect, that the Minister of Revenue is a unilingual francophone. So that's a first point. Secondly, I want to reassure him that the Official Languages Act is very important. It must apply in spirit and letter. And that's why it needs to be modernized. We need to strengthen our obligations. We acknowledge that French is declining. We will protect it, and we will modernize the Act.
For Churchill, Kiwatnut Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Shamattawa First Nation is now at a COVID test positivity rate of 50%. 50%. 106 confirmed COVID cases, a TB spread, overcrowded housing, and isolation. This is an unfolding nightmare. I appreciate that the Minister of Defence is aware and responding, but this situation is getting worse by the hour. Will the government ensure that every possible step is taken to save the lives of the people of Shamattawa First Nation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I'll be speaking to Chief Redhead later today to help support and be on hand to combat and prevent further spread of COVID-19. A rapid response team has been deployed as well with Blue Med shelters that have been in operation since last week. We'll remain in active communication with the community and stand ready to provide additional support, including CAF as needed, and we'll be there for them and the community of Shamattawa. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, patients in ICUs in Alberta are being forced to share rooms. The use of oxygen is being limited, and now the Red Cross has been called in and field hospitals are being set up. Field hospitals in Edmonton, in Canada. Yesterday, the Ontario Health Minister defended the Ford government by saying at least they aren't as bad as Jason Kenney. Conservatives are failing Canadians, but so are Liberals. Canadians are depending on the federal government to show leadership and share a plan with the provinces. When will they?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've been there for provinces and territories to deliver on their healthcare responsibilities, and it'll be no different with Alberta. I spoke with Minister Shandro last night and offered him a variety of supports in addition to the field hospitals that he is asking for. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, this demonstrates how deadly of a disease this is and how we all have to work together and adhere to public health measures that keep us safe.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, gun and gang violence is a lived reality for far too many people in Canada, including residents in my riding of Toronto Centre. And I have heard concerns from constituents, many of them parents mourning their own children, that we need to provide essential resources for prevention, for diversion and exit programs. Can the Minister of Public Security and Emergency Preparedness please update this House as to what additional measures our government will be providing to cities and marginalized communities to keep them safe from this violence?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Toronto Centre for this very important question and welcome her voice to this very important discussion. And for far too many Canadians and communities across Canada, they have been traumatized by gun violence. And Mr. Speaker, we're taking action. And as we announced just this week, our government will be investing $250 million to municipalities and marginalized communities to support community-based programs aimed at prevention, diversion, and to support those seeking to exit gangs. Mr. Speaker, this will complement the $327 million that's been provided to provinces to support law enforcement, the significant investments we've made at the border, and our ongoing efforts to strengthen gun control. We welcome the support of mayors such as John Tory and Naheed Nenshi for this essential funding as we work together to keep our communities safe.
Member for Carleton.
Des dénonciateurs courageux.
Courageous whistleblowers in the public service call the media to warn them of literally terrifying expenditures. Other officials called the media to say that they'd been ordered to send out checks even in cases where fraud was suspected. And now, suddenly, the Deputy Minister of Finance has resigned the day after the economic statement. The Deputy Minister of Finance, did he resign suddenly because he is also terrified of this government's uncontrolled spending? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Deputy Minister Rochon for his years of service across different governments. But I want to turn my attention to the argument the honourable member has made. This morning, he distastefully compared our government's emergency measures to a rich kid smoking drugs on his parents' money. The reality is the programs we have advanced have gone to protect the lives of Canadians and to ensure that households and businesses could survive this pandemic. The fact is we have to do everything as long as it takes, as much as it takes, to get Canadians through this pandemic. If that member takes an opposite view and disagrees with that fundamental tenet of our approach, I look forward to seeing a Liberal MP representing the good people of Carleton after the next election.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, they tried that 6 times in a row, and 6 times in a row they failed. So
apparently the people of Carleton don't agree with the member. No, I was talking about this government being like a spoiled brat inheriting a great fortune from the earlier government, which left them a great balance sheet, one that they have worked hard to blow as the time has gone by. But since that time, we have public servants saying they're literally terrified of this government spending. And now the sudden resignation of the Deputy Minister of Finance the day after the economic update. Is he, too, terrified of the out-of-control spending of his own government?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, seventh time may be the charm. Canadians do not want to have politicians who've been on taxpayer-funded salaries for 6 election cycles tell them that the government has been spending too much to make sure that their kids can eat and keep a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member is concerned of the cost of doing too much, I would ask him to consider the cost of doing too little. If we failed to extend the supports that Canadians need during this emergency, we would have seen more of our family members perish, we would have seen more Canadians lose their jobs, and we would have seen more businesses closed permanently. That is not an outcome that our government will accept, and I would encourage the honourable member to give his head a shake and get on board with the program.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister made a campaign photo op stop at Everestdale just last year. He looked members of USW 5890 square in the eyes and told them, "I have your back." Now, 591 of those workers will lose their jobs on December 17th, just a week before Christmas. They will be looking through the Help Wanted ads instead of enjoying Christmas with their families. What does the Prime Minister have to say to these 591 families that he has turned his back on?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. We have been there for workers and families from the very beginning in 2015, but since the pandemic, let's look at some of the measures we've put in place. The emergency response benefit, 9 million Canadians have access to this benefit. The wage subsidy to help keep the relationship between workers and employers strong. For federally regulated employees, unprotected leave, because we know it's not only the financial support, it's also ensuring jobs are there. And we've made it easier to access by waiving the medical certificates and keeping workers safe with investments in health and safety. We are always going to be there for Canadian workers and families.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, the 591 families don't want CERB, they want a job. 4 jobs are created in Regina for every 1 job it ever has. This is devastating for Regina's local economy and is a direct result of anti-energy bills C-48, C-69, and the Liberals' ever-increasing carbon tax. These layoffs are not an unintended consequence. They are a desired outcome. The Prime Minister promised to phase out our energy sector, and apparently this is the one promise he intends to keep. When will this government stop attacking Western Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here. Mr. Speaker, 1 in every 3 workers in mining, oil and gas, that was how many workers were able to stay in their jobs thanks to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. That's tens of thousands of families in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, and in Newfoundland and Labrador who continue to be able to go to work and put food on the table thanks to this Liberal government. In the fall economic statement, we announced we would maintain and expand this crucial program to keep Canadians working. So the question for the opposition is, will they support oil and gas workers, and will they vote in favour of our fall economic statement? Thank you.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers learned last week that the government was unable to tell us when vaccination would start. We know that millions of doses have been reserved, but we don't know where Canada stands on the reservation list or how many countries are on that list. So how many vaccines will we get by March? My question is this: will there be enough vaccines at the beginning of March for healthcare professionals and for vulnerable persons? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have the best vaccine portfolio in the world with more doses per capita than any other country in the world. And Mr. Speaker, we've been working closely with experts, researchers, scientists, and in fact, listening to the advice of the National Advisory Committee on Immunization. They have provided general guidelines for the country. Of course, provinces and territories will take those guidelines and refine them in their own jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, when a vaccine is safe for use in Canada, we will be ready to deploy.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're asking very simple questions everybody is asking. We need answers. And the only thing we're getting, though, is ridiculous political spin, which is not reassuring. So I just want a simple answer. Can the government assure us that there will be enough doses at the beginning of March to vaccinate the elderly, healthcare workers, essential workers, and members of the most vulnerable communities, such as Indigenous people, as called for by Theresa Tam, the head of the Public Health Agency of Canada?
Il y a une chose sur laquelle je suis d'accord.
Well, there's one thing I agree with, is that the Bloc asks so many questions. It's the only party that says, vote for us and we'll ask questions. Well, that's basically what they're doing. That's basically what they're all about. Whereas us, we're signing agreements with companies that produce vaccines. We've signed so many of those agreements. We're working with the provinces to distribute those vaccines as quickly as possible to as many people as possible. When the vaccines are ready, we will be ready too.
Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We keep seeing the results of short-term thinking from this government. Every announcement seems to be designed for the photo op with no real plan for actual follow-through. A for announcement, F for actual follow-through. Liberal MPs are now sharing a graphic that brags about their vaccine plan. It's really simple. You'll get the vaccine when it's ready. Canadians want details, and 8 months into this, there's no reason why they shouldn't have it. Mr. Speaker, where is our detailed plan?
Well, Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've been transparent with Canadians, sharing information, helping them get through this pandemic, whether it's with resources, whether it's with information, and now with plans for the vaccination plan. As the member opposite knows, vaccinations are delivered by provinces and territories, and the federal government is supporting them in their healthcare obligations by ensuring that we can supply the logistics to get those vaccines in place in provinces and territories, that we have a plan. Yesterday, we stress tested that plan with provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be optimistic that when a vaccine is ready, we will be ready to deploy.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, Oscar Wilde once said, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. We, I must say, Speaker, are quite flattered that the Liberals adopted the Conservative leader's proposal to increase the child care benefit. Perhaps the Liberals can embrace another novel idea: getting Canadians access to a COVID vaccine. While Canadian families make plans, unfortunately, to spend Christmas away from their loved ones, can the Prime Minister tell this House on what date will Canadians have access to the COVID vaccine?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to make sure that Canadians will be able to get a vaccine when the time comes. Work is already underway with the provinces, the territories, and the military to create a distribution plan so Canadians can get vaccinated. Our approach, Mr. Speaker, has always been informed by science and evidence, and this is no different. Working with experts like the National Advisory Committee on Immunization and other public health experts, we will make sure that Canadians are safe from COVID-19.
Honourable member for Chilliwack, Hope.
Nearly 600 steelworkers at Evraz will lose their jobs just before Christmas. These well-paying union jobs support families and help build their community, and the government insults them by telling them they should just collect EI or be grateful for the CERB. They talk a big game when it comes to standing up for workers, but they refuse to support the nation-building energy projects that keep them employed and put food on their tables. Why has this government helped to phase out 600 members of United Steelworkers Local 5890 by failing to stand up for the projects that they help build and working against the energy sector that they rely on?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I mean, the opposition can keep asking time and time again about why we fail to support the energy sector. Let me remind members in this House that the wage subsidy covered the wages of roughly half of the employees in the oil and gas industry for untold months. We will continue to be there for that sector, and we will continue to look at ways in which we can lower emissions, in which we can make sure that workers are looked after, and that the competitiveness of this sector is uppermost in the minds of Canadians. It is our biggest export, oil and gas. It is one of the most important industries in this country. It must be treated as such. We have done so in this federal economic statement.
Full member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today is a historic day for Indigenous people. 13 years ago, the United Nations General Assembly voted to adopt the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. Many scholars across several nations, including my father, Saga Youngblood Henderson, worked for decades on the UN Declaration. Will the Minister of Justice update the House on the Liberal government's commitment to introduce a bill on UN Declaration before the end of 2020?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Sydney, Victoria for his question. And I also honour his father, the great Professor Sackage Henderson, for his scholarship and his leadership in the training of young Indigenous lawyers, particularly at the Native Law Centre in Saskatchewan. Today, Mr. Speaker, in partnership with Indigenous peoples, we have taken another step on our shared path of reconciliation. Building on former private members Bill C-262, the Romeo Saganash Bill, we have introduced legislation to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Declaration affirms the rights of Indigenous peoples, self-determination, self-government, equality, non-discrimination. It's an essential part of building a more just and fair Canada for the future.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the use of fentanyl in street drugs is on the rise, while the measures designed to prevent the overdoses are on the decline. Lack of oversight will contribute to the greatest increase in deaths since the highest peak of the opioid crisis. This is a serious public safety concern for Indigenous communities like the Shuswap, where they continue to be disproportionately affected. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to providing funding and work with the Shuswap to help address the opioid crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the very important question. The opioid crisis is the most significant public health issue in Canada's recent history, and our hearts are with all of those who have lost a loved one. We have responded, Mr. Speaker. We've invested over $425 million in emergency responses, restoring harm reduction, improving over 40 supervised consumption sites, cutting red tape, removing barriers to treatment. We will continue to tackle this epidemic by expanding access to safe supply of prescription opioids, committing over $700 million towards treatment in the next decade. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight the stigma around opioids.
The member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. In the Liberal economic statement, there was nothing for shipbuilding workers, yet our Navy desperately needs a modern icebreaker to protect Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for the Liberals to award the Diefenbaker contract. What are they waiting for? The contract has lain dormant. They should finally award that contract before Christmas. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a good partnership with two great shipyards in Canada, and a third one is coming. We're negotiating that right now. We're negotiating with Davy, so it becomes the third shipyard, something the member opposite was unable to do when they were in power because they completely ignored, shunted aside the Davy shipyard by awarding contracts to the other two Canadian shipyards. They have no lessons to give us in the area of shipbuilding, and we will keep on making sure that vessels are on the water.
Speaker, the strength and well-being of our Canadian tourism economy depends on international visitors coming to Canada. In this age of COVID, it will also depend on international visitors arriving safely and in good health. Rapid testing is desperately needed in this country. Other countries are light years ahead in rapid testing, but Canada lags far behind because of this Liberal government's slow actions and incompetence. Mr. Speaker, as the U.S. and European nations take actions to reduce their quarantine periods and deploy rapid testing devices, when will this government finally catch up?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question, but I will reject the premise of the question because we've already delivered over 5.5 million rapid tests, over 2 million to Ontario, 1.3 million to Quebec, over 600,000 to BC, almost 600,000 in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we get that testing is one of the most important tools that we have to respond to COVID-19, and our officials are working around the clock to review and approve new testing technologies all the time. We've already authorized 6 of these tests, and we can expect more as the technology develops.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, no community in Canada should be without access to clean water. I understand that we've lifted over 60% of long-term advisories on First Nation reserves since 2015, and that short-term advisories have been reduced to 10. But I also understand that we won't see all long-term advisories lifted by March 2021, as we had promised. There are a few issues more urgent. So when does the government now expect to see all advisories lifted?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say to all Canadians is that we are not backing away from our commitment to ending all long-term drinking waters advisories for First Nations on reserve, but instead making a more profound commitment for the long term. Yesterday, we announced over $1.5 billion to accelerate and access to clean water in the short term and ensure stability in the long term, something that communities demanded of us. While we cannot underestimate the impact of COVID-19 on the long-term drinking water timelines, we are confident that by spring 2021, the number of communities under long-term drinking water advisories will amount to 12. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, during their 5 years in government, the Liberals have allowed the levels of climate pollution in Canada to remain as high as ever. Their economic update on Monday promised only more delays and half measures. For instance, no money for permanent transit funding, and their home retrofit program is a copy and paste from Stephen Harper. Mr. Speaker, in their throne speech in September, the Liberals promised a climate plan immediately that would exceed Canada's Paris commitments. Will we see that plan by the end of this year?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Our government committed to exceeding our Paris target and getting Canada to net zero emissions by 2050. We've already put together the most comprehensive plan, Mr. Speaker, which will see the biggest emissions reduction in Canadian history, but we know we have more work to do. We have said we would announce a new target before the next COP, and we still plan on doing so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 6th of this year, UN Women issued a statement calling violence against women and girls the shadow pandemic. Last week, the Minister for Women and Gender Equality said, and I quote, "The issues of sexual violence and gender-based violence will not be solved easily. It will take generations of work." We don't have generations, Mr. Speaker, to address this crisis. Every day that passes equates to the well-being and the lives of more women being put at risk, that girls are growing up in a world where they are still not safe. I believe that our generation has the power to put an end to gender-based violence. Does the Minister?
Honourable Minister.
House, the Prime Minister and the leader of every party stood up and unanimously agreed that misogyny, sexism, and the need for supporting feminism has to be at the center of this country's response to addressing and preventing gender-based violence. That progress didn't happen naturally. It didn't happen on its own, nor did it happen easily. It happened because generations before us pushed for this change. We are here now, Mr. Speaker. We have made tremendous progress over the past 5 years, but every time that a woman or a child experiences violence is one too many. We will work to prevent this from happening and ensure survivors have the supports they need to heal.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, during the question period, I asked the Prime Minister if he could reprimand the President of the Treasury Board to respect the official languages. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, during his reply, the Minister did not reply, so I'd call for a unanimous consent to propose the following document.
Puisqu'il s'agit d'une...
Since this is a hybrid session, the House, for clarity, I will call only on those who are not in favor to express themselves. So those who are against this motion, please say no. There's no unanimous consent.
Merci. Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:08, pursuant to the order made on Wednesday, or rather December 2nd, 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motions at report stage of Bill C7. Call in the members.
The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 3. Monsieur Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moved that Bill C7 in Clause 1 be amended by deleting lines 25 to 31 on page 3.
The motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Miss Hauta, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Hodak, Calgary Skyview.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the motion in person, please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Bratina.
Mr. Bratina.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sabara.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
We will now call on members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when you're voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Amos, contre, against.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I vote against the amendment.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, against, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault, vous êtes en sourdine.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Mr. Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Aria, against, contre.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote against the motion.
Badaway, against, contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, contre, against.
Mr. Baines.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against, contre.
Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baptiste, contre, against.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against, contre.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Bennett, against, contre.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote contre l'amendement.
Ms. Bessette, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bibeau, contre, against.
Mr. Blair.
I vote against the motion.
Blair, against, contre.
Mr. Blois.
I vote against.
Mr. Blois, against, contre.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against, contre.
Mr. Casey.
I vote against the motion.
Casey, against, contre.
Ms. Traeger. Ms. Traeger. Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Chen, against, contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Brussen.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. de Brussen, against, contre.
Ms. Damoff.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Damoff, against, contre.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dhaliwal, contre, against.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Well, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote contre la proposition.
Mr. Duclos, contre, against.
Mr. Dogood.
I vote against the motion.
Dogood, against, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, contre, against.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Monsieur
I vote
Elkhoury.
against the motion.
Mr. Easter, against, contre.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Elkhoury, contre, against.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Against the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, against, contre.
Mr. Finnegan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Finnegan, against, contre.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fisher, against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote contre la motion.
Fonseca, contre, against.
Madame Fortier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Fortier contre, against.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fraser contre, against.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote against the motion.
Freeland against, contre.
Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Garrison against, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Guilbeault contre, against.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hardy against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
I vote against the amendments.
Mr. Holland against, contre.
Mr. Hosfather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. Housefather contre, against.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hussein contre, against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the amendment.
Ms. Hutchings against, contre.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la proposition.
Mr. Iacono contre, against.
Ms. Yen. Ms. Yen. Ms. Ian.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Yen against, contre.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jazek against, contre.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre les amendements.
Ms. Joly contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones against, contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan against, contre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the amendment.
Mr. Johari against, contre.
Mr. Callaway.
I vote against it.
Callaway against, contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. Kara against, contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Koutrakis contre, against.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Kuzmerchek against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre les amendements.
Madame Lalonde contre, against.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos contre, against.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Lametti contre, against.
Ms. Latanzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Madame Latanzio contre, against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Leboutillier contre, against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Monsieur Lefebvre contre, against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Monsieur Landbayan contre, against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Long contre, against.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against.
Mr. Longfield against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan against, contre.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau contre, against.
Mr. Maloney.
I will vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Maloney against, contre.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada contre, against.
Mr. May-Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the amendment.
Mr. May-Cambridge against, contre.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Je vote contre.
Mrs. McCrimmon contre, against.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote contre.
Mr. McDonald contre, against.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against the motion.
McGuinty against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
Against the amendments.
Mr. McKay against, contre.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Je vote contre.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, contre, against.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories against, contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Miller contre, against.
Ms. Murray.
I vote against.
Murray against Colt.
Ms. Ng.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ng against Colt.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against.
Mr. Oliphant, can you repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote against.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Oliphant against Colt.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote against.
O'Regan against Colt.
Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Je vote contre les amendements.
Madam Fitzpatrick against Colt against.
Mr. Pulaski. Mr. Pulaski.
I vote against the amendments.
Mr. Pulaski against Colt.
Ms. Quattro.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Quattro against Colt.
Mr. Regan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Regan Colt against.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers against Colt.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madam Romanado Colt against.
Ms. Sauta, Brampton North.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Huda Brampton North contre against.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. Saini contre against.
Mr. Sajan.
Vote against the motion.
Sargent against Colt.
Ms. Sachs.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sachs against Colt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson contre against.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sanga against Colt.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sarai against Colt.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. Scarpaleggia against Colt.
Monsieur Schifke.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion. Merci.
Mr. Schifke contre against.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the amendments.
Ms. Groh, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the amendments.
Ms. Groh against Colt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Hello.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Can you repeat? The camera did not kick in. And I just want to remind the honourable members that once they've voted, please turn off their mics, because just a little tiniest click turns on their camera, and we can see you. We're glad to see you, but it's not good for voting.
So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan against Colt.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East. Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East against Colt.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sidhu, Brampton South against Colt.
Mr. Sims.
My vote is against.
Mr. Sims against Colt.
Mr. Spengeman.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spengeman, can you repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Spengeman against Colt.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Turnbull against Colt.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Van Bynen against Colt.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. Vaughan contre against.
Mr. Virani.
Je vote contre la motion.
Virani contre against.
Ms. Yip.
I vote against the motion.
Against Colt.
Ms. Young.
Je suis contre la motion.
Ms. Young contre against.
Ms. Zan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Zan contre against.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. Zuberi contre against.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abultaif.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Bouteilleff, 4 pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, against, contre.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Albus, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, 4 pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yay in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 pour.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Benzen, 4 pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Bergen, 4 pour.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Block, 4 pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, 4 pour.
Mr. Brassard.
I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Brassard, 4 pour.
Mr. Carey.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Carey, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu.
I vote in favor.
4 pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chong, 4 pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour 4.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the amendments.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Ms. Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendments.
Ms. Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Ms. Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Could you repeat, please?
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk, yea, pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour les amendements.
Mr. Généreux, pour 4.
Mr. Genis.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Genis, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Ms. Gladue, 4 pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur des amendements.
Monsieur Godin, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur des amendements.
Mr. Gould, pour 4.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the amendments.
Mrs. Gray, 4 pour.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Hallan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jensen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Jensen, 4 pour.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Generou, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendments.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Comich, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Thank you.
Mr. Comich, for.
Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram.
I vote for the amendments.
Cram, for.
Mr. Kurak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Kurak, for.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, for.
Mr. Lake.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Lake, for.
Mr. Lawrence.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, for.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour les amendements.
Mr. Lehoux, for.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendments.
Lewis Essex, for.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Leipert, contre, against.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Lloyd, for.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Lobb, for.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, for.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. McKenzie, for.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the amendment.
McGuire, for.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Martel, pouvez-vous répéter?
Mr. Martel, could you repeat, please? Your camera didn't turn on.
Je vote pour.
Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Martel, for.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Mazier, for.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, for.
Mr. McColman.
I vote for the amendments.
Mr. McColman, for.
Mr. McLean.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. McLean, for.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote for the amendment.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote for the amendment.
The game is not. I didn't see her. I didn't see her. She probably. No.
Mrs. McLeod, we seem to be having a little bit of a voice back there. Do you want to check to see if your boom is down? There we go.
I vote, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendment.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for.
Mr. Malillo.
I vote against.
Mr. Malillo, against, contre.
Mr. Moore.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Moore, for.
Mr. Morans.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Morans, for.
Mr. Motz.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Motz, for.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nater, for.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, for.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour les amendements.
Mr. Paulus, for.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Reid, for.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rempel Garner, for.
Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Ms. Rude. Oh.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rude, for.
Again on Mr. Richards.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Richard, for.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I favor of the amendment.
Soroya, for.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Scheer, for.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, for.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
Je vote en faveur des amendements.
Mr. Stanton, pour 4.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendments.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendments.
And 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote for the amendments.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Speaker, I vote for the amendments.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote against the amendments.
Mr. Weber, against, contre.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote in favor of the amendments.
Mr. Williamson,
Conservatives voted
Mr. Williamson,
against.
4 pour.
Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Yurdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yurdega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
The members of the Bloc québécois.
Contre. Merci.
Mr. Blanchette, contre, against.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Contre, Monsieur le Président.
Barsalou-Duval, contre, against.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Contre.
Monsieur Beaulieu, contre, against.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Bergeron, contre, against.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote contre.
Madame Bérubé, contre, against.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, contre, against.
Monsieur Boudria.
Contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Baudrillard, contre, against.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, contre, against.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote contre.
Madame Chabot, contre, against.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je suis contre.
Champoux, contre, against.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote contre.
Madame Charbonneau, contre, against.
Madame Desbiens.
Contre.
Madame Desbiens, contre, against.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote contre l'amendement.
Monsieur Fortin, contre, against.
Madame Gill.
Je vote contre.
Madame Gill, contre, against.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote contre.
Madame Larouche, contre, against.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Michaud, contre, against.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote contre.
Madame Normandin, contre, against.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote contre l'amendement.
Monsieur Perron, contre, against.
Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Plamondon, contre, against.
Monsieur Simard.
Contre.
Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, contre, against.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, contre, against.
Monsieur Trudel.
Contre.
Monsieur Trudel, contre, against.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote contre l'amendement.
Madame Vignola, contre, against.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Singh, against, contre.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote against the motion.
Ashton, against, contre.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Backrack, against, contre.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote against the motion.
Blakey, against, contre.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
North Island, Powell River, against, contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, contre, against.
Ms. Collins.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote contre l'amendement.
Mr. Davies, contre, against.
Mr. Duval.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duval, against, contre.
Mr. Harris.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Madame Hughes.
Je suis contre.
Madame Hughes, contre, against.
Mr. Johns.
I vote against the motion, Mr.
Johns,
Speaker.
against, contre.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Julian, contre, against.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kwan, against, contre.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGregor, against, contre.
Mr. Massey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Massey, against, contre.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm against the motion.
Ms. Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Manley, against, contre.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against these amendments. Thank you.
Ms. May, Senate Gulf Islands, against, contre.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tanzi, against, contre.
Mr. Tabara.
I vote against the motion.
Tabara, against, contre.
Si vous avez entendu la question.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you.
Mr. Speaker, against.
Against, contre.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to vote for the amendments.
Mr. Tucker, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still having problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vote against the amendments.
Mrs. Fry, against, contre.
Very good. We have a point of order. Mr. Richards, normally we don't have it during the vote unless it's a technical issue.
It's related to the vote, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk, had to leave during the vote, and so we'd ask that her vote not be counted.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 203, 203.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. I therefore declare motion number 3 defeated as well. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Monsieur Vandal, moves that Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For the sake of clarity, I would invite a member present in the House to rise to indicate if the motion is agreed to on division or request a recorded division. Recorded? We'll go recorded. Very good. 1 second. Okay, very good. All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Oops. Back to Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Back to Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
We will now call on members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote in favor or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Amos.
Vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I vote in favor.
Ananda Sangari, pour.
Monsieur Arsenault.
En faveur.
Monsieur Arsenault, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît, la caméra?
Monsieur Arsenault, can you please repeat your camera was not on?
En faveur.
Monsieur Arsenault, for.
Mr. Aria.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Aria, for.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Way, for.
Mr. Bagnell.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bagnell, for.
Mr. Baines.
I vote in favor of the motion.
For.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baptiste, for.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
The Beach, for.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Bennett, for.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bessette, for.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bibeau, for.
Mr. Blair.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Blair, for.
Mr. Blois.
Vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blois, for.
Madame Brière.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Ms. Brière, can you please repeat? Your camera was not on.
Président, je vote pour.
Voilà.
Brière, for.
Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Mr. Casey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Casey, for.
Ms. Traeger.
Mr. Speaker, yay.
Ms. Traeger, for.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Chen, for.
Monsieur Cormier.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cormier, for.
Ms. De Brusen.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Brusen, for.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Demoff, for.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dhaliwal, for.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote in favor. Thank you.
Mr. Dong, for.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Drouin, for.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci.
Monsieur Dubourg, for.
Monsieur Duclos.
I'm next.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Monsieur Duclos, pouvez-vous répéter?
Mr. Duclos, can you please repeat?
Your microphone is muted, even if your turn is coming up, just so that you don't take over and, well, we get to see you again, and it's awfully nice, but that's not what the vote is about. We'll let you keep going. Monsieur Duclos.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Duclos, for.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Duguid, for.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Duncan, Etobicoke North, for.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, for.
Mr. Easter.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Easter, for.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur El-Khoury, for.
Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Fergus, for.
Mr. Fillmore.
In favor of the motion.
More, for.
Mr. Finnegan.
For the motion.
Mr. Finnegan, for.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fisher, for.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Fonseca, for.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Fortier, for.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. For.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Freeland, for.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Aye, 4 pour.
Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Garrison, 4 pour.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Guilbeault, pour 4.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Holland, pour 4.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Hausfather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Hussein, pour 4.
Ms. Hutchings.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchings, pour 4.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Iacono, pour 4.
Ms. Yen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Yen, pour 4.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote for the motion.
Jazek, 4 pour.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Joly, pour 4.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Jones, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Callaway, 4 pour.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmarczyk.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarczyk, 4 pour.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour 4.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Lametti, pour 4.
Ms. Latanzio. Ms. Latanzio. Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Laboutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Lefebvre, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbond.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
In favor?
Mr. Long, 4 pour.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
I vote in favor.
Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Maloney, pour 4.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez Ferrada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, 4 pour.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame McCrimmon, pour 4.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote in favor de la motion.
Mr. McDonald, pour 4.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain.
McKay, abstention, abstention.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Mr. Miller.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Miller, pour 4.
Ms. Murray.
I vote for.
Murray, 4 pour.
Ms. Ng.
I vote for the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote for.
Mr. Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. O'Regan, 4 pour.
Ms. Pitspataylor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Petty-Portalia, 4 pour.
Mr. Pulaski.
I vote against the motion.
Pulaski, against, contre.
Ms. Quattro.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Quattro, 4 pour.
Mr. Regan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Regan, 4 pour.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, pour 4.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Saini, 4 pour.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sajan, 4 pour.
Ms. Sachs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Sachs, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Sanson, pour 4.
Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sanga, 4 pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sarai, 4 pour.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, 4 pour.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur. Merci.
Mr. Shifke, pour 4.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Groh, 4 pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'll vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, 4 pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sims, 4 pour.
Mr. Spangeman.
I'm in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spangeman, 4 pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Bynen, 4 pour.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Vaughan, 4 pour.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Virani, 4 pour.
Ms. Yip.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Yip, pour 4.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Young, pour 4.
Ms. Zahn.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zahn, 4 pour.
Monsieur Zuberi.
I vote in favor.
Zuberi, pour 4.
Les députés du Parti conservateur.
The members of the Conservative Party.
Abultaif. Mr. Abultaif.
I vote against.
Mr. Against, contre.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, 4 pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote against. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Albus, against, contre.
Mr. Allison.
I vote against the motion.
Allison, against, contre.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote nay. Against.
Mr. Barrett, against, contre.
Mr. Benson.
I vote against.
Benson, against, contre.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Bergen, against, contre.
Mrs. Block.
I vote against.
Mrs. Block, against, contre.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, against, contre.
Mr. Brassard.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Brassard, against, contre.
Mr. Carey.
I vote against the motion.
Carey, against, contre.
Mr. Chu.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chu, against, contre.
Mr. Chong.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote against the motion.
Cumming, against, contre.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dalton, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dalton.
Thank you.
Mr. Dalton, against, contre.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. Dancho, against, contre.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Davidson, against, contre.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont against, contre.
Mr. Diot.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Diot against, contre.
Mr. Doherty.
Against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doherty against, contre.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Doddle against, contre.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen against, contre.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, contre, against.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Epp against, contre.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
I vote against the motion.
Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster against, contre.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher against, contre.
Mr. Fast.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fast against, contre.
Ms. Finlay, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Finlay, South Surrey, White Rock against, contre.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Généreux, for.
Mr. Genius.
I vote against the motion.
Genius against, contre.
Ms. Gladue.
I vote against.
Ms. Gladue against, contre.
Monsieur Godin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Godin contre, against.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Gould contre, against.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Gray against, contre.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hallan against, contre.
Ms. Harder.
I vote against the motion.
Harder against, contre.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hoback against, contre.
Mrs. Johnson.
I vote against the motion.
Johnson against, contre.
Mr. Genru.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Against, contre.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kelly against, contre.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kimmich against, contre.
Mr. Cram.
I vote against the motion. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cram against, contre.
Mr. Kurek. Mr. Kurek. Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote contre la motion. I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi contre, against.
Mr. Lake.
I vote against the motion.
Lake against, contre.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lawrence against, contre.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lew contre, against.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex against, contre.
Mr. Liepert. Mr. Liepert.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Liepert, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lloyd against, contre.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote against the motion.
Lobb against, contre.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote against the motion.
Lukiski against, contre.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McKenzie against, contre.
Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire.
I vote for the motion.
Pour.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Martel, pour.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mazer against, contre.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West against, contre.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McColeman against, contre.
Mr. McLean.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLean, pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou, against, called.
Mr. Malillo.
I vote for the motion.
Malillo, 4, poor.
Mr. Moore.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Moore, against, called.
Mr. Morans.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morans, 4, poor.
Mr. Motts.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Motts, against, called.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Nader, against, called.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Patzer, against, called.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Paulus, pour, 4.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour, 4.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Reid, 4, poor.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rempel Garner, against, called.
Mr. Richards.
I vote against.
Mr. Richards, against, called.
Ms. Rood.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Rood, against, called.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion, please.
Mr. Soroya, against, called.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Shear, against, called.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Schmale, against, called.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shields, against, called.
Ms. Shin.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Shin, against, called.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Shipley, against, called.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroka, against, called.
Mr. Stanton.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Stanton, against, called.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Steinley, against, called.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote against the motion.
Against, called.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tucker, against, called.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Upal, against, called.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, against, called.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, against, called.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Viersen, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Viersen, against, called.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Viss, against, called.
Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, against, called.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Waugh, against, called.
Mr. Weber.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weber, 4, poor.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote against this legislation.
Mr. Williamson, against, called.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wong, against, called.
Mr. Yurdiga.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Yurdiga, against, called.
Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
The members of the Bloc Party.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Pour. Merci.
Monsieur Blanchette, pour, 4.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Je vote pour la loi.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval, pour, 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour, 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur.
Monsieur Bergeron pour 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour.
Blanchette-Jonca pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour.
Boudria pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe pour 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour.
Madame Chabot pour 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Champoux pour 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Charbonneau pour 4.
Madame Desbiens.
Pour.
Madame Desbiens pour 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Fortin pour 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour.
Madame Gill, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît? La caméra n'a pas...
Ms. Gill, could you repeat your vote, please? The camera didn't turn on.
Madame Gill pour 4.
Et un moment. Je suis levé, je vais parler à la console. En haut, il y a une lumière.
There's...
Allez-y.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour.
Larouche pour 4.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour.
Michaud pour 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour.
Madame Normandin pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur.
Perron pour 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Plamondon pour 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Simard pour 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour.
Trudel pour 4.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour.
Madame Vignola pour 4.
Les membres du Parti Nouveau Démocrate.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
I vote for the motion.
4 pour.
Ms. Ashton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Miss Ashton pour 4.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Backrack 4 pour.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Blakey 4 pour.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Blaney North Island Powell River 4 pour.
Monsieur Pouleris.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Pouleris pour 4.
Ms. Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Collins 4 pour.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour la motion. Monsieur Davies, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Mr. Davies, could you repeat that, please?
La motion. Merci.
Mr. Davies pour 4.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval 4 pour.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris 4 pour.
Madame Hughes.
I vote for the motion.
Hughes 4 pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, can I get you to repeat, please? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Johns 4 pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian 4 pour 4.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan 4 pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor 4 pour.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
I say 4 pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin 4 pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley 4 pour.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Island 4 pour.
Les députés indépendants.
Ms. Rutan.
The Independent.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tansey, 4 pour.
Mr. Tabara.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tabara, 4 pour.
Actions going on.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to, so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Ms. Latancio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4 pour.
Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Couric, against, called.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this motion.
Mr. Zimmer, against, called.
Okay. Point of order, Mr. Carr.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Carr, 4 pour.
Yeas pour 213, 213. Nays contre 103, 103.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed? Agreed. I wish to inform the House that, because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 75 minutes. I'm sorry? What was that? L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to see that. I'd like to interrupt for a second.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before being interrupted by the noise in the chamber, I would say that we're very happy to hear that there will be a 75-minute extension. Now, it's Thursday, so we'd like to know what's on deck for the next few days and for the week that will lead us up to the Christmas break. The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Monday will be the last supply day for the fiscal cycle supply period ending on December 10th. At the end of the opposition day, we'll move to a consideration of the main estimates as well as the SUPS-B. I'd also like to mention that on Monday, the Minister for Women, Equality and Rural Economic Development will make a statement to highlight the 50th anniversary of the Royal Commission of Inquiry on the Status of Women in Canada. On the legislative side, tomorrow we'll resume consideration of Bill C-7, dealing with MAID. We are in this position because our Conservative friends are continuing to block the adoption of this important bill. And I have the impression that they don't give a hoot about the deadline imposed by the Quebec Superior Court, which is quite regrettable.
Stop filibustering and allow a stand-up vote on C7. Then, if the Conservatives, je vais terminer.
Can I continue, please? May I continue? But I'm the one who has the floor. I'd like to remind members that when you speak, you must speak through the chair, not across the aisle. I'd like to let the leader of the Government House Leader to continue.
If the Conservatives stop filibustering and allow a stand-up vote on C7, then next week the government expects to call the following bills. Bill C8 on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 94. Bill C10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. Bill C12, the net zero legislation. And C13, single sports betting. Monsieur le Président, je veux...
And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity as well to congratulate you, because in 2 days it will be your first anniversary in the chair.
Et vous dirigez ces travaux de manière juste.
And you are always managing things with impartiality, so we thank you for that. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to acknowledge as well that you will be celebrating your first-year anniversary. But I would like to challenge what he said with respect to our action. Bill C7 needs to follow the process. We have had a rigorous consideration of it, and contrary to the government benches, where at each committee where they had to deal with the ethics on We Charity, they've always been confrontational. However, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to C7, if the government had decided to not prorogue the House, to not shut down Parliament in the summer, we could have immediately continued the work at second reader. And if we had done that, then we would have had 25 additional days than what we have now. Mr. Speaker, if we're caught in a funnel with a deadline, it's because of the Liberal government. Point of order, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Cette Chambre est confrontée à un.
Mr. Speaker, this House is facing a court deadline. That's a very serious issue. I would have liked my colleague opposite to treat it seriously, as the government side is and the other opposition's party are. We have debated the bill. There are opportunities to extend the hours to debate it to longer, but it's legitimate, Mr. Speaker, to underscore and to highlight the fact that the official opposition is filibustering this. Well, now, before we continue, I'd like to remind you all that the Thursday statement is to tell us about what's going to happen next week, not to launch a debate now. So if there are other points of order, all good then? Excellent, then we'll continue.
Merci.
Thank you.
We have another point of order. I thought I heard somebody's voice. OK. Non. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Ethics. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the Environment. Very good. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. O'Toole.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Thank you. I'll be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Scarborough Centre. Monsieur le Président, le débat.
Mr. Speaker, today's debate is a very important issue that is of importance to Canadians. Now, we understand that the pandemic has caused uncertainty. People wonder how long the pandemic is going to last, but Mr. Speaker, we can see light at the end of the tunnel. It's not far off. Unlike what many members of the opposition have said, we know that our scientists are working very hard on an effective and safe vaccination. And that's the only way that we'll be able to move beyond the upheaval that this pandemic has caused.
Very difficult time for Canadians. It is the challenge of a generation that we are facing. And yes, it is a marathon. It is a marathon that is not over yet. We are in this second wave of the pandemic still, and now is not the time to let our guard down. I know that we've already given up so much time with our loved ones and our family. For some, a loss of job. for others, their health. But I am here today to reassure Canadians that there is light at the end of the tunnel. We are nearing the end of this marathon. There is a way out of the hard times that we are currently in, and it is coming with the distribution of a vaccine. We have just a little further to go. Let me be clear, all Canadians will have the opportunity to be vaccinated for free. But we must ensure that there is no political interference in the scientific process that is being undertaken by Health Canada researchers right now. We must ensure that all Canadians have the utmost faith in the vaccine that will ultimately become available. And that is why I do very much take issue with the approach of opposition members who are essentially demanding that politicians, that us in this chamber decide on dates for the rollout of a vaccine. Perhaps the opposition is suggesting that we pressure Health Canada to move more quickly than they can in order to conduct their review. I don't know. What I do know for sure, Madam Speaker, is that for Canadians to have full confidence in the results, we need our independent scientists to do their work. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, now, I could go on for hours about my deep respect for researchers and scientists. My father is a medical researcher at the University of Montreal. He has spent the last 45 years trying to find a cure for cancer and diabetes, and I could tell you he would want politicians as far away from researchers as possible in order to allow the results of their work to be as sure as possible, to be as confident as we can in the results of their research and their work, Madam Speaker. I would like, for the remainder of my time, to describe the robust and, I believe, very clear plan that our government has put in place to date so that Canadians can once again find hope in what is about to come in the coming months, Madam Speaker. First, let me begin by discussing our approach to the acquisition of the vaccine. We knew that the quickest way for Canadians to get access to a vaccine was for Canada to buy internationally from vaccine companies and secure quantities of those vaccines before other countries. And that is exactly what we did, Madam Speaker. Our government has secured the best portfolio of vaccine candidates possible. We have been hard at work developing a comprehensive vaccination plan, and we are working with 7 different companies in order to make that happen. Here are the facts. Canada has agreements in place for 7 of the world's leading vaccine candidates: Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, Sanofi, Medicago, Novavax, Oxford AstraZeneca, and that is the list of the 7 that we have currently in our contract portfolio. This represents access to approximately 10 doses of vaccine for each and every Canadian if all of these contract options are exercised. This is more than any other government around the world. Our Health Canada scientists are currently, as we speak, Madam Speaker, evaluating 4, count them, 4 different vaccine candidates. Our Canadian Armed Forces are working right now and stand at the ready to distribute the vaccine as soon as one is approved. Nul autre que le Major Général.
Major General Denis Fortin, a Quebecer in whom Canadians have confidence, will be in charge of rolling out vaccines with the Public Health Service of Canada and the provincial health offices as well. We have already obtained the equipment we need, Madam Speaker, 34 freezers, which brings the capacity of the government to 33.5 million doses of vaccine. That is in addition to millions of syringes, compresses, disadvantages, and to name a few.
I will point out that the co-founder and chairman of Moderna recently stated that Canada is one of the very first countries to pre-order their vaccine, which has shown so much promise. And we are guaranteed to receive a portion of the company's initial batch of vaccine doses, pending, of course, approvals by Health Canada. The goal here, Madam Speaker, is obviously to have as many options at hand as possible so that as soon as vaccines become available and are approved, Canadians will get safe, effective doses that will help us end this pandemic. We also know, however, that biomanufacturing capacity has declined in Canada over the last number of years. That is why we have been rebuilding our capacity and our capability to produce new types of vaccines in the future right here at home. And this requires significant investments today. We have announced hundreds of millions of dollars of investments in, for example, the Quebec company Medicago, which has a potential Canadian vaccine candidate, as well as in the National Research Council's facilities in Montreal. This investment will ensure that we have a much more robust domestic biomanufacturing capacity in the future than exists at the moment. When it comes to Canada's COVID-19 vaccine plan, we are ready with a diversified portfolio of vaccine candidates undergoing regulatory review and approval processes as we speak. We've secured access to tens of millions of vaccine doses that, as we have said earlier in this chamber, and I will repeat again, should be arriving in early 2021. And we are working with our partners in provinces and territories, and of course with our partners in First Nations, in order to ensure that those vaccines can be delivered to everybody in this country as quickly as possible. The bottom line is that Canadians want a safe and reliable vaccine, and that is what the Government of Canada will secure. But let me say that in order for this to work, we need to come together across party lines and all across our country in order to ensure that all Canadians have the utmost confidence to take the vaccine once it is ready. It is unity and not division, Madam Speaker, that we need now more than ever, as we enter this next critical phase of this exhausting marathon that is and has been the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I find so frustrating from members of the government is they use these buzzwords like secured access, should be arriving, robust portfolio, work together. That's what we get for answers. It's not complicated. Don't wrap yourself in the approval process. If the Moderna vaccine is approved on this date, we will have X number delivered by this date. These are not complicated questions. Their refusal to answer them tells us they don't have a plan. Why can't they answer that simple question? When this vaccine's approved, it will be rolled out on this date with this many doses. It's not complicated.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I take issue with the word buzzwords. What I outlined in my speech were numerous facts and statistics of what our government has procured for Canadians. I would also indicate that, once again, he is accusing the government of saying that the vaccines should be arriving in the first quarter of 2021, something that we have repeated often, whereas, as I explained, it is our independent researchers that will decide on when the vaccine is ready and when it will be safe for Canadians to receive it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Soo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's speech, and there's much to agree with in that speech. But when she starts to say that the goal of opposition members is to interfere with science, she's way off the mark. What we're talking about is not interfering with science. We're talking about the government's decisions and its decision-making process to get the vaccines on order and to get a distribution system in place. And when I tell people in my riding that we're likely looking at only having 8% of Canadians vaccinated by April, they say simply, that's not good enough.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I do understand that Canadians would like the certainty of knowing how many Canadians will be vaccinated and exactly the date of that they will have access to that vaccine. It is not something that we can predict at the moment when our scientists are still reviewing vaccine candidates, a number of them. If there are several vaccines that are approved at the same time, perhaps more Canadians will be able to have access sooner. It is not possible for us to give a number of Canadians or a date because we have so many different options on the table at the moment that are undergoing investigation.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. The briefing that was provided to MPs from officials indicated that the prioritization of the vaccine would go to individuals who are advanced age, healthcare workers, first responders, and Indigenous peoples. Now, based on the numbers that we know so far, and that is having 3 million vaccines available, is not even going to cover seniors, for example, is not going to cover the number of people that we need. So from my perspective, I'll tell you, in Vancouver East, in my community, we have very many vulnerable people and people who are frontline workers for service agencies. They're not part of this bracket. So I'd like to ask the member, should frontline workers also be included in terms of prioritization?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is the role of the federal government to procure vaccines and obviously the role of Health Canada, which is a federal agency, to be reviewing them. But it is also my understanding that provinces will play a very important role in deciding who and how the rollout will be done. And so I appreciate my member's, the member's question and her comment with respect to frontline workers. I too agree that frontline workers are critically important and should certainly receive access to vaccines as soon as possible. But I do not want to interfere either with decisions of provinces and territories at the local level.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, listening to today's debate on our readiness to roll out COVID-19 vaccinations, the opposition would have us believe Canada is languishing right at the back of the line. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Conservatives have thrown out intentionally inaccurate timelines of vaccines not getting to Canadians by 2030. That is completely misleading to all Canadians. Madam Speaker, allow me to reiterate what this government has done and continues to do every day to ensure that Canada is in fact very well positioned when it comes to receiving the initial batch of approved COVID-19 vaccine doses. There are many challenges that need to be addressed in talking about the rollout of any COVID-19 vaccine. Vaccines will only be offered to Canadians when they are proven safe, when they are proven effective, and when they have received Health Canada regulatory approval. Last week, Dr. Sharma, the Chief Medical Advisor at Health Canada, confirmed for us that if the trial data proves accurate, they are on track to approve the Pfizer vaccine around the middle of this month. That's the same timeline we are seeing in the United States as well as in Europe. The first deliveries of COVID-19 vaccines are anticipated to start in the first quarter of 2021. Madam Speaker, this House heard my colleague quote the chairman of Moderna saying that far from being at the back of the line, Canada was among the very first countries to pre-order that company's vaccine candidate. Alongside Pfizer, Moderna's vaccine candidate could receive regulatory approvals very soon. We have continued to inform Canadians about the work we are doing to ensure a viable vaccine is made available to Canadians. The Conservatives are trying to change the narrative to suit their own political agenda, but Canadians can be rest assured that their rhetoric is just that, and we are doing what we need to do to protect them. Since the start of the pandemic, this government has worked to make sure that when a vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready. From day one, this government strategy has been to secure agreements with the developers of vaccine candidates so that Canadians are well positioned as clinical trials advance. Madam Speaker, we have been operating in a highly complex and intensely competitive global market for vaccine procurement. Faced with a myriad of differing vaccine types, dosage requirements, as well as manufacturing and finishing needs, working day and night, this government has been dedicated to procuring the very best vaccine candidates for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, these efforts have paid off. Canada has invested in one of the most diverse COVID-19 vaccine portfolios in the world. We have arrangements with 7 potential vaccine suppliers. We have access to more vaccine doses per person than any other country in the world. That's not the story of a country lagging behind, but that's a country looking after the interests of its citizens. Our portfolio contains 7 leading vaccine candidates: Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, Sanofi, and GlaxoSmithKline and Medicago. Already we are hearing very promising clinical trial results for several of these candidates. Madam Speaker, Canada has 7 leading vaccine candidates in our portfolio, 4 of which are currently under regulatory review. Far from standing at the back of some national global queue, Canada is in line with other countries in receiving the vaccine as early as the first quarter of the new year. To ensure that we are moving quickly, we are working in partnership with the United States and European Union so we can share our data and accelerate the vaccine approval process. Madam Speaker, this is a team effort. Canada is leading team member. That team mentality has been in evidence from the very early days of this global pandemic. Madam Speaker, this government has worked non-stop to procure vital PPEs and other medical supplies for our frontline healthcare workers. More than 2 billion individual pieces of equipment have been secured, with more than half of that already delivered. Additionally, our government has delivered to the provinces and territories more than 3 million rapid test kits in the last few weeks. As we continue to aggressively pursue our vaccine candidates, we know that logistics associated with vaccine distribution can be very complex. Madam Speaker, contrary to what the Conservatives have been saying for many months, alongside our efforts to purchase vaccines, we have been preparing for the administration and distribution of vaccines. Madam Speaker, we are making sure that we have the supplies that will be needed in the manufacturing and packaging steps of the vaccine production right here in Canada. Just one example of this preparedness is that during the summer, we procured 3 fill and finish vaccine systems from Van Rx based in Burnaby, British Columbia. These systems are the last portion of a vaccine production line which allows vials to be filled and finished without human intervention, thus allowing a rapid rollout of vaccines while minimizing waste. Yes, Madam Speaker, allowing rapid rollout. That doesn't sound like a country at the back of the line. Conservatives would have you believe that we not done anything to prepare for vaccine distribution when we know that could not be further from the truth. We are making sure that when a vaccine is ready, we will have the materials needed to support safe and efficient immunization, such as syringes, needles, and alcohol swabs. We have already received enough deliveries of syringes and needles to administer nearly 25 million doses of vaccine, and we have tens of millions more en route. We know that vaccine distribution will be complex, especially in the light of the need to transport and store vaccines at specific temperatures. Madam Speaker, Canada is prepared. We already have the capacity to store up to 33.5 million ultra-frozen and frozen vaccines at any one time. We are ready to meet additional needs based on the Public Health Agency of Canada's requirement for more capacity. Madam Speaker, we know that making vaccine available will be a Team Canada effort. That's why we continue to work with our provinces and territories to ensure we are prepared to securely and efficiently deploy vaccines to Canadians across the country from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, we are ready for when the rigorous, efficient, and scientific, not the political, but scientific Health Canada approval process is completed. This House and all Canadians can be rest assured that we will not cease in our efforts to ensure that when a vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready. Madam Speaker, nobody in this House underestimates the pain, the anguish, the grief felt by Canadians, the terrible losses felt by our friends and by our families across the globe during these past distressing months. It has been many months, and we are all living with this pandemic fatigue. Madam Speaker, this government is steadfast in its commitment to the health and safety of Canadians. I know that I speak for the members of this House when I say that our top priority remains keeping Canadians safe and healthy. From procuring vaccines to PPEs to testing, the government will continue to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes to get Canadians through this crisis. We are indebted to every single Canadian for doing everything possible to keep themselves, their families, and their fellow Canadians safe. This government is working alongside all of Canada to equip this country with PPEs, vaccine candidates, tests, and treatments so that together we can all get through this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments offered by the member opposite. Now, I appreciate her optimism as well. So, would she then not agree that with the optimism and the language that she's used, saying that they are in fact ready, then would she not agree that it's time to share with Canadians the plan that they've put forward, so that in fact we can see exactly the work that she said that has been done, that we can see that that is in fact the case, so Canadians can trust the fact that the government has a plan and their best interests in mind when the rollout of these vaccines does in fact come.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for this question. Yes, they want a plan. Here is the plan. To date, Canada has secured up to 429 million doses of 7 COVID-19 vaccine candidates: AstraZeneca, Sanofi, GlaxoSmith, Novavax, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Medicago, and Moderna. That's the most extensive and diverse vaccine portfolio of any country in this world. Health Canada is in line to approve the first vaccine candidates on the same schedule as US and European authorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government has, of course, rightly pointed out that the Conservatives seriously eroded Canada's pharmaceutical capacity in Canada, and perhaps most starkly when the Mulroney Conservative government privatized Connaught Labs, a publicly owned laboratory that helped produce vaccines and low-cost prescriptions for Canadians. But that was in 1986. The Liberals since then have made no move to create a public drug manufacturer, despite many years of being in government since then. Does the member not acknowledge that this is a huge problem? And in fact, if we have our own manufacturing capacity that's publicly owned by Canadians, then we would be able to produce the vaccines here locally and make sure that we get the supply first.
I remember Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I know it is really very important that Canadians have the vaccine when it is ready, and I know that the countries which are producing first might have it first, but Canada is ready to have the vaccines as soon as possible. Those vaccines are available. The Globe and Mail's Andre Piquet is one of the most respected journalists covering healthcare in Canada, and I would like to quote him. He said, "Hindsight is 2020. His demand that the federal government produce a precise timetable for vaccine distribution are equally fantastical." And I unquote, "The government has secured access to more vaccine per capita than any other country in the world. Madam President, we are ready. We have experts tapped like Major General Danny Fortin to lead the national logistics effort. I have faith in the experts. I have faith in the Canadians. Canadians will have the vaccine as soon as we have the vaccine which is safe to be given to the Canadians."
For a brief question, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to follow up on the last question. For 70 years, Canada was a world leader in vaccine production through Connaught Labs, through a public model of vaccine development and production. And I'd like to ask the honourable member, knowing what we know now, do you think it's a good idea to be going back to this public ownership model and doing the research and manufacturing and not just leaving it up to big pharmaceutical companies? Should we have a public lab in Canada again?
And I'd like to remind the member that he's to address the questions and comments to the chair. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre has just under a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Yes, I know Canadians need to have the assurance that the vaccine will be there when there is a safe vaccine available. So Canada is in line. Canada has one of the best portfolios in the world to have the vaccine candidates. We have agreements with 7 leading candidates, and I'm sure the Canadians will have the vaccine as soon as we have it available. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today to seek clarity on such an important issue to so many Canadians, that being vaccine distribution. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Kenora. I fully support the premise of this motion. A vaccine represents an opportunity to turn the corner on the COVID-19 pandemic, and the successful deployment of a vaccine is essential to the health, safety, and economic security of every Canadian. This motion before the House today calls for the government to provide just a simple status updates by December 16th on 4 things. But they really just get down to 3 simple questions. When, who, and how will vaccines be distributed in Canada? I'm likely going to take a slightly different approach than to address these important questions during the debate than some of my colleagues. But the 3 main points I want to get across, first off, some thanks. Secondly, the importance and the factors involved in crisis management and planning. And finally, the importance of clear, transparent communications. So first off, I'd like to thank the constituents of Bruce Grey Owen Sound to put me in this position to represent them in these hallowed halls and to represent all Canadians, especially when we're dealing a time of crisis. As well, I'd like to thank the government for selecting Major General Danny Fortin to be the Vice President of Logistics and Operation at PHAC and requesting the 27 additional Canadian Armed Forces members for secondment to PHAC. I had the honour of serving with General Fortin, including my last few months in uniform, in Baghdad, Iraq. He's a phenomenal leader, a great communicator, and possesses all the necessary skills and experience to succeed in this important position. I do acknowledge that just today in a press conference, interesting enough, the same day as we debate this motion asking for more details on vaccine distribution, that approximately 3 million Canadians should be vaccinated by the end of March, and that suitable cold storage for the 14 distribution points nationwide should be in place by 14 December 2020. This is good news and should make it much easier for the Liberal MPs and the government to vote in favour of this motion. Next, I want to focus on what I believe are some important factors and considerations that are required in crisis planning and management. From 2014 to 2016, I served as the Deputy Director of Planning All Canadian Forces Operations within the Canadian Joint Operations Command. If I was still in that role, I'm sure I'd be pretty busy today. So what are some of the most important elements in crisis management? Leadership, speed of response, a robust plan, adequate resources, a caring and compassionate response, and an excellent communication plan. If we look at the government's vaccine response to date, I think many Canadians would agree that the government's been lacking in many of these areas. Leadership and speed of response. This is all about making quick and effective decisions while managing the time that's available. However, the government's been slow closing the borders, slow to procure PPE, and slow to order these vaccines. Now, despite this, the latest announcement that the majority of Canadians still don't know when they can expect vaccines. I do acknowledge the government's decision to sign procurement deals with multiple vaccine companies. This was prudent. However, prior to today, it was not clear whether Canada has the necessary storage capacity or means of distribution for these vaccines. I'm glad to see that we do have some additional clarity just today. When I look at the recently released on 27 November CDS planning directive for the Canadian Armed Forces in support of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, it's an excellent planning directive, as I think all Canadians expect from the military, but it does raise some very concerning questions. First off, Why isn't there any reference to recent strategic political guidance or direction? Without political guidance and direction, the Canadian Armed Forces are required to make planning assumptions. Some of these assumptions within that directive include A, that the initial shipments won't be on the ground until the first quarter of 2021, and that it will only be enough for a small percentage of the Canadian population. Next, that they need national level decisions to be made by PHAC, and they're expecting those decisions no later than early December, include the need for PHAC to procure the services of a logistics service provider that will be uniquely experienced with the handling of vaccinations. So when are these decisions going to be made, and who is this logistics service provider that PHAC is having to tender and get out there, or are they going to sole source contract that as well? As well, it's important to note the assumptions are over 2 pages long. What's fascinating about that as a military planner is if you're making 2 pages of assumptions, that means you're not getting that clarity and that clear direction from our government. So the question is, why are we so late in the procurement process? Why are there so many assumptions and lack of government direction? And when will the Canadian military and when will Canadians receive answers to these questions? Regardless, I am extremely confident in the ability of the Canadian Armed Forces to react accordingly, and they will rise to the occasion in support of all Canadians. Let's talk communications, Madam Speaker. The importance of clear, consistent, and timely communications is vital during a crisis. The reason this motion has been introduced and is being debated today because there has been no clear, open, transparent communications on when, how, and who will receive vaccines. This lack of details is creating angst and stress amongst Canadians across the country. Small businesses, families, seniors in long-term care homes are just looking for clear, consistent answers to these simple questions of when, how, and who. The government has a record throughout this pandemic of being consistent and making lots of program announcements, but with vague details on when and how Canadians can apply. We can just look at the CEBA loan, for example, where multiple announcements were made, but it was weeks and months later before Canadians could actually apply for them. But let's look specifically at the pandemic. We can go back to August. Minister Bain said the vaccine rollout would be starting in the fall. PMO released November of 2020. Then we get into September when Minister Anand saying early 2021. The Prime Minister on October 23rd, sometime in the new year. This goes on until even just a couple days ago, where we have the Deputy Prime Minister saying before summer, the Prime Minister saying in the coming months, and then today, General Fortin in the PHAC press release talking about 3 million Canadians within the first 3 months of 2021. Finally, some level of detail. This lack of detail, though, and consistency is just increasing stress and impacting the mental health of thousands of Canadians. At a time of increased fear, anxiety, and uncertainty, the government should be making clarity and transparency the priority. Canadians have endured enough. We need to get this country working again. We need this country healthy again. The impact that this is having on mental health alone is astounding. A July 2020 policy advice paper by the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health cited that a recent poll found that 50% of Canadians reported worsening mental health since the pandemic began, with many feeling worried and anxious. 1 in 10 Canadians polled said that their mental health had worsened a lot as a result of COVID-19. In the same policy paper, substance use is also on the rise using COVID-19. A recent poll found that 25% of Canadians aged 35 to 54 and 21% of those aged 18 to 34 have increased their alcohol consumption since social distancing and self-isolation due to COVID-19 began. Further, a recent Centre for Addiction and Mental Health study found that women, people who have lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic, and those who are worried about their personal finances, people with children at home, and young people are more likely than others to experience symptoms of anxiety and depression at this time. This data is extremely concerning. It's important that we see all the health impacts that COVID-19 is having on individuals, children, and families, businesses, schools, and the impact it's having on the economy. So our motion is simple, Madam Speaker. It's simply about asking for the government to plan and provide clarity on when, who, and how vaccines will roll out to Canadians. I've highlighted so far in this speech, Madam Speaker, that in crisis management and during pandemics, that it's all about leadership, information, sharing of that information, which gives truth to power, and providing clear, open, transparent communications. This government must do better on all these fronts for all Canadians. Canadians deserve these answers, and we deserve them now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today, and I'm glad to see that he's so keen on a vaccine. Unfortunately, I can't say that that's the same case for all members of his caucus. In particular, my neighbor in Hastings, Lennox and Addington is currently the sponsor of a petition that calls on and questions vaccines. As a matter of fact, it goes on to call vaccines a human experimentation. I'm wondering why the leader of the opposition, when he was questioned by the media today, refused to denounce the petition or even comment on the fact that the member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington is sponsoring this petition. He refused to even engage with media on it, and I can't help but wonder if it has something to do with the fact that he's relying on these tens of thousands of potential voters who also are against vaccinations in this manner. I'm wondering if the member can comment on that petition. Does he denounce that petition? Does he encourage all Canadians to be vaccinated when Health Canada approves this vaccine?
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interesting question. Obviously, we live in a free society, and so it's up to each individual Canadian to decide whether they want to be vaccinated or not. The last time I checked, we were here today to debate the motion that's in front of the House, Madam Speaker, and if the member opposite has a question for whatever this petition is, I suggest that he talk to that member in particular that authorized the petition and not myself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the challenge it is when we're always moving around in the chamber these days that we're not in our regular seats. First and foremost, I want to thank my friend and colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound for his incredible service to this country over the years. And he brings a particular, knowledge to how we are going to deal with the logistics and the organization of distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine across the country. And I'd like to ask him if you could explain in further detail how the lack of information flow from this Liberal government to the Canadian Armed Forces could hamstring the actual rollout of the vaccine.
Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
I'll thank my honourable colleague for a great question. One of the rules in military planning, Madam Speaker, is a 1/3, 2/3 rule in planning, i.e. you're supposed to take 1/3 of the time to do your level of planning, give 2/3 to your subordinate organizations. So now we have the government, which has taken arguably 11 months to give direction to the Canadian military to help out with this rollout of the procurement. Well, if they're following the 1/3, 2/3 rule, well, what are we going to be another 18 months before this plan gets put into place? So my point is, Madam Speaker, it's all about time. I talked about that in my speech, the importance of a timely response, especially in a crisis. It's all about flattening the chain of command, getting information out there to all levels of any organization across all government departments in order to best support Canadians across this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief
question, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I know that he is extremely familiar with Canadian Forces procedure. So what I'd like to know from him is, does he think it's more prudent to avoid creating unusual expectations on the part of Canadians because the vaccine hasn't yet been approved by Health Canada, and that it may actually be irresponsible to commit to a certain date in terms of vaccine delivery?
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, a brief answer, please.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. I'll try to answer in French. As I said, it's very important to have a lot of information and get it out to Canadians.
You know, we need to get that information out there. It's all about, if you don't want to create false hope, Madam Speaker, and disinformation out there, you need to get the information out there as quickly as possible, as consistently as possible, and stay on message. And unfortunately, the government hasn't done that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to join the debate today and on our Opposition Day motion. The Conservative Party is asking the government to put forward something and accomplish something that they have long been avoiding since this pandemic began, and that is to show Canadians a plan. We're asking the Liberal government to table by December 16th an update on how each type of vaccine will be safely delivered, stored, and distributed to Canadians, when each vaccine type will be deployed in Canada, what rate of vaccination we can expect for each month, how different segments of the population will be prioritized for vaccines, and how vaccines will be distributed to Indigenous communities, armed forces members, and veterans. Madam Speaker, there's absolutely no reason why the government shouldn't be able to provide this information to Canadians within 2 weeks. Frankly, I believe the fact that they aren't able to provide this information today is incredibly worrisome. And the Liberals know, and all of us in this House know, that Canadians have been waiting with bated breath for a vaccine. They've been reviewing the news, looking for updates on the development of one. They've been speculating on what they might do once they receive a vaccine. The government is well aware, of course, that this is key to defeating the virus, keeping Canadians safe, and keeping our economy going. In fact, this past spring, the Prime Minister himself said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, "Normality as it was before will not come back full on until we get a vaccine." I believe the Prime Minister had said this in April, yet all this time has passed and his government has done very little, if anything, to procure a vaccine, plan for its distribution, and ensure that every Canadian who wants one will be able to get one. They've been caught completely unprepared, and it's truly showing. Canada has ended up behind the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, Mexico, Brazil, India, and Indonesia for vaccine procurement. Madam Speaker, there are over 2.7 billion people in line before Canadians. But what's really troubling is that the Liberals not only don't have a plan to procure vaccines, but they seem to have no plan on what they will do once we finally do receive them. They have no plan for distributing vaccines to Canadians, and they have no plan for prioritizing who will be able to have access to vaccines first. In fact, Madam Speaker, in response to a vaccine procurement plan, the Minister of Natural Resources tweeted out a graphic stating this supposed plan, and it said, quote, "Every Canadian will have access to an effective and free vaccine once it's ready." Madam Speaker, that's really not a plan, and frankly, it wasn't that good of a graphic either, if I do say so myself. But these are the non-answers that Canadians are incredibly frustrated with. And as people in the United States and in the United Kingdom will begin receiving vaccines as early as next week, the Liberal government is talking about having vaccinations available to most Canadians by September. As I said, our neighbors to the south and many around the world will be getting their lives back. They'll be seeing families again. They'll be potentially reopening some of their businesses, returning safely to their jobs. They could be having weddings, graduations, holiday celebrations. But in Canada, we'll be missing many of these moments, and we'll be missing time with our families and our loved ones. Well into the summer, at this pace, Canadians will still be postponing events. They will be having to do head counts at weddings and funerals to ensure that there aren't too many people present. And the emotional toll of this pandemic is also impacting mental health, as those struggling with mental health issues, with addictions, will continue to be isolated from many of their support systems. Further, Madam Speaker, remote First Nation communities, like many in my riding, could likely have to keep their borders closed to stop the spread. Many Canadians with loved ones living abroad or even in other provinces will remain separated. Seniors will be expected to content themselves with virtual get-togethers at a time when they could use support from friends and family more than ever. Parents may worry every time they send their kids to school, and students who are unable to attend in-person classes or lack reliable internet may fall behind or fall through the cracks. Businesses will continue to lose revenue, lay off employees, and may potentially close their doors permanently. More workers will lose their jobs, and more families will struggle. Students and young people will see their careers put on hold as they graduate into a job market that is one of the worst in history. And tourism operators across the Kenora riding, across Northern Ontario, and across Canada will lose potentially yet another season. And many of the airlines that service remote northern communities will not be able to provide that critical service. Madam Speaker, Canadians are rightfully concerned, they're rightfully frustrated and disappointed with the Liberal government. Citizens have complied with public health guidelines and regulations, and they've really done their part to combat the virus. But people want their lives back, and they want a plan with some hope from this government on how we can get back to that place. Madam Speaker, I don't understand how the Liberals can expect us to be content with the knowledge that we may have an opportunity for a vaccination in 10 months' time. But unfortunately, it is not coming as a surprise to me, to many members on our side of the House, and to many Canadians. After all, the Liberals have bungled this pandemic response since day one. We know they dropped the ball with rapid testing, where an effective rollout could have avoided some of the pain that Canadians have faced over the last few months. Canadians could have been potentially safely visiting with loved ones. Businesses could have stayed open or reopened, and students could have been feeling safe back at school. And the Liberals also dragged their feet on closing the border until it was too late. In September, the health minister claimed that she was, quote, fully briefed on the risk of COVID-19 by December of last year. Yet her government sat by and did nothing for months. If the Liberals had implemented travel restrictions or recommended mask wearing when the minister and the government first knew about the severity of this pandemic, lives could have been saved, and we could have avoided the economic shutdown that's devastated businesses and families across the country. Instead, we got nothing but mixed messages and mixed signals and lectures from this government. As I've said, the Liberal government was clearly unprepared for COVID-19. And after all this time, it's clear that they have not learned from their mistakes, because we have still yet to see an all-important plan. Canadians should be looking ahead to a recovery right now, but instead, we're facing increased restrictions. Many businesses who've invested thousands of dollars in health and safety upgrades to help reduce the risk of transmission, help keep everyone safe, aren't even sure if they'll be allowed to operate come the springtime, or if it will be financially possible for them to do so, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure exactly how much time I have, Madam Speaker, but I will sum up that the government's approach to this crisis can truly be it could truly be summed in a quote from the finance minister in this House. Actually, a few weeks ago, in the chamber, I stood up and I asked the finance minister when we can expect to see a budget, when we could expect to see a plan from this government, and her response was patience. That we needed to have patience. But Madam Speaker, I believe patience is a very privileged position to hold during this crisis. It's easy for politicians to be patient when our livelihoods haven't been impacted. But small business owners watching their lives work slip between their fingers can't afford to be patient any longer. Workers who have lost their jobs can't afford to be patient. Vulnerable Canadians who are afraid to leave their homes can't afford to be patient. Madam Speaker, Canadians have been patient for nearly 10 months. It is time for the government to be transparent, be accountable, and bring forward a real plan to guide our country through the next phase of this health and economic crisis. Today's motion will give the government an opportunity to do just that, and I encourage all of my colleagues in this House to support this important proposal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thanks, and I thank my colleague for his presentation. I'm just a little puzzled because the sense that I got from his presentation was that Canada is suffering badly, which everyone is suffering from COVID. But in terms of per capita mortality and many measurables, we are way, way, way down the country list. So we must be doing something right, as much as it's difficult to handle all of the complex issues that we're struggling through with right now. But what would my friend have to say about the fact that compared to most other countries, Canada seems to be doing very well?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, I would have to respectfully say, when we talk to Canadians whose lives have been impacted by this, if they've lost family members to COVID-19, perhaps they've lost their jobs, they lost their businesses, I don't think any measurables from this government really give them a sense of hope or a feeling that things are going all right. People's livelihoods have been impacted. They've been stressed about the pandemic. They've been facing an incredibly difficult time. And the fact that this government clearly hasn't been able to bring forward a plan when many other countries already have, Madam Speaker, I think it shows how unprepared this government has been, and they continue to be. And that's why we're bringing forward this motion today. And I encourage that member, everyone on that side of the House, and everyone in this House to support our motion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. Early on in the pandemic, in phase one of the pandemic, it was obvious that we ran into problems because we were not able to produce the personal protective equipment. And it was a glaring issue with respect to Canada's lack of capacity. Now we're into the vaccine stage, and it's once again shown up as a major issue where we're not able to produce our own vaccines. In fact, it was the Conservative government who privatized Connaught Labs that caused this problem, and that has exacerbated this problem. Now, of course, the Liberals did not fix it in all the years that they've been in government. So given what we've learned today, would the members support the NDP's call to have a public crown corporation that will make vaccines and critical drugs for Canadians?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll just say I'm somewhat disheartened when I hear from other members in this House that like to spend time criticizing past governments, whether Conservative, whether Liberals. It really doesn't matter. I know when I talk to constituents in my riding, they don't really care what past governments have done. What they're caring about right now is what the current government is doing, what current MPs are doing, and how we're fighting for them. So that's where my focus is, and I think I speak for everyone in my party when I say that is where our focus is moving forward. And that's why we're bringing forward this important motion to ensure that that the government brings forward a plan, is transparent about that plan, and is moving forward to help combat this virus, to keep Canadians safe, get Canadians back to work, and keep our economy going. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I tried to ask the previous speaker a question, and I'm going to try to get an answer from this member because the previous one wouldn't answer. The member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington has, as a sponsor of a petition that refers to the vaccine as a human experimentation. Can this member comment on whether or not he thinks the vaccine rollout is a human experimentation?
The honourable member for Kenora.
No, I don't, and I don't support the premise of that petition. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I missed. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, a very brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech of the honourable member, and I know he says he doesn't want to talk about the past, but he just talked about the past 10 months, and we can't, learn from history unless we realize what our history is. And so, coming back to the question from the honourable member from Vancouver East, does the member regret the privatization of Connaught Labs? We used to have a lab for 70 years that produced vaccines for people around the world at a very low price and would be doing very well for us right now if it hadn't been privatized by the Conservative government. Does the honourable member think that we should be going back to that kind of a model?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can say I've only been an MP for 1 year, but I definitely don't regret any of the decisions I've made in this House or any of the great work our opposition has done to hold this government to account. We're going to continue to do so, and I hope that all members of the opposition, and in fact, government members, will join us in bringing more accountability and transparency by voting in favour of this motion.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is an important debate that we're having today. And, I'm reflecting over the last little while and listening in terms of what it is that the, in particular, official opposition is trying to stir the pot here. And they often will throw different numbers, different dates themselves and try to turn it around and try to make government look bad. And I guess to a certain degree, that is their job. They are the official opposition. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to maybe take a little bit of a bigger picture, recognizing just how important this issue is. If you would have asked me 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when we got into government, the Liberal Party became government with our current Prime Minister, what was the #1 most important issue? I would have said hands down, it was all about Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of it. That was job one. The Prime Minister was very clear on that issue. It was about the middle class. We had to work hard to encourage and promote, support Canada's middle class. I wasn't surprised, because even when he was the leader of the Liberal Party in the as the third opposition, or the second opposition party in the House, even back then, he was advocating Canada's middle class. And we were doing relatively well, Madam Speaker. I could go through a litany of policies, from tax breaks to the middle class, to supporting the middle class through the Canada Child Benefit, our seniors through increases, Madam Speaker, in particular those through GIS, the investments in our infrastructure, all in support of Canada's middle class. And that's what I would have anticipated we would have continued throughout the years. And it's not to say that we have forgotten about the middle class. We still focus our attention on Canada's middle class. But in the last 10 months or so, we need to recognize just how important the coronavirus and the impact it is having on our society, and not just here in Canada, but around the world. And as a direct result of this pandemic, we have made this the central focus of the Government of Canada. We are focusing on minimizing the negatives of the coronavirus from day one. And we haven't done it alone, Madam Speaker. We have been looking for partners. We've been looking to collaborate with whoever was prepared to work with the government in order to battle the coronavirus. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that it has proven to be exceptionally effective. I do not have a problem in doing comparisons between Canada and other nations, even though I wish all nations well in combating the coronavirus. But whether it's the leadership of the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, the Liberal caucus, or any members of the Chamber at different points in times, possibly, we have seen a lot of good work and working with Canadians. The Government of Canada knows that we cannot do it alone. We have worked with provinces and territories, Indigenous leaders, nonprofit organizations, the private sector, from day one, in order to minimize that negative impact of the coronavirus, Madam Speaker. It has been really encouraging. We've seen some of those results. Results that saw, our industries here in Canada that didn't produce that protective gear or the alcohol necessary for hand sanitizers. These are the types of industry readjustments that were made to today, where it is being produced in vast quantities in Canada. In fact, because of the actions of the Government of Canada working with the different provinces and the municipalities and all those other stakeholders, Madam Speaker, because of that, we were able to stay under the wave, that first wave that came to Canada, Madam Speaker, as it was crossing the world. We held under that line for the longest time. That enabled different levels of government, including the national government, to be able to be better prepared going into the second wave, Madam Speaker. And I believe that throughout this entire period, we have seen phenomenal efforts in certain areas specifically that have put us into the position that we are in today. We realize how important the vaccine is, Madam Speaker. And for those that are following the debate or watching this particular debate, know that when the vaccine is ready, we will be ready, Madam Speaker. Every day, 7 days a week, the government is working with a wide spectrum of individuals to make sure that when we can get our hands on that vaccine that has been approved for the safety of Canadians, that it will in fact get distributed, Madam Speaker. That is of the utmost importance. We recognize that. Now, I reflect back in March and April, and I can recall some of the discussions that were taking place inside the chamber and the genuine concern in terms of how it is that we have to stay under the line. I remember it well. And there was a great deal of collaboration. We've seen all sorts of input coming into the different departments. Departments that were able to make some of those critical changes to programs. We can talk about the CERB program, where literally 8+ million Canadians have been able to benefit by that program as they became unemployed or lost wages, Madam Speaker. We could talk about those businesses through by leveraging money through banks to rent assistance to one of my favorites, the wage subsidy program. These are the types of things that we were working on at the very beginning. But even back then, Madam Speaker, we knew the importance of the vaccine. We've been working on the vaccine for many months. This should not surprise anyone. And because of listening to the health experts and the science of what was happening, as a government, we entered into negotiations well before most countries in the world. We are in a far greater and better position as a direct result of a lot of the work that was done back during the summer, early months of the summer. And I would even argue before that, Madam Speaker. You know, we often hear about the 7 vaccines. Tens of millions of vaccines through 7 companies that were negotiated, Madam Speaker, by this government. And we're starting to see some of the rewards of those negotiations, where we're finally starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting, and that's the nice thing about Hansard. Take a look at what Hansard has to say in regards to the whole vaccine debate. And I suggest to you it would be very interesting to see how many members of the opposition during the summer, when they had the opportunity to ask thousands of questions, actually asked questions, well, what are we doing in terms of vaccine contracts? I suspect that Canadians might be a little disappointed in the opposition, in the collective opposition. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. As we get closer and we start hearing about the vaccine, now you get the Conservatives standing up saying, well, we want that vaccine date, give us the date. How can you have a date provided to you when has not been approved? Are you trying to say that we should set a date and then mandate Health Canada to say that is going to be the date? Do they want to say politics is more important than the health and well-being of Canadians? It sure sounds like that's what the opposition is saying, because they're saying they want dates, Madam Speaker. That's what it is that they're arguing for.
Madam of order. One moment. Sorry, we have a point of order.
Madam Chair, it's a common practice in this room not to impugn the reputations of other members. I'm listening to my colleague over here spreading misinformation in regards to what Conservatives may or may not have been thinking, and he's talking about whether or not they need a date.
The member that is actually a debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, to my friend across the way, he should read some of the things that his fellow members are actually saying, to try to give the impression that the Conservatives have not been pushing for a date. They've been pushing a great deal for a date. But, Madam Speaker, you know, hindsight is a wonderful thing to have. As one of my colleagues made reference to hindsight in a story. You know, the government has been consistent from day one. We were not going to make political decisions, but rely on experts, on science. Those are the individuals that are going to put our country in a good position going forward, as they have in the past. You know, the opposition members will say, well, you know, we were late on getting the mask out. Why didn't we say have the masks out back in before it was actually stated? And the simple answer to that is that we were following the advice that was being provided by health experts. And then when the health experts said, you know, we should be mandating or having people wear masks for the X, Y, and Z reasons, that's exactly what it is that we did. So yes, at the very beginning, masks were not emphasized. Today, they are emphasized, Madam Speaker. It's not because of politics. It's because of what healthcare experts were saying at the time. You know, go back to the hindsight. No, so now we say, well, the masks are important, and the Conservatives will say, well, you know, those darn liberals, they didn't say they were dangerous. I mean, that we should have been wearing healthcare masks when we should have been. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we were listening to what the science is about. And it's not just Canada. There is a community around the world that is actually there to support the fighting of the coronavirus, and Canada plays a very important role in it, whether it's the World Health Organization or it's Health Canada. And they have provided the information that is necessary, and the Department of Health or the Department of Procurement continue to work together as the Department of Defense, the Prime Minister's office, and other departments are all concerned in regards to playing an important role in combating the coronavirus. Members have talked about the impact of the coronavirus. And we all know the impacts. The previous speaker was talking about the impact on weddings, on funerals. I just lost a very close personal friend, Madam Speaker, Lito Taruk, a host on CKGS, well loved in the Filipino community and outside of that community in the city of Winnipeg. I suspect hundreds, if not into the 1,000 plus, would have showed up for the viewing to give their final respects to the family. It was a very difficult time. Lito is only a few years older than myself. We all understand the impact. You know, back in June when we didn't have the graduation ceremonies, I'm used to going to Sisler High School, Maples High School, participating either directly or indirectly, Children of the Earth, St. John's High School, R.B. Russell High School. We had hundreds of graduates from back in June that didn't get the same sort of treatment that they would have received in terms of those ceremonies without the coronavirus. We all know about the weddings that have been put off, canceled, or in some cases, they go ahead in a much smaller reduction of numbers. It's not just the economy and the money, that there is a strong social component to this, Madam Speaker. I understand that. All of us, I trust and believe, understand that. We are all anxious to see the defeat of the coronavirus. And the vaccine plays a critical role in that. The government benches understands the importance of getting it out there as quickly as we can. And that is one of the reasons why that we didn't limit our options to one or two suppliers. We secured 7 suppliers with tens of millions of doses, Madam Speaker. More than enough cumulatively to cover our entire population. We don't know for fact. We have a good idea today and we'll have a better idea tomorrow in terms of which ones are going to get approved and how soon and how soon they'll actually be able to come to Canada. All that will happen. What's important, Madam Speaker, is that when it starts to happen, we have something in place that's going to ensure its distribution. And we have announced relatively recently, but everyone knows that members of the Canadian Forces have been participating in the coronavirus and fighting the coronavirus for many months. No one is surprised that we would once again turn to our forces in order to ensure that we have a distribution that's going to be effective for Canadians. I listened to many of the discussions today, and I don't know to what degree members seem just to want to be focused on being critical of Ottawa and the federal government. And that's fine, that's fair, they're in opposition. But they also need to realize that it's more than the federal government that ultimately sees the needle or the injection into the arm of our constituents. We need provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders also to be at the table and a part of the discussions. And they are, Madam Speaker. And they've been there for months. So there are going to be opportunities. You know, they say, well, the opposition says they want to know who's going to get it when. You know, which ones are going to be the priorities? Those are very good questions. And provinces are the ones that have that responsibility, Madam Speaker. But Ottawa continues to work with provinces to ensure that there's some dialogue on the issue. We all have our personal opinions in terms of who should get it and receive it first, Madam Speaker. But this is something in which Ottawa will continue to work with provinces, but recognize that the province, and there's reason to be optimistic. Madam Speaker, take a look at the flu vaccine. 16 million doses during the pandemic was administered through provinces. We have good reason to be optimistic that we're going to be able to get the job and get the job done well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Budget 2017 granted the Minister of Health with new fee-setting authorities. Unlike any other department, Health Canada does not have to justify the fees it sets for items that need drug identification numbers or approvals. Health Canada actually must be making a killing with all the times it's been sending applicants back to the drawing board. Maybe that's why it took so painstakingly long for the millions of gallons of hand sanitizer to be approved for distribution to Canadians. So we're waiting for the rapid testing. It keeps on getting sent back to the drawing board. So my question is it, does the fact that Health Canada is making so much money delaying the approvals of these drugs and other items and devices, or is there some other reason the Prime Minister and his government don't want Canadians getting back on their feet and to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there is another reason. You see, the member opposite might be okay in terms of making political decisions on issues of that nature. We're more confident that Health Canada has the expertise in order to make good decisions that's in the best interest from a health perspective of the people that are going to be using these products. We're more dependent on science and health experts to do this. But when you talk about the vaccine, your member makes reference to fees, one of the nice things that we've been very clear on is that every Canadian that wants and receives the vaccine for the COVID-19 is going to be getting it for free.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We all know this is the season when the wind blows hard in Winnipeg, and I found a certain parallel in the member's speech. We heard lots of talk about portfolios of vaccines. We heard lots of talk about bringing people to the table. We heard lots of talk about everything except when people in my riding could expect to get a vaccine. So what I'm hearing is I'm hearing from families who have seniors in long-term care. They want to know when they're going to get vaccinated. We have frontline healthcare workers who work with my partner. They're asking, when are we going to get vaccinated? And we have the grocery store workers who want to know when the vaccine's going to be available. And I got to tell you, when we hear figures like 9% or 8% of people being vaccinated by April, it's not good enough for the people in my riding. They don't want to hear more about portfolios of vaccines. They want to hear a plan to get those frontline workers and those seniors at high risk vaccinated in short order.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, let's just use one of the candidates that has been very successful to date and is looking very promising, Pfizer. Pfizer, in which we have a contract with Pfizer for millions of doses of vaccine. What the member is implying in his question is that we can say to Pfizer, and Health Canada, here's the date that we want to be able to tell our constituents. I think that the members got it wrong, Madam Speaker. I think that what we have to do is we have to allow Health Canada to do what it does best and is recognized around the world for what it's doing, and then ensure that we have the proper distribution so that when it gets here, that it is circulated, and then the provinces have to play a role. Once we get it to the provinces got to determine when it is or who it is going to be the top priorities. His question could equally be asked from the Department of Health, for example, of British Columbia, as we work with provinces to try to be able to get that vaccine to people as soon as we can.
The Honourable Member. I listened to my colleague's speech, and he's very much a verbal acrobat when he explains what government does. But I'd like to mention two facts. He said that the government is working well with Quebec and the provinces. Fact one, it's been 2 months that Quebec has been waiting to meet the Prime Minister with regard to an increase in health transfers. That meeting originally was set for December 5th. It was moved to December 5th. It was moved to December 10th. But on the 10th of December, we will not be able to ask questions. So that meeting will not happen before the end of January. That's not collaboration. Quebec will have to wait 2 months to speak with the Prime Minister during a pandemic. So that's a failure. Second issue, we're still talking about an increase in health transfers to Quebec and the provinces. Sorry, that was number one. Number two, the health minister of Quebec sent a letter to the government asking what the plan is. Again, there was nothing. Is that collaboration? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would remind the member that back in, I believe it's August, there was a restart program, over $19 billion. And that $19 billion came through discussions that was taking place between the federal government and the different provinces. It was the provincial restart money, where the Prime Minister, in working with premiers, continues to take an interest and ensure that there's communication lines that are there. What the member is specifically requesting or asking about is healthcare transfers, which is a very important issue. There's no doubt about that. And I can tell the member that when it comes to the health care transfers, this government has been far more sensitive than the previous government, where there were no First Minister's meetings on the issue of health care. Under this administration, there has been dialogue. That dialogue will continue, but our focus primarily is to deal with, today, the coronavirus, and there are ongoing discussions through departments of health and First Ministers at different levels.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I just listened to our colleague across the way quite loudly for several minutes, and he had admonished Conservatives ad nauseum for how dare we ask for a plan or for some certainty before Health Canada has possibly approved these vaccines. So I wonder if my honourable colleague could answer, what was the plan when they approved the purchase of ventilators from Baylis Medical before Health Canada approved them? Or is he just going to yell at me some more?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you see what happens is the Conservatives will often look under every little pebble, every little rock. What they're interested in isn't in terms of the hundreds of companies that are out there retooling, having contracts, helping Canadians get through this crisis situation. I can assure the member that there are conservative businesses that have received contracts by this government. Madam Speaker, now I wonder if we should do some sort of investigation, get all the Conservative contractors that have received it, all the New Democrats, all the blocs, get them all before a committee, and let's go at them. Is that the attitude coming from the Conservative Party?
It's the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the member just went off some weird tangent, but I'm going to focus our conversation here and the debate. The reality, of course, is that Canada used to have a world-class, publicly owned entity that produced vaccines and prescription drugs. And Connaught Labs was privatized by the Mulroney government. We now can actually do something about the future. And that is for Canada to actually come back to the business of having a publicly owned crown corporation that will produce vaccines and prescription drugs for Canadians. Is that something that the member will support? And is that something in looking to the future in preparing Canadians for, another pandemic, God forbid, should there be another one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member raises a good point. And one of the issues that we've seen through the pandemic is there's areas in which we can actually improve upon in terms of our industries here in Canada. And we've seen that with protective items or the hand sanitizers, as I cited. The issue of vaccinations. Canada used to do quite well in terms of local productions of vaccines. This government over the last number of months has been looking at a wide variety of options and how it is that we can, in fact, increase the potential for vaccinations being produced here in Canada. And I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion in the months ahead.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Desneth Bay, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, Madam Speaker, I just want to inform you I'll be splitting my time with the member from Megantic-Larab today. Madam Speaker, I'm participating in this debate from my hometown of Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan tonight. Right next door to me is the Flying Dust First Nation, one of 9 members of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. On the east side of my riding is the Prince Albert Grand Council, which is comprised of 12 First Nations. There are also many Métis communities across my northern Saskatchewan riding, along with a huge agricultural sector and tourism. The reason I highlight this, Madam Speaker, is that all of our communities, including the First Nation and Métis communities in northern Saskatchewan, are looking to this government for a clear and competent vaccine plan, but they are not finding one. The text of today's motion indicates a vaccine is essential to the health, safety, and economic security of every Canadian. My constituents are now observing countries around the world as they detail their vaccine plans with real, tangible timelines and are asking, where is Canada's plan? The Prime Minister naively announced on election night in 2015 that Canada is back. Now we understand just how true those words were, Madam Speaker. Canada is indeed at the back of the line behind 1/3 of the world population in getting vaccines. Now, Madam Speaker, the attacks from the Liberals on this are easily predicted, that we as Conservatives are playing politics. It may come as a shock to the Liberals, but as Canada's official opposition, it is indeed our job to push back, to hold accountable, and in some cases, even oppose and criticize the government. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would say that without the great work of my colleagues in the Conservative Party, Canada and Canadians would be much worse off than they are today in the face of this pandemic. What do I mean by that, Madam Speaker? Well, in my role as Shadow Minister for Indigenous Services, I have at many times throughout this pandemic identified gaps and serious issues facing Indigenous people. This began with many Indigenous businesses not being able to access the government's wage subsidy program because of the way they are structured. After weeks of fighting, finally the government modified their program and allowed these businesses to access the wage subsidy. Next, Madam Speaker, was the issue of elections on First Nations. As Canada was dealing with the first wave of this pandemic, elections were scheduled to occur while many First Nations were developing public health measures to ensure their people were kept safe. As you can imagine, Madam Speaker, and contrary to what the Liberals clearly want, the height of a pandemic is no time to hold an election. So I, with the help of many, pushed the minister and his department to find a solution. And they did. They found the ability to delay these elections under regulations created under the Indian Act. Again, Madam Speaker, a few months into the pandemic, I was made aware of a major gap in the government CEBA loan program. Thanks to the excellent advocacy of Tabitha Bull of the Canadian Council of Aboriginal Business Shannon Metatawaban of the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations, and many others. You see, Madam Speaker, Indigenous businesses don't often use traditional banking systems. Instead, they make use of the many Aboriginal financial institutions, or AFIs, across Canada. Alongside many stakeholders, we advocated for the government to have them create the emergency loan program administered through NACA. Madam Speaker, it was eventually announced at the end of April, but businesses still could not access it until over 2 months later. Madam Speaker, let's not forget that it was the Conservative Party that first raised the idea of closing our borders to international travelers. Our concerns were met with scoffs and suggestions of racism from the Health Minister. But then what happened? The government eventually listened and indeed closed our borders. In addition to that, it was our party that fought this government to investigate rapid tests after countries around the world started to introduce them for use. The Liberals at the time, as I predict they will again do today, accused us of being too partisan. But what happened, Madam Speaker? Within weeks of us raising this, the government started looking into and approving rapid tests. Madam Speaker, it is clear, if it wasn't for our strong, principled opposition, Canadians would be far worse off than they are today in the face of the second wave of this pandemic. So here we are today, Madam Speaker, once again identifying a major gap in the government's handling of the pandemic, hoping to receive all party support and finally receive some semblance of a plan from the Liberals. So back to the motion, Madam Speaker. We and I believe all Canadians want to know how each type of vaccine will be safely delivered to Canada, stored and distributed to Canadians, the data on which each vaccine type will be first deployed in Canada, and the rate of vaccinations anticipated by month. Any intended federal guidance with respect to the deployment of the vaccine by priority group, such as frontline health workers and seniors. And finally, the plan for distribution of the vaccine to Indigenous communities, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and veterans. For the remainder of my time, I want to focus on the importance of a plan for rural and remote Indigenous communities, urban Indigenous people, and Indigenous businesses. During the first wave of the pandemic, Indigenous people experienced far lower positive and mortality rates for COVID-19 because of strong local leadership. While the Liberals were playing politics about closing borders, many First Nations did exactly that and were able to control who came into their communities in order to keep their people safe. It's no secret that there are many unsafe living conditions in many of these Indigenous communities across our country. In the face of such adversity, Indigenous people weathered the first wave better than any other demographic across the country. Now, as Canada has experienced the second wave, Indigenous communities are now dealing with increased COVID fatigue, leading people to let their guard down, sometimes make poor decisions, thus increasing the risk to their families and their communities. Madam Speaker, with no plan from this government on when these communities may receive a vaccine, how it will be transported to them, and how many doses they will be provided, the leadership in these communities cannot provide hope that this will soon be over. This is precisely why we need a plan from this government. 8 months ago, I raised the issue of collecting accurate and comprehensive data on urban Indigenous people with the Minister of Indigenous Services. The purpose of this would be to reduce jurisdictional wrangling. Unfortunately, as we saw last week, instead of action, the minister has decided to point the finger at the provinces and municipalities. Madam Speaker, without accurate and comprehensive data on urban Indigenous people, how can the government plan to vaccinate this vulnerable population and learn from this pandemic? My office has been in close contact with the Aboriginal Friendship Centres of Saskatchewan, as well as their national organization. These groups have been providing much of the care for urban Indigenous population throughout the pandemic, and they have also been advocating for better data so they can continue to provide these high-quality services. Without a plan that includes answers on the how, when, and who, these organizations are left to fill the gap that this government should be providing leadership on. Finally, Madam Speaker, an issue that has become near and dear to me as I've served in the capacity of Shadow Minister over the past year is Indigenous businesses. I strongly believe that without true economic reconciliation, Canada's relationship with Indigenous people will continue to be one of dependence. We need to put our effort and focus on supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs who remain so connected to their nations and allow them to reinvest in their communities to provide real and lasting positive outcomes. That means the Liberal that means the Liberals making good on their promise of a 5% procurement target for Indigenous businesses. The government cannot continue to operate in silos. This needs to be a whole government approach across all departments. Out of all the contracts awarded to businesses across Canada to produce PPE, the fact that Indigenous businesses made up less than 1% is unacceptable, especially when hundreds of Indigenous businesses lined up to be providers. Madam Speaker, Indigenous businesses, like all businesses, need a level of certainty in order to successfully operate and make continued investments. As I pointed out, the government has done a poor job in supporting Indigenous businesses throughout this pandemic. And now, as these businesses are again looking for a plan, they are seeing a government with no plan. Madam Speaker, in speaking with Indigenous business stakeholders this week, we heard concerns regarding the lack of a mention of Indigenous entrepreneurs in the fall economic statement. This has led them to be very disappointed and concerned with their ability to even survive a second wave, instead of focusing on the critical role they could be playing in the economic post-pandemic recovery. That is why it is so important today that we pass this motion in order to provide these businesses some semblance of certainty during this difficult time. Madam Speaker, that is why it's important we pass today's motion in order to provide all Canadians some semblance of certainty during this time. With that said, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. In light of what is happening with the pandemic, we know that we are going to be short on the vaccine in the beginning. So far, what we learned from the government is that approximately about 3 million vaccines will be made available to Canadians. And of course, in meeting the basic needs, whether it be seniors in long-term care facilities or healthcare providers, that's not going to be sufficient. In addition to that, I'm gravely worried about those who have other pre-existing conditions, such as the people in the downtown east side in my riding, the people who are under house, who are homeless at the moment. Many of them are very challenged at the moment. And in fact, the downtown east side now has the highest rate of COVID infection in the entire city. So to that end, I wonder whether or not the member would support the call for action from the federal government to ensure that frontline workers and those who are most vulnerable, including those with pre-existing conditions, have access in priority with the vaccine.
Honourable member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find myself a little bit surprised that I agree with the honourable member in this particular case. We have been working with many groups representing urban Indigenous people over the last 10 months, and I fully agree in that. In my comments in my speech, I talked much about getting the data, about trying to remove the jurisdictional quagmires that we find many of these people in, and the government likes to point to the province and say, well, those people are their responsibility, and so what we end up with is people falling through the cracks, and we've been advocating for the data to ensure that these vulnerable people don't fall through the cracks, and I 100% agree that applies to the distribution of vaccines as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. In Winnipeg North, I would estimate there's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20,000 people of Indigenous background. And the question that I would have for my colleague is, when you talk about that jurisdictional responsibilities, what would he suggest, or his thoughts in regards to the administration of vaccine in regards to that component? And it's a very personal question for myself. I say Winnipeg North, somewhere around maybe just under 20,000 Indigenous heritage or Indigenous people live in Winnipeg North.
The honourable member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that important question. What I would suggest to the member is that it's important for the federal government to have that conversation with the leaders at the provincial level to ensure that as part of the plan, there is an exact clarity on who is going to take responsibility for some of these people that sometimes fall through the cracks due to jurisdictional wrangling. So I think it would be imperative that the federal government initiate conversations with the leaders at the provincial level and bring clarity of that as part of the planning process before it happens. We need to be proactive, not reactive.
Question, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague and touching on a few very, very important issues regarding this debate. And I would just ask for his comments in regards to why it's important that Canadians have certainty in regards to vaccines, their distribution, and the way that we have the clarity on how to go forward in this for all Canadians, including I know many of the communities that he represents in northern Saskatchewan.
Brief answer from the member for Desnippi, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It is an important one. I would frame it really very simply that people are at a place in their journey and the COVID fatigue and the frustration and the lockdowns and that they need to be given hope so that they see the light at the end of the tunnel. They need to be given hope so they will maintain diligence in ensuring that they take the proper safety precautions and adhere to the measures that are put before them to keep their families safe. So I would think the certainty and the clarity by what we're asking for today in this motion actually provides hope to these people, and that hope will be what keeps them going through the rest of this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, Madam Speaker. It was very eloquent on what's happening in his region. I'm going to try and take stock of the situation that we're dealing with right now. After lockdown, the beginning of lockdown, especially in Quebec, close to a year after the beginning of this world pandemic, which completely has transformed our lives, not only just here, but worldwide. The very first images we saw on TV were in Wuhan, in China, when this disease first appeared, and we sat back in our kitchens, in our living rooms, and we said, what's happening? We found that, it was maybe a bit exaggerated. Never, ever would we have thought that virus would cross oceans and affect everyone in the world. It was far away. It wasn't worrisome. It was just, pictures on TV. And so the world was watching what was happening in China. And so one might have expected that our leaders here in the country had an idea of what was going on more than us who were sitting in our kitchens and our living rooms watching TV. And we would have hoped that our leaders had been more forward-looking to protect Canadians worldwide. Remember the news, Madam Speaker? Canadians who were locked up on cruise ships, Canadians who couldn't come back home. How many of us in our ridings, how many Canadians did we have to deal with who couldn't come back home because there was no clarity? Factories were shut down. Working from home became a thing. Who would have thought that our downtowns would have emptied out and everyone would have been confined to their homes to work? Bars were shut down. Hospitals, long-term care centers, and we all got to know our premiers in our provinces because they all gave daily press conferences, and even the Prime Minister, every single day we were hanging on his every word. We were watching the news. We wanted to know what was going on. Why? Because information is important during a crisis, during a pandemic, because people fear uncertainty. People want to be able to trust their leaders, their elected officials, trust them to make decisions that show them that someone is steering the ship, that someone is at the controls. Do you remember the school shutting down? Daycare services shutting down. children who didn't know, rather parents who didn't know what to do with their kids. They had to stay home from their work and homeschool their children. Not that they don't like doing that, but it's when you don't have a salary anymore, then it's a problem. Remember the travel bans. People who had all these trips planned and the harm that this did to travel agencies. We all remember the beautiful images of people fighting over toilet paper in grocery aisles. People who lined up for miles and miles to have toilet paper because someone had spread a rumor that perhaps we were going to run out of toilet paper. And so, you know, it was chaos. And some people were confined to their homes. Students had to tackle online learning. Proms were canceled. You know, children and young people prepare their whole lives. They wait their whole lives for their proms, for their graduation ceremonies. And then it was all canceled. It was postponed to fall and then canceled again and finally canceled for good. So we still don't know, Madam Speaker. But there may not be any events for these young people. We learned that we had about social distancing, that we had to wear masks, but we had to wait. That's what we learned the most. We had to wait, and wait more. And 9 months later, where are we? Well, today, the Quebec Premier has announced that family gatherings are banned over Christmas. Restaurants, movie theaters, gyms are all shut down. No more group activities. Medical standards are clamping down after having been very permissive because unfortunately, COVID case numbers are rising. They continue to rise. I'd like to take 2 minutes to commend the resilience of people who own small businesses, restaurants, bars, people who own movie theaters, people who own businesses in general, who have had to go through this crisis without really know what was waiting on the other side because, you know, they didn't know what kind of investments they'd have to make, if they would have to shut down again. And luckily, the members of Parliament here voted in favor of the measures to help them. But that doesn't change things, that those people want to serve people, they want to open their businesses, and that's what keeps them going.
Ça marche pas. But it doesn't work. So I'd like to acknowledge the workers, the people working in those businesses who have to deal with people who are impatient, who are refusing to wear a mask. Well, that's a situation. That's the kind of situation they're facing at present. Some 7,500 people dead in the province, over 150,000 cases. There are problems with mental health, for example. 86% of psychologists said that they have noted an increase in cases and that their patients had cases had worsened. So, Madam Speaker, with that kind of a situation, the Liberal government should have taken action and made the health of Canadians its priority right from the top, but it didn't. The government was too slow to take action, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Health shut down the pandemic alert system. The government sent a lot of the stockpiled items to China, and then a few months later we were short. The borders weren't closed, and the virus spread across the country. There was a hesitation as to whether Canadians should wear masks or not. And the Minister of Health had said on a couple of occasions that there was a low risk of contracting the virus. But look at all the regions and the areas of the country that are in the red zone now. It took them a long time to put in place federal programs. The opposition parties called for major changes to help everyone. We're on the ground. We knew what was happening in our ridings. But now we're behind our allies when it comes to a vaccine. And that's a reality we're facing, Madam Speaker. From the outset, Liberals put all of their eggs in the Chinese basket as other countries were organizing. We were waiting for a vaccine. We ended up what? How? In a situation with nothing because the agreement with China fell through. We could have expected it. It was clear that that was what was going to happen, Madam Speaker, but we put all our eggs in the same basket. And as a result, while the other countries were signing agreements to be among the first to obtain the vaccines, Madam Speaker, we had to get in line and wait. Yes, so we were able to buy millions of doses of vaccines, and the government keeps talking about some 100 vaccine doses per person, this big portfolio. We don't even know what the number is, but Madam Speaker, they're not saying that we're 10th or 25th in line. When are we going to receive the vaccines? And our motion is very clear. It calls on the government to provide better information, because that'll be the only way to put an end to the red zones, social distancing, and to let people get back to their normal lives. So clearly, it's normal for Canadians want to know. They want answers from the government with respect to the plan. They want to know what the vaccination rollout plan is. They want a date, an approximate date, something. Answers to our questions, because if they don't answer our questions, Madam Speaker, what that means is there are some things they don't want to say, some things that they want to keep concealed and hidden from Canadians. Because when I read through the motion, and I'd invite people to read it, there's nothing partisan about to this motion. We're calling for answers. When, where, who? And with those answers, Madam Speaker, Canadians will be in a position to get the answers they need, to know, have a better understanding. We don't want to create false hopes. We just want to set the record straight so people know what to expect and so that they can organize accordingly. Madam Speaker, if the Liberals vote against this motion, it is clearly that they have something to hide from Canadians. We're asking them to do what is right, to set the record straight for Canadians, and to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his presentation. And we've heard during some of the other speeches today that premiers across Canada are very concerned with their lack of information. We've had quotes from Scott Moe in Saskatchewan, Doug Ford in Ontario, but certainly the Premier in Quebec and Atlantic provinces as well. With the lack of information, I would like to ask my colleague, does it not seem that the Liberal government is setting up the provinces to fail if they don't have access to this important information of when vaccines were going to be available and how they will be distributed? Are the Liberals setting the provinces up to fail?
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable. Well, Madam Speaker, I hope not.
Because if it is the case, this is scandalous. Je ne peux pas croire.
I can't believe that the government thinks that way, yet that's what the signs are showing. Why aren't they answering the provinces? Why aren't they answering the legitimate questions from the provinces? The provinces are in charge of administering vaccines. The doctors, the nurses, the health system in the provinces, they deserve answers, because they have to get organized on the ground and determine how they're going to roll out the vaccine. They don't know when they're going to get it, how many doses, so it's impossible for them to get organized. And that can lead to a failure, but it'll be a failure of the Liberal government, not the provinces.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would assure the member across the way that the Government of Canada, through the different departments, in particular Health, is in fact in constant dialogue with the provincial jurisdictions. It's absolutely critical that the territories, provinces, and Ottawa work together because ultimately that's how it's going to be delivered. And if he could just provide his thoughts on just how important it is that that sort of ongoing collaboration continues in a positive fashion.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to tell the Parliamentary Secretary that if the discussions are underway on an ongoing basis, if there are communication channels between the provinces and the federal government, why are the provinces complaining to the media saying there's no information? Why are the premiers saying there's no answers from Ottawa? They keep repeating that to Madam Speaker. Now, the government says that there are communication channels. They're working 24/7, but the provinces don't seem to know. So there's something not working there between what they're saying and what's actually happening on the ground, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouat-Télémasque. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed my colleague's remarks, but I'd like to ask him about the federal government's vision and the Conservative vision. Now, clearly, Canada and Quebec have been excellent researchers, but it's their fault that we ended up in the situation where we are now, the fault of the Conservatives when they were in government. Now, there were partnerships with the PTC, for example, that in 2005 put in place, but who chopped that in 2007? The Harper government. So my question to the colleague is, what's the Conservative vision? No to science? Yes to scorn or contempt for scientists? In the Toronto Star, the member for Durham said, or avoided the questions with respect to who sponsored a petition online, and I'm trying to speak seriously about this, but there's a Conservative member with a petition online for anti-vaxxers, and what does my colleague have to say about all of those points? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to know from my colleague what he thinks about today's motion. We're asking about the delivery of vaccines now. We're in 2020. What happened in 2005? Madam Speaker, I'm not interested in that. I don't give a hoot, because what I want here is for the people in my riding, the people of Canada, to be among the first to get a vaccine. Why, Madam Speaker? Because that's what's important. If they don't get the vaccine, there won't be recovery in the economy. And that's why I would invite my colleague to read the motion carefully and to support it, because it's very important for all Canadians. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Now, before we start, Madam Speaker, I'd like to go back to the government's approach. There seems to be a communication line where the government says we're trying to pick a fight, looking for a squabble. The government House Leader used that logic again today during question period, saying we didn't want to collaborate, we were looking for a fight. Now, we've got the Conservative motion before us today, and it's seeking information, collaboration on information regarding vaccines. And this is important for people. Now, in my remarks, I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm trying to raise the blind spots, the issues that the Liberals are not responding to. The parliamentary secretary also said that we hadn't asked questions about the development of the vaccine. But I recall having asked many questions. There was a letter back in March, and we'd asked it a number of questions, but 4 months went by. The only pharmaceutical company in Quebec had to face a 4-month delay. And that's symptomatic of what we're seeing today, inaction by the government. When it comes to vaccination, a consistent approach, consistent support for vaccines. Now, my Conservative colleague, a little earlier, raised some comments that I wanted to raise as well, and we're faced with a lack of information. If there's something that we need, it's information to reassure people. There are two dimensions to the crisis at present. We need to support workers.
La mise en place de la PCU, de la subvention.
The interpreter would like to point out that the sound quality is making interpretation of the honourable member impossible. The interpreter will resume service when the sound quality improves.
Soit le même type d'appel parce qu'il y a une autre dimension à cette.
On a un point d'ordre de l'honorable, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour. To the Minister of Transport.
I can take on multiple roles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe due to poor sound quality on the transmission, it's making translation difficult.
Okay, on dit qu'on a de la misère.
There are problems with interpretation. Are you on the French channel, first of all? Yes, okay. Yes, I am on the French channel.
Pouvez vérifier si vous êtes bien.
Could you make sure that you're connected properly, plugged in properly? Can you hear me? Is your headset properly plugged in and adjusted? It's very echoey. Now, what if I move the microphone closer? Is that better? It would appear that you haven't selected the proper... Well, your headset isn't working, so perhaps... Could you unplug it and plug it back in? Well, they unplugged it.
L'heure est arrêtée.
De cette façon-là, est-ce que ça fonctionne? Je l'ai débranché et rebranché.
OK. Est-ce que oui, là, ça...
Now it's working much better. So we had stopped the clock, so we ask you to continue now. So as I was saying, there are two aspects to the crisis. First of all, we want to reassure workers. And with our collaboration, we can achieve that. And then there's the issue of health infrastructure and the research on the vaccinations. And so, as I was saying, we received a number of calls from our constituents during the first wave, for example, who wanted additional information on the CERB. But unfortunately, on vaccination, we've got a huge problem, and that's because we can't properly inform the people in our ridings who are concerned. And these concerns are very legitimate. Another important aspect deals with clear indications on the vaccination. Now, I don't think we'll be going back to normal anytime soon. The government brought down its fall economic statement, presented that, but I don't think we'll see a recovery of the economy without a vaccine. And so this will delay the economic recovery. The resumption of normal activities will be delayed. It will be slow. So it seems to me that we need some additional information, clear information. Now, when I think about what's been said by the government in recent days, it reminds me of a simple principle that we use in healthcare, and it's the precautionary principle. And that means that when you're facing high risk, we need to quickly promote action, joint action. We need to be proactive, not reactive. So I think that the precautionary principle and this idea of precautionary principle was not put in place by the government. They didn't think about it when it comes to the vaccine. And so we're now facing two very important unanswered questions. First of all, when will it be available for Quebecers? And how will it be unrolled? With respect to the how, Well, we're in a bit of a fog, and I'll come back to that later because we don't know how the vaccine will be distributed to the provinces. Will it be based on the number of cases, on the infrastructure that's available? We have no idea. And that planning is something that is the federal government's responsibility. And this is quite astonishing because we see the federal government taking action in areas of provincial jurisdiction. For example, the idea in the economic statement to support long-term care facilities with standards, national standards, well, that's not the federal government's jurisdiction. That's a provincial jurisdiction. So the government could be or is trying to use this precautionary principle approach in areas that aren't under its jurisdiction, but it hasn't told us how the vaccine will be rolled out. And so that distorts the situation and leaves people very concerned. I'm convinced of that. Now, with respect to when people will be vaccinated, earlier this week, I heard the Prime Minister say that the majority of Canadians would be vaccinated by September. For a sovereigntist, a majority is 50 plus 1, 51%. That's a majority. So what kind of majority is the government talking about? 51% of the population? Is it 60%? Is it 70% of the population? There again, it's very unclear. Now they've said maybe by March 31st. 700,000 Quebecers, 8% of the population, would be vaccinated. But there again, we don't know how the government is going to supply the vaccine to the province. And the government doesn't seem to know that either. There are a number of large companies that are progressing well with their vaccines, Pfizer among others. And, well, the Prime Minister seemed to say that for Moderna we were high up on the list, but we don't know where we are with the Pfizer or AstraZeneca. So there again, it's unclear with respect to when and how the vaccine will be rolled out.
This week, the government, and this really surprised me. On Tuesday, the Prime Minister made an announcement. He said that $126 million would be invested to increase our vaccine production capacity here in Canada through the Research Council of Canada. $126 million. That announcement was made last Tuesday. The government said when a vaccine has been proven to be effective, we will be able to manufacture and distribute it here in Canada. This is what the Prime Minister said last Tuesday, but he shouldn't have said that last Tuesday. We should have heard that back in April. The precautionary principle, which I mentioned before. Well, we know that some of these companies were very advanced in their work on finding a vaccine. That's when the money should have been invested. So what happened in the meantime for the government to make this announcement only last Tuesday and not back in April? This is, after all, a major issue. And these vaccines are the result of new technologies. There are production facilities in Quebec and Toronto. These plants did not have the necessary infrastructure at the time to produce the vaccines, and the government only decided to do something about that on Tuesday when it made its announcement. So we've lost 8 months, 8 whole months, during which we could have started preparing for the production of a vaccine here in Canada. Do I have any time left? Well, I know you still have a lot to say, and I'm sure that you'll, but you've filled your time.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. Oh, je pense qu'il est là. seem to have a little bit of technical problem. I'll try it one more time, and otherwise we'll go to a question and comment. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. No, there seems to be some technical problems. Questions et commentaires. Oh, we're back? Okay. Go ahead. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I apologize about the inconsistency of rural internet. I appreciate the member's speech, and I would simply ask for his comments on how the government seems to be making this a hyper-partisan issue when really I think the motion is quite clear. We simply want clarity for all Canadians on this very, very important issue.
We lost part of that, but je vais aller au député de Jean.
I'll go back to the member for Jonquière. Well, in my introduction, I was saying that it seems that we're hearing the same thing over and over again here in the House. It's as if when we ask the government questions, we're accused of not wanting to collaborate. I think the best way for the government to collaborate is to send out clear information as to when and how the distribution of the vaccines will happen. It should stop being partisan, because this hides exactly what the government is trying to do.
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think where it's really important that we see and have seen collaboration is with the federal government working within the different departments and provinces, in particular health and others, to ensure that, in fact, once the vaccines have been approved and that they're ready, that we are ready to ensure that Canadians will be there to be able to have access to them. And that involves a great deal of collaboration. And I'm glad to say, Madam Speaker, that collaboration is taking place. The health and well-being of Canadians is our first priority moving forward on the issue of vaccines, and we'll continue to work with our provincial jurisdictions, our Canadian forces, and the many different stakeholders to ensure that Canadians will be well served under this vaccination distribution.
The member for Jonquière. Well, I don't see how that answer from the parliamentary secretary, how that reveals anything. He says he wants the government to work with the provinces. The main problem, though, is that the government is focusing on the wrong targets. So by trying to apply national standards with regard to elder care in long-term care homes, they are interfering in provincial jurisdiction, and they're forgetting what they're supposed to be doing, namely making sure that we have a good supply of vaccines and a good distribution infrastructure and a good production infrastructure. But it seems that they're leaving that by the wayside.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Jonquière and apologize that I'm sticking to the English channel to make the translation work better, and this is a fairly technical question, so I hope you'll forgive me. We have talked in this place about the access to vaccines and the fact that the federal funding and government funding all around the world has gone to private sector companies that now plan to reap the profits of the public investment. I'm wondering if the honourable member from the bloc is aware of a move from South Africa and India for a vote at the World Trade Organization next week for a waiver from the onerous patent requirements under the TRIPS agreement, the trade-related aspects of intellectual property. Greens certainly support a waiver so that more countries, particularly developing countries, can manufacture their own vaccines and bring down the price. Does the Bloc Québécois have a view on this move to make vaccines more available as common intellectual property and not just for the profits for Big Pharma?
L'honorable député.
The brief answer, please, from the honourable member for Jonquière. I don't know enough about that to take a position on that issue, But open research, which benefits everyone, is something I support. But I'd like to insist on something else. In the 2000s, we had a very good pharmaceutical cluster in Quebec, but successive Liberal and Conservative governments made cuts to that sector. So within less than 5 years, those big pharmaceutical players disappeared from Quebec. Resuming debate, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague Jean Kerr for his excellent speech, and I will follow up with the issue of the pharmaceuticals. I'll read an open letter which my colleague for Joliette, so he made it public, he published it in a newspaper this week. Recently, the Government of Canada said the U.S., the UK, and Germany would start vaccinating their populations in December this year, but Canada would have to wait until the beginning of 2021. Why are we being vaccinated after other countries? The federal government said it signed secret agreements or confidential agreements with the companies. And this is why Canada would come fourth in line after those three countries. That's why we are going to make an access to information request, because we want to know more. Rather, we want to know why Canada did not receive priority treatment when it came to vaccines. Why not harmonize its vaccine certification process with that of other countries? Why will Canadians not be vaccinated at the same time as other people in the world? Why can't Canada find a solution to producing vaccines here in Canada? And we would also like to understand why the Prime Minister misled Canadians on when the vaccine would be available in Canada. By closely observing the actions taken by the Government of Canada, we doubt there is a real plan for vaccinating Canadians, and we doubt that it's actually possible to increase vaccine production in Canada. In Quebec, there's a company called Vaxicago, which has capacity in conjunction with international partners to produce vaccines. And this is why the Bloc Québécois is demanding that the Government of Canada respond to the access of information request, because under C-13, the government had created a legal framework to allow pharmaceutical companies to produce a vaccine without having to go through the patent process. But Ottawa abandoned that initiative. Lastly, so at the end of the day, the Prime Minister misled Canadians. Now, with regard to the destruction of our pharmaceutical industry, I think it's worth talking about this. I'd like to remind my colleagues here that a few years ago, Quebec had a full capacity to produce and commercialize vaccines for decades. Quebec was one of the world leaders in the pharmaceutical sector in Montreal, Longueuil, Laval, in the greater Montreal area. So Quebec had a strong pharmaceutical presence. And the Government of Canada back then was working with the Government of Quebec to create this pharmaceutical cluster in Quebec at the time. The pharmaceutical sector was flourishing. It had many startups, and the governments of Canada and Quebec provided economic incentives to grow this sector, to build laboratories, and to manufacture innovative medications. How many startups, SMEs, and jobs were created back then? Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of jobs. In the 1980s and 1990s, thanks to collaboration with between the federal and Quebec governments, the Quebec had grown a strong pharmaceutical cluster. But as usual, the federal government destroyed that jewel of Quebec's sector in the years 2000 and 2010. The Liberal government started that slow destruction by removing the protections for pharmaceutical companies in the area of patents. Then the federal government removed a partnership program, a risk-sharing program, and then the Conservatives, under Stephen Harper, simply put the nail in the coffin by completely getting rid of this shared risk program under a partnership. And after that, all the big pharmaceutical laboratories in Quebec shut down. So again, Quebec was abandoned by Ottawa. In the meantime, the Liberals and Conservatives benefited Ontario pharmaceutical companies. It goes without saying that in Ontario, pharmaceutical companies were always big donors to the Conservatives and Liberals. Under the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, Ottawa decided not to invest any more in Quebec's pharmaceutical sector. And that's why the government of Quebec, even though it tried to go ahead on its own, was unable to stay competitive in this field because there was too much international competition. So, wither the pharmaceutical industry today? Well, I don't doubt that we could still be amongst the best in the world, and perhaps if that capacity still existed, we would be producing our own vaccine today. Too often, Ottawa undermines Quebec's economic sectors. Quebec could still be the best, but Ottawa is still preventing this from happening. The genius of Quebec is spreading, or rather, was felt throughout the world, but the federal government has stomped on that genius and favored Ontario instead. We've seen the same thing happen with the auto sector, the shipbuilding sector, the forestry sector. Ottawa's doing the same thing with the aerospace sector. Ottawa is still continuing to pull Quebec down. Quebec sends half of its tax revenues to Ottawa, and the two federal parties really don't care about Quebec's economic development. And Quebecers, therefore, have a very low opinion of Ottawa. They are paying, at the end of the day, with their own tax dollars, the destruction of certain economic sectors, and I'll talk about these sectors. I think it's worth listing them. We think that there are many missed opportunities here. The pharmaceutical sector in Quebec used to be at the top. Now it's not there anymore. In the 2000s, we had 7 big pharmaceutical multinationals in Canada, of which 6 were in Quebec. Sure Biotherm. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce these names, and AstraZeneca. Today's AstraZeneca's vaccine is in the process of being certified in 2006, which was the best year for Quebec's pharmaceutical sector. Revenues had revenues of $600 million. There were 8,000 good jobs, and there were 21,000 additional jobs in laboratories. But all of these labs ultimately had to shut their doors. So we have an industry which has been amputated. Some of these smaller companies were bought for their patents, and the medications are now produced elsewhere. If the proper investments had not been made 10, 15 years ago, well, today we would be producing our own vaccine. We might be producing them in Canada. We might even have already gotten through this pandemic. We could have been together with our families at Christmas, and the reason we don't is the fault of the Liberals and the Conservatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. I'd like to remind him that the vaccines which will be distributed next week in the UK are being made in Belgium. But people watching us might be wondering when Canada is going to take action and when the Liberal government is going to finally let us know when the vaccines will get here. So my question to my colleague is this. What is the impact in his riding of the delay in getting a vaccine? Christmas is around the corner, and the Premier of Quebec has just said that different families will not be able to get together. So how will the delay in getting a vaccine affect his constituency, and what does he think of the fact that we're not hearing more from the federal government? The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. Yes, the impact will be huge. I'm very lucky. We're in a yellow zone in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, so certain social gatherings will be possible. However, for families living in the eastern townships, I'm worried for them because I learned today that I will not be able to meet my relatives in that region. However, if we had the vaccine now, if we had been able to manufacture it here, we probably would have been able to get together. Another thing I'm worried about is that the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada, Theresa Tam, she asked for seniors and healthcare workers and essential workers, as well as members from vulnerable communities like Indigenous peoples, to receive the first vaccines. And we know that First Nations often live many generations under one roof. So I'm really concerned because if 6 million doses are available in the next few months, that's not enough. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and ultimately the distribution is done, and that priority list is done through the provinces for most, if not virtually all, that is being suggested. And Ottawa does play a role in terms of, as our healthcare experts will provide some opinions, and I offer that in a positive way to my colleague across the way. But at the same time, I would ask him to also look in terms of the restrictions that are put, like the different codes, different jurisdictions in Canada. Canada's a big country, and there are a lot of restrictions, and unfortunately it will have an impact. But I don't believe it's appropriate to start blaming political parties, because I do believe that we've seen a great deal of collaboration from different political parties, different levels of government, to try to ensure that people would have the best Christmas we can this year. There is no vaccine to date.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his comment. But I'll say in good faith that there were good things that were done in fall. The Parliament injected funds for a vaccine at the CNRS of Montreal. Now, they had also announced that it intended to inject money to set up a production factory, and in the best case, those vaccines will be available in 2021. And the message that I want to convey to my colleague from Winnipeg North is that this time we agree that, we reached out and things weren't done quickly enough. But next time, we can foresee the next pandemic. We can foresee perhaps a third wave or another type of pandemic. So will the government step up the next time, because they've created the great pharmaceutical planning that we did in Quebec?
C'est ça. Est-ce que j'attends qu'il se lève? It being 7:02 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Ms. Rempel-Garner, move that, given that a vaccine represents an opportunity to turn the corner, should I dispense? Yeah, dispense. This one and this one. Therefore, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. For the sake of clarity, I would invite a member present in the House to rise to indicate if the motion is agreed to on division or to request a recorded division. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we would like a recorded vote.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the division stands deferred until Monday, December 7th, 2020, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Je désire informer à la Chambre car
I would like to inform the House that because of the late period, the time provided for the study of private members' business is cancelled. Therefore, this is postponed to a later session.
Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent to call it 7:17 at this point so we could get on to the late show.
Does the Honourable Member have, does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to see the clock at 7:17?
We're very collaborative,
yes. Yes? And so there is no dissenting, so therefore it's carried. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est la suivante.
Therefore, the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
Alors, je vais demander aux députés qui vont...
I will call on the members who leave to ensure that they do so quietly, because we are going to the adjournment proceeding.
Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here this evening. And it's been a bit of a custom of mine over the last couple of weeks where during adjournment proceedings I've had the opportunity to bring good news to this House, and tonight is no exception. My sister and her husband just last week welcomed their firstborn. Beatrice McDonald was born to my sister Allie and her husband Kyle McDonald. Yeah, for sure, we can clap for them. I'm so excited to welcome Beatrice here in Canada's House, and I want to congratulate Allie and Kyle, and I want to thank all of the healthcare professionals, the staff, the nurses, the doctors at the Perth and Smiths Falls General Hospital who allowed Beatrice to arrive safely and took good care of my sister as well. And we know what a challenging year this has been for our healthcare professionals, and they didn't let it show with professionalism and great care, took care of my family and my newest little niece there. So really important that I had the opportunity to mention that to the House this evening. And now I do want to talk about time, and I'll thank my colleague for mentioning that. For over 40 hours, we had Liberal members filibuster committees to prevent the truth. Opposition members wanted to continue the work that parliamentarians had agreed to undertake during the beginning of this Parliament, during the first session. But what happened? Well, the We Charity scandal gripped Parliament, gripped this country. And so, on the eve that documents were to be released, the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, shut it down for 6 weeks, saying that there will be all kinds of time to answer those questions when Parliament resumes. We just needed time for a reset, to give our new vision for Canada. Well, it was second verse, same as the first. We heard promises that date back to 1993 that they haven't been able to keep. And I would have been about 9 years old the first time they tried some of those commitments. Maybe 15th attempt they'll get it right, Madam Speaker, but we're not optimistic. And now, while Canadians see south of the border, our American neighbors are going to start getting vaccinated next week, the same in the European Union, the same in the United Kingdom and many, many other countries. Canadians wonder when we're going to get a vaccine. They wonder what the plan is. They wonder what is going to happen next year. The government continues to introduce legislation hastily and then seek unanimous consent of this House. And I'm proud to say that Her Majesty's loyal opposition has supported important measures to help Canadians during these times. But it's really no thanks to planning on the part of the government. So they wasted those 6 weeks during their prorogation cover-up. They wasted the 40 hours at the Ethics Committee and dozens of hours at the Finance Committee and many hours at other committees. What is this government so desperate that they want to hide that they're not willing to get to work, roll up their sleeves, and introduce a plan for Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first, let me congratulate my friend. He is yet another uncle, I suspect, unless he's had other brothers and sisters that have had children. But congratulations to the parents and that special baby, Beatrice. Madam Speaker, I always find it interesting. We've had dialogue in the past, and this evening we're talking about a few issues. The member makes reference to filibusters. He talks about the prorogation. He talks about the government bringing in legislation and wanting to rush it through. And it's interesting because, we've been talking a lot about the maid issue. Very important. It's a life and death matter. And he nods his head in the affirmative, recognizing just how important that legislation is. We have a Superior Court in Quebec, a deadline that's coming up. And we see the Conservatives conducting a filibuster on important legislation. Now, they'll say, well, look, we want to have more time. But, we've been debating the issue of assisted death for many years now. There's literally been hundreds of hours of debates, committee hearings, and so forth. And with this pending deadline, we're now hoping to get into third reading as early as tomorrow, yet the Conservatives are filibustering. But I guess that's a good filibuster is what they would argue, Madam Speaker. The member talks about, well, we prorogued and lost, I don't know how he calculates more than 3 days, because, Madam Speaker, in theory, we were supposed to come back on the 21st of September, I believe it was, and we ended up coming back on the 23rd. Now, keeping in mind, we sat for 4 days inside this House where we literally had hundreds, if not thousands, of questions of the government during the summer. So I think that there has been a net gain for the official opposition and other opposition parties in terms of being able to ask questions, Madam Speaker. There's always the opportunity for opposition to work with the government, because I like the word collaboratively. At one time, I think there was a higher sense of collaboration, because the member is right in the sense that the coronavirus, and I spoke earlier today on that issue, and how important that is to Canadians. And we are constantly looking for collaboration. And we've been receiving it from all over Canada, from other levels of government, municipalities, provincial governments, territories, Indigenous leaders, nonprofits, so many different sectors working with the government. Even the Conservatives, to a certain degree, have, Madam Speaker, to a certain degree. But when it comes to the vaccination issue, I think maybe we might see the Conservatives falling a little bit wanting in terms of maybe being a little bit more creative in providing better solutions or some ideas in terms of how it is we might be able to ensure that it is distributed, and keeping in mind the federal responsibilities, working with provinces and so forth. But we will get there, Madam Speaker, because we're listening to the healthcare experts and science on the issue.
Our member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. This government's clearly been in no hurry to pass legislation. The official opposition asked for the government to have regular sittings in a hybrid format throughout the summer, for the House not to rise for the summer, not to sit for 4 days, but to sit throughout the summer. The government could have advanced other legislation at that time. There was not agreement with the other opposition parties, and certainly not with the government. The government had the opportunity to advance their legislative agenda and to address a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and they failed to do that at the time. Now the opposition wants to debate, and they want to continue their cover-up that they started with prorogation. Why? Why not help Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, you know, the government, it's a minority situation, and, you know, there was an example last spring where the opposition said, well, no, we don't want more government days, we want more opposition days. The member will recall where the combined opposition took away a government day so that they could have yet another opposition day, Madam Speaker. I recall that quite well. And, you know, in terms of the government has been very much following the calendar, and because of the coronavirus, we actually sat for the first time in 30 years, I understand, to ensure that opposition members would be able to hold the government to account and provide ideas and thoughts in regards to the coronavirus during the summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since I've been here, since 2015, this government has had a full-fledged attack on my home province of Alberta. It began with flippant statements from the Prime Minister, even before he was elected Prime Minister. Then, I remember Canada Day, where he forgot to mention Alberta. The carbon tax, Bill C-48, Bill C-69, all attacks on Alberta. Now what we're seeing is this new clean fuel standards that just is once again a full-fledged frontal attack by the Liberals on what the energy sector is and what the energy sector is all about. The statistics that I have here are 30,000 job losses nationally, and approximately $20 billion of capital will leave Canada with putting in the clean fuel standards. Now, yesterday at committee, I had the opportunity to ask the minister about the CFS, and he said, "Don't worry, we're diversifying the economy. Alberta should thank us for this new standard being put in place." Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. Alberta, about a month ago, released a brand new recycling hub idea to recycle plastics in the province. Not even 24 hours later did we see this government put in place a labeling of plastic being a toxic substance. Now, what does that do to the energy sector and Alberta as a whole? It not only just attacks the workers, not only just attacks the jobs that are in that sector, but at the end of the day, the vehicles that are made are largely plastic. The pipe that goes in the ground is largely plastic. This is an unfortunate yet another piling on by this government. We've seen them add red tape. We've seen them add constant delays in any sort of approval processes. It's been something that I couldn't have imagined when I got here in 2015 the extent to which this particular government and this Prime Minister and these ministers have gone on the attack to our province. Right. Thankfully, we've been able to change the provincial government. We had, unfortunately, a Notley NDP government there for a full 4 years, which added more and more burden on to the energy sector. However, we still have yet to get rid of this government. So my questions to this parliamentary secretary, to this government is again and again and again, for it's now been on 5 years. Why does this government insist and continually insist on implementing policies that hurt Albertans?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to first congratulate the Alberta government and all Albertans for their support of Canada's goal to reach zero plastic waste by 2030. Alberta is a key partner in implementing the Canada-wide strategy on zero plastic waste, and we welcome the province's recently announced goal to become the Western North America Center of Excellence for Plastics Recycling by 2030. We can only reach these goals by working together. So congratulations are also in order for Alberta's agricultural plastics recycling pilot program, which aims to help address the issue of agricultural plastic waste. Across Canada, and across economic sectors, there is an emerging consensus that a circular economy approach is core to addressing the problem of plastic waste and pollution. When plastic waste is reused in new products through enhanced recycling techniques and technologies, there is a significant opportunity to recapture the value of materials, including products such as agricultural plastics used in Alberta. We are also encouraged by the unanimous support of recent motion in the Alberta legislature that it received to examine the opportunities afforded by implementing extended producer responsibility. With it, Alberta has the opportunity to move into the ranks of leading provinces on plastic recycling, such as Ontario, Quebec, and BC. On the question of the proposal to add plastic manufactured items to Schedule 1 of the CEPA, this is an important step to allow us to manage the waste and pollution caused by plastic products. We conducted a science assessment of plastic pollution, and its core findings are that macroplastics are ubiquitous in the environment and harmful to wildlife and habitat. Canadians see the effects of plastic pollution in their communities and waterways. They see the volumes of plastic waste being discarded, and they expect the government to take action. The proposal to list plastic manufactured items on Schedule 1 of CEPA would enable the government to take measures to address pollution and waste along the life cycle of plastics and protect our environment while also moving Canada to a more circular, resource-efficient economy. The government does not believe that this action hurts Albertans or any other Canadians. On the contrary, acting to better manage plastic waste will keep plastics in the economy and out of Canada's environment. Minister Wilkinson, Minister of the Environment, recently released for consultation a discussion paper that provides an overview of the government's proposed next steps. It contains a framework to address single-use plastics, along with a proposed list of 6 single-use items to either ban or restrict, as well as proposal for the establishment of recycled content requirements in products and packaging. This latter action aims to drive investment in recycling infrastructure and spur innovation in technology and product design. We want to support the growth of the Canadian recycling industry, boost overall economic growth, and create new jobs while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. All of these proposed actions have the potential to complement and accelerate progress toward Alberta's goal to become a center of excellence for plastics recycling. The government wants to hear from Canadians and stakeholders on its proposed approach to address plastic pollution and waste. The comments received will help shape the choices on the path forward to a more circular economy for plastics in Canada. Thank you.
We want to remind the parliamentary secretary that he's not to use the name of a minister in the House or an MP by their first name or last name. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Well done, Madam Speaker. I was going to try to catch him on that one, but you beat me to it. No, you know why the labeling of plastic substances is so detrimental, not just to my province of Alberta, but across the country, is because they did it with this backdoor way of doing it. Are we debating plastics legislation here or the labeling of plastics here in the chamber? No, we're not. Because the way that they did it, they put it through without any sort of legislation. They did it through this backdoor, which has the entire stakeholder community confused as to whether or not they have to move today, tomorrow, yesterday in terms of changing their products. So I'd ask the honourable member why the government chose this lack of transparency and sneaky way to label plastics as toxic.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Provinces, territories, municipalities are leaders in the recovery and recycling of plastic waste. The Government of Canada is continuing to work with them to strengthen existing programs and increase Canada's capacity to reuse and recover more plastics. This will include collaborating with them to ensure that rules are consistent and transparent across the country and that producers and sellers of plastic products are made responsible for collecting these plastics. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I just want to remind the parliamentary secretary to maybe shut his mic off when he's not speaking, just so that it doesn't interfere with the interpretation or with the person who is actually speaking. The honourable member for Saanishkoff Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In adjournment proceedings this evening, I'm pursuing a question for which I did not receive an adequate answer, and that was on November 20th when I asked about the new legislation before us, Bill C-12, which proclaims itself as a Net Zero Climate Accountability Act. It fails on almost every point, Madam Speaker, and the Green Caucus is struggling with how to handle something we had wanted so very much, to be able to support climate accountability. We struggle with whether we can even vote for this legislation at second reading to send it to committee. Here's what it must do as the bottom line requirement to be called accountability on net zero for climate action. We have to get the science right, we have to get the process right, and we have to get accountability right. And right now, that's 3 strikes. This legislation is out. Getting the science right means that you don't, in the preamble, cite one aspect of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Science, that to hold to net zero, to hold to 1.5 degrees, we must have net zero carbon emissions by 2050, while ignoring the closer term reality of the emergency and the urgency, which is that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change also says that to have any hope of holding to 1.5 degrees, we need massive reductions in greenhouse gases in the next decade. It's not an even pace of we have 3 decades, so we take our time and do it in even bits every 10 years at a time. No, most of the heavy lifting has to be done before 2030. That is not clear in the legislation. As a matter of fact, it's denied by the way the legislation is structured, with a first milestone year in 2030. Getting the process right. I'm baffled, honestly baffled, Madam Speaker, that this government appears to have ignored the experience garnered in other countries with climate accountability legislation. The UK has had its legislation since 2008, and there are lessons to be learned there. Similarly, New Zealand, which brought in its legislation, learned from the UK experience, as did Denmark. All of the climate accountability legislation in countries where it's working have relied on expert advice. To the extent they have an advisory group, they are experts. This legislation wants to have an advisory body that seems to be another version of a multi-stakeholder group without expertise. That's a very significant error. I like multi-stakeholder groups, by the way, Madam Chair. I used to be vice chair of the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, which was destroyed, repealed, originally put in place, by the way, by the Mulroney government, repealed under Bill C-38 in the spring of 2012. We should bring the National Roundtable or something like it back, but not through the back door of Bill C-12, where we need expertise, not multi-stakeholder advice. The third area of accountability that fails is getting the mechanisms to hold a government to account and get them right. This bill doesn't use mandatory language around the minister meeting a target, but it's interesting. I've been conferring with colleagues in New Zealand. They're looking at saying if you miss the target, that means you're going to have to make up what you missed by buying credits and paying for them. So their finance department is getting ready to book the costs of missing the target. So there's a financial penalty, and a government will be keeping its eye on the ball to avoid that. The bottom line here is that the Paris Agreement now has the support of the United States. President-elect Biden has appointed a high-level special envoy in John Kerry. Canada should be jumping up right now to be bold and ambitious. This bill is not what we need, and I hope we can see changes before it comes back at third stage and report stage.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. The immediate priority of the government is to support Canadians through the pandemic. However, we are also planning strategically for how to promote economic prosperity while also addressing the global crisis of climate change. Canadians are experiencing the impacts of climate change, and the government understands the urgent need to take action and ensure that sustainability is built into all aspects of our economy. This is critical for Canadians today and for future generations. We are making progress through Canada's current climate plan, the Pan-Canadian Framework. This plan is projected to achieve a historic level of emissions reductions, but we know we need to do more. That is why this government has committed to exceeding its 2030 greenhouse gas target and putting the country on a path to prosper in a net zero emissions economy by 2050. We have also committed to bringing forward a new NDC emission reduction target for 2030 prior to COP26 in November of 2021. To reach these targets, we are strengthening existing measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and introduce new ones. The 2020 Fall Economic Statement announced some of these new measures, and our work to build back a better will make the economy greener, more inclusive, more resilient, and more competitive. Investments include putting climate action at the center of our plan to create 1 million new jobs, bolstering training support for those hit hardest by the pandemic, including marginalized and racialized women, Indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and new Canadians, and proposing to provide up to 700,000 grants to homeowners to help them make energy-efficient improvements to their homes. We are committed to investing in Canada's clean power supply and working to connect Canadians with clean electricity across the country. We are investing in zero-emissions vehicles, including charging and refueling infrastructure. The Government of Canada is also working to develop a well-functioning, sustainable finance market in Canada, and are also prioritizing investments in nature-based solutions, including plans to plant 2 billion trees over 10 years. We are investing in climate-smart, natural solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions related to ecosystem loss, and we are committing new funding to support climate solutions for agriculture. In the coming weeks, the government will bring these and other elements together in a coherent and enhanced climate plan, providing Canadians with transparency as to how Canada will exceed its current 2030 Paris Agreement targets. After the proposed plan is released, we will be consulting with our partners, Indigenous peoples, provinces and territories, municipalities, industry, and civil society. These consultations will inform the development of Canada's updated 2030 target. I would like to thank the honourable members' commitment to increase climate action. I look forward to working with you, our colleagues and Canadians, as we work towards bringing forward a plan that will enable Canada to exceed our 2030 targets and help set Canada on a path to achieving a prosperous net zero emissions future. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
When the honourable member refers to our Paris targets, the number he's referring to is the third time that Stephen Harper weakened our target. So it's the weakest of the 3 Harper targets, and we still have it 5 years after an election. This I find not just baffling, but tragic. The Government of Canada committed in Paris in the COP decision document that we would increase our 2030 target this year in 2020, not merely before COP26 next year, this year, with vanishing days left for us to fulfill our international obligations. We have a short time left, and that is the window closing on 1.5 degrees will close in the coming years, well before 2030. If it closes for good, and it forecloses for our children the opportunity to have a livable world. The stakes couldn't be higher. The government has to do better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame, it's to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, global greenhouse gas emissions need to decline rapidly over the next 3 decades, according to scientific experts. The Paris Agreement calls for governments around the world to take urgent and ambitious action on climate change to keep global warming well below 2 degrees and to pursue efforts to keep it below 1.5 degrees in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published a special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees in 2018. That report concluded that global emissions need to reach net zero around mid-century for there to be a reasonable chance of meeting the goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. On November 19th, 2020, the minister tabled the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which, if passed, would legally bind the government to a process to achieve net zero by 2050. It would make our 2030 target legally binding and set 5-year emission reduction targets to 2050 to improve accountability and transparency. We look forward to working with all the parties to pass this important legislation and strengthen our 2030 targets. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Friday, at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24.